Hello everybody and welcome along to Super Sunday. We are here at the Nürburgring for the Nordschleife. Down in the pit lane, Patrick Simon and Emily Miller will be trolling for us to get the information we need from the pit lane. It is a little bit foggy this morning, and once again it will be Peter Snowden and me, John Heindorf. We have another 3-hour race to come. It was super tactical yesterday. If you haven't caught up with it, it's all up on the archive already. But before that, and in a first in the 50th running of the Total Energy ADAC Nürburgring 24 hours, we are going to have what is called a top qualifying, effectively a shootout, cars going out at intervals on the track to get a bit of clear space. And it's not just the top 30 as it started or the top 40, it is going to be the whole field. Now, we started yesterday with 91, we're down a couple of cars, Peter, a couple of notable cars as well, which were involved together yesterday.
Yeah, unfortunately, two Audis coming together, the 15 and 22 entries. 15 being the Phoenix car, and 22, of course, being the team car collection. They actually came together on the track, and neither fared well, should we say. The 15 is out completely for the weekend now. I think the 22 may make a reappearance. It did get itself back to the pits. 15 certainly didn't, so great shame to see two such front-running cars going out at all, let alone together.
I'm sure there'll be some more issues as well for one or two of the teams. We'll find out about those as we go on through the morning. The format you will have seen before, with the cars lining up on, well, actually, you see, I say that, and maybe they can't. Because if they have that many cars, they'll have to start them from the pit lane. Because normally with only the top 40, they get them out before they come back around, and you've got 40 cars, but at different parts of the track. But if you're talking about 80 or 90, will you be able to have the separation? And the question for me is, who goes first and who goes last? You've got to put the faster cars out first, surely.
Sure, I have to, yes. Yeah, just closing speeds to catch up on where they've just got to be done. Start from the pit lane, as you say.
So that is around about 10 minutes away. Yesterday, the BMW M4 GT3s reigned supreme. About a third of the field. Went out this morning in warm-up. It will surprise none of you to know that the BMWs of Schubert and Rover Racing. Rover Racing, with the 98 car, Schubert with the number 20s, they were quickest with a best time of 1:8:12.718. It's still a wee bit foggy at the moment. The third position was the number 6 Team Bilstein Mercedes. That's the minty fresh car that we were calling it yesterday, the kelp green and white, to quote the Monterey Bay football team colours, because it is very much like that. And then the Audi of Team Car Collection, Patrick Niederhauser doing the driving again this morning. The number 4 Team Get Speed Mercedes, that was Gilles Gounon. Then Scherer, then Get Speed, the second car, then the second Rover Racing car, the 99. Then Nick Tandy getting some laps this morning, which he didn't get yesterday because he was at Spa, of course, in the Corvette for KCMG in the Porsche. They fared very badly yesterday after an incident with the second driver. Side-by-side contact took off, well, pretty much all of the right side of that car. But an 8:16 for Tandy this morning. Outside the top 10, the KTM Crossbows were 15th and 16th. Another car that I didn't see this morning on the timing. Oh, there it is. Felipe Fernandez Laser did go out in the 706 Glickenhaus, the 004C. They had some issues yesterday with gearbox selection. They thought it might have been an electrical issue. They changed the paddle shift steering wheel, didn't sort it out, and Richard Westbrook went out again in that car, and it was still a bit iffy. So that's clearly been worked on this morning. We'll talk about strategy for the race later on, but this is something that you don't normally get. A chance for a clear lap on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. If you're on the front row of a race, then obviously you do. If you're at the front of a grid, part of the grid, because they do split the grid, and we'll have a double grid split start later today. But there'll be some drivers here who have not done this before, particularly the guys down in the lower part of the grid. Pit lane barely populated this morning. A couple of the Caymans out, just parked up. The Nexon tyre 396 towards the end of pit lane. That is the it's one of the privately entered teams. The 396. Sorry, no, it's not. It's the Alsner Automotive Adrenaline car. That's the purple and white Nexon tyre car 258.
Willkommen, liebe Zuschauer, zu dem Motorsport-Spektakel schlechthin.
Zuschauermagnet, guckt euch die Atmosphäre an.
Sensationelle Stimmung in der Eifel. Die Fans sehen wir hier, das Fahrerlager ist voll.
Also wenn du hier nicht aufgeregt bist, dann hast du irgendwas versäumt.
Und lassen wir uns freuen auf 24 Stunden Motorsport vom Allerfeinsten.
Das beste, das tollste Rennen hier in der Eifel mit den besten Fans der Welt. Startgruppe 1, die Veranstaltung läuft!
Ich krieg die Pimpernellen und ihr ärgert euch, wenn ihr nicht angereist seid.
Schau dir diese Bilder an, Jörg. Die hell erleuchtete Grand Prix-Strecke, das Fahrerlager.
Rock and roll!
Die Action, die da passiert, sind die wahnsinnig.
Da regnet's! Schau dir das mal an. Also das ist jetzt mit Slicks nicht zu befahren, was wir da sehen.
Es überschlagen sich wieder einmal die Ereignisse. Wieder einmal wird das 24-Stunden-Rennen am Nürburgring zu einer Mischung zwischen Himmel und Hölle.
Berührung! Berührung! Und beide drehen sich!
Was für ein Finale. Die Sieger sind im Ziel. Überbordende Freude an der Box.
So a little bit of fog still here at the Nürburgring as the KTM crossbows are out on the circuit as well. Peter Snowden is alongside us. 6, 8 and 7 was the laps that they did yesterday down at Adrenaline. They are getting ready to go out. And we're about now 5 minutes away. 5 minutes away from getting the first cars out onto the track, Peter. As a driver, you're in the car already. And what are you thinking about at the moment? Presumably not wanting to talk to somebody who's poking a microphone through the safety net.
It's all part of it, I'm afraid. Yeah, exactly. You just, in some ways, you should be nice and calm now. All the work's done, the necessary the team can do. It's the pressure time. It's down to you now. Everything else is that. Starting orders, by the way, we've got three groups, John. They do start from the grid, 10-second intervals. Interesting, though, you've got top qualifying Group 1, which is VT2, V6, V5 and V4 group,
right, yeah.
done. The biggest group, and I'm going to run through all these because they've got a few in the class, but we don't mention enough of the other classes. Group 2 is TCR, SP3T, 40, 8T, SP7, SP10, Cup X, Cup 2, Cup 3, Cup S, M240i, and AT. And then starting Group 1 is SP9 and SPX. Interestingly, the two groups, the fastest start first in Groups 3 and 2, and when it's Group 1, it's the slowest start first.
Right. Okay. And which way? Do they go 1, 2, and 3, or do they do 3, 2, and 1?
3, 2, 1.
All right. Okay.
So the SP9s will be the final sort of headline of the show, if you like, but they start with their in reverse, or the slowest first to go in that group. So hopefully they won't be catching up with 10-second. There are 10-second intervals between each one. Right.
So you will get. There can be a little bit of jiggery and, if you will, pokery to get yourself a decent run, and you know, people will sometimes drop back. There's nothing to stop you overtaking the car ahead. You've got two opportunities. Not everybody will use all of them. So in the first group then, the first car, I think, will be the number 88 from Group 3. Then the 222, then the 323, that's the BMW that had its punctures yesterday. Then the 87, one of the young entered cars.
Yeah, the order they go off is set by the combined results of 1 and 2 yesterday.
Okay.
That's how the order is.
Ah, right, okay, I see. It's fastest through to slowest, actually, so I've got that the wrong way around. So it's a 396 that's going to start that. They've just listed it the other way around.
Keeping us on our toes, John.
Both of the Nexon tyre Cayman, the purple and white cars, are on the pit lane. 87 just been pushed out is another one of the, in fact that is the young OPC Astra, the black and yellow car, one of the earlier versions of the OPC Astra Coupe, front wheel drive, 2-litre twin cam of course, 16 valve. I would think that'd be quite fun round here. Some very bleary-eyed drivers this morning, Peter. It's a bit early.
It is. Drivers don't like getting up early. You don't have to. But then again, getting up early to drive around the Nordschleife, why wouldn't you? It's going to be... I'm not sure we're going to get a delayed start or not. There's rumours of it a bit earlier on, but it is a bit foggy still on that pit straight. It depends on how far it is around. Of course, the rest of the course, that's the issue. But we will get action fairly soon.
I would think it'll be more about out on the Nürburgring Nordschleife and whether the marshals can see post to post. That's always the thing that our race director friends tell us. So the 396, according to my list, should be going out first. Now what we haven't got is a driver for that. That's the Adrenaline Motorsport Team Olsner car. So it could be Lutz Rühl, Christian Bühlersbach, Andreas Schettler or Alexander Müller. All Germans. And in that V6 Porsche S981, which won its class yesterday against various 911s and other things. So that should be the first car out. Then it should be the 330, another Adrenaline car. That's why they've got both of their cars on the pit apron at the moment. That's Caitlin Wood, Niels Steinberg and Moni Irma. Take your pick from those. Oh, actually, that's not the car, sorry. That would be the 331. That's Daniel Zils, Oscar Sandberg, Sindre Setsas, another name that will be well known to fans of virtual racing, and Philip Leisen, the 330, and 397, Sebastian Rings, Lucas Picard, Jakesh Perdiz, and Alan Pierre from Luxembourg, in a privately entered Porsche 911, again in the V6 category. So that's your top three that we'll see going out in a couple of moments' time. There are only a dozen or so in the third group, And I presume they'll have to open the gaps up as we get further through. Yeah, Group 2's got many more cars. So you said fastest to slowest in the first, or is it slowest to fastest?
No, slowest to fastest first. Right. In the groups 3 and 2, which go 3, 2, 1, reverse order.
Yeah.
Fastest in the groups 3 and 2, fastest in group 1 at the end.
Well, they're going to be able, because this is such a small group, as the PA fires into life here this morning, to be able to pull these cars, and they're sending them out of the pits, and they're sending them round to the grid. So they are going to do the start from the grid area. So they get a chance to warm up some tyres. And what I need to be able to tell you is who's in which car, which I can't quite do at the moment because they haven't tripped a transponder to tell me that. At RSL_studio, and the hashtag is RSLN24Q. Get in touch with us. Oh, nerves will be building up a bit now. Now, these are the drivers, Peter, who will not have had this kind of opportunity before. If you get out in the front of a group in tourist lap, maybe, but you're always looking over your shoulder. And particularly with these cars, it should be, as you said, it should be the faster cars at the front. They shouldn't have to worry about what's behind them. And you just never get that on the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Exactly so, and that's the big feature of this, and one of the biggest appeals, we should have mentioned it, didn't we, yesterday. You don't get a chance in race conditions or race weekends to have a go around the Nordschleife on your own, uninhibited. This time they have, so, but no pressure, of course, like, they haven't got it right, they've got one shot, so it's a bit like sort of top 10 on their own, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Our race director keeping in touch with all of the marshals around the circuit, and that in itself is logistically very impressive. When you consider it is a 25.378 kilometre circuit, so just over 15 miles, and the rises and falls, the topography, the geography in between race control in the pit lane building here where we are, and all the way out to the furthest reaches at the circuit, and with the furthest part way away, somewhere over by Versiphen, maybe Bergwerk. Versiphen, you drop right down in Exmüller and Breitscheid, you drop right down into the valley at in the town there, and I think that might be the lowest part of the circuit. The rise and falls here are mighty. Getting radio signals over there, always been challenging. The big teams for the 24 will put out repeaters around the circuit and feed them, but essential equipment now is carrying a mobile phone, and it never ceases to amaze me that in the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series, which we cover here on RSL, thanks to our partnership with the Nürburgring TV team, that we managed to get great on-board pictures from effectively mobile phone links all the way around the circuit, on board from cars.
That's how technology has advanced, hasn't it? It's just, we think we first had mobile phones and had a text message, and that was it. Phone call and text message, that's all it did. Now it's sending us, use link to send us pictures, video, live.
Pictures.
Exactly, and moving pictures.
On the other side of the world.
You made me sound really old there, John, thanks.
Moving pictures.
Never catch on.
Walter Horning is our race director, saying to Patrick on the grid that there's not too much problem around the circuit. It's more like low cloud than fog, and as such, at ground level, the visibility is actually really quite good. From some of our higher cameras, it looks pretty bad, but that's because they're looking down through the fog. But we've got full visibility down the whole of the front straight. Now, we are a wee bit late here, I think, getting underway as the cars are getting into line, ready to go.
I think it's because there was slightly delayed earlier, and there was also a car they needed to recover. I think it was the 252 need to be brought back to the paddock. So I think that's all it is.
Hardy spectators in the grandstands,
both of them,
this morning, and out early. 252, by the way, if it is one of your favourites, was the K. Kramer Racing, the Andreas Gabler and Henning Kramer car. Andreas Gabler is from Atlanta in the US, comes over to compete in that Cayman 718 GT4 Club Sport. And that car then will keep, let's just remind ourselves of that, jot that one down. And 252. One or two little scratches and crinkles in the cars. The 224 is one of the BMWs that's in this group ready to go out. And that is the Zorg Rennsport, unusual for them in a fairly sensible set of colours, a bland set of colours, just plain white with a red stripe on it. Hans-Joachim Thies, Leon Köhler and Martin Rump. And that's Leon in the car at the moment. That 330i. That is a rear drive VT2 car. Different classes for rear and front drives in VT2. And, that 224 will go out fourth. That's a paddle shift car, so still has the street car gear selector.
I just noticed that on the dashboard, absolutely, as you say, out of street car. That's exactly what it is.
Street stock. And this, I mean, this is the joy, isn't it, of the Nürburgring, even up to their biggest race here with the Total Energies ADAC 24-hour race. We're still missing a few cars. This is a small group, but they are a tiny little bit late. The track has been declared clear.
A wheel being brought out to one of the cars on the grid. Yeah, absolutely. So this is the car 22. Need the other number. 227. It's one of the Caymans to me.
They're going out fifth.
Changing the right rear.
I wonder if it's not seated properly. Or that's another one of the Zorg Rennsport cars, Peter.
Or maybe just a puncture. Maybe it's got a slow punch something on it.
Not new tyres, are they?
No.
Just pressuring them up on that Cayman S. That was up against the Adrenaline Cayman S yesterday in V6. So a little bit of opportunity for these teams who we don't normally get to see and talk about that much, Peter, because it's only normally I think it started at the top 30, it's now the top 40 in qualifying. They're just talking that up on the rear end. Again, a very stock looking interior. The addition of what looked to be either a brake bias or a gear selector display. Also some additional lights in the front grille of that S. That's a 987 Cayman S sitting in behind its teammate. Still waiting for cars. I haven't seen the 396 yet, which should be right at the front of the running. Oh, there it is. No, that is there. 396 is the Porsche Cayman S 981. That's the purple and white car. Behind that should be the 330. That is... There is it? Can't see. They were both on the team apron, but that doesn't look like another Cayman sitting in behind the purple and white car. The BMW is definitely sitting there. 30 seconds then. Well, there's the BMW. So 396 is there, the 330 is not. Oh, hang on a minute. That is the 330. That is the BMW 330. Of course it is. It's the G20. I was looking for another Cayman there because they brought two out onto the pit lane. So that is another team Adrenaline car. So Oscar Sandberg off in the BMW, the black and orange car. He will get the wave off, and there he goes. The bright tangerine wheels. Leon Kohler is next for BMW number 224. The Zorg Rennsport car, off he goes. Next will be 227. Rasmus, was that Rasmus Helmich? I think Heinrich it was who went out. Yes, it was. 444 is Daniel Korn. That's another one of the Caymans. These are all adrenaline cars, aren't they? Going out now. That's the Schnitzelarm Racing 244. Xavier Lamadrid, very fetching 228 is next up. Flat 6 engine bursting into life for another Zorg Rennsport car. The GT tyres sponsored 223 Golf Mark 7. Tobias Young is next up in the Opel Astra number 87. Was running right at the front of their class, even though that's quite an old car now. Ben Lyons in the 323, looking absolutely immaculate after its right front puncture yesterday when that car dropped way down. Another F30 328i, the 222. That one for another GT tyre motorsport by WS Racing. Fabian Pironi behind the wheel of that one. And finally, oh, hang on a minute, what's happened here? Another Opel Astra, Tim Roberts is on the grid. Now, what's the car that's out of position?
221.
Well, I don't think that's in this group. It's been flagged away, but that car was not in this group. So
it's a GT tyre Cayman.
Another one of the GT type by WS cars. Very interesting. I don't think that car was meant to be in this group. However, adrenaline then, and the Porsche Cayman 981 off and running, and right at the back, the V6 machine, V6 class machine, and the driver from, two drivers there from New Zealand actually. One called Dalton and one called Woodford, and they don't have their first names on the entry list. James Brickell from the UK, Rick Harwood in the UK, is the other driver. 3-letter identifier DAL for that GT racing car. Not in the black and gold, but in the red, white and blue GT tyres. So just about to go through the Schumacher S's, the number 88. It's one of the front wheel drive VT2 cars. And getting the opportunity to sample the Nürburgring in a few moments with nobody around you. Number 88 being driven by Tim Roberts from Bonn. Looks fairly murky on the Grand Prix track, but as Walter Hornung, our race director, was saying, it's actually a lot better at ground level. I'm surprised that they haven't got more lighting on these cars, although I suppose then if you do hit fog, it tends to bounce back on you.
That can be a curse rather than a blessing.
Yeah, yeah.
And they've got no other cars in sight, so this is a walk in the park, John. It's easy. You saw what I did there.
I'm not sure, to be honest, because sometimes it's better to have somebody to aim at. And sort of 10-15 seconds up the road might not be able to get a bead on them. But it's lovely conditions on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Still a little bit of low cloud. I'll be interested to see what it's like when we get up to the higher parts of the circuit going further round. At RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch with us, we'd love to hear from you. It's
a very interesting thought, that, actually, John, because if you've raised a very good point I hadn't even thought about there. If you're used to doing this series, no matter how many events you've done, but let's say you've done a handful of them, you are absolutely used to being out on track at all times with other people around you. You don't know any different.
Yeah.
So you're right. You get into a group, you get into a line of cars, 1, 2, 3, or you follow somebody. You have pointers, you have references. Then all of a sudden you've got to do it on your own. It's probably a little bit out of your comfort zone.
Let's have a listen to anti-birdie with
It's going to be good fun. You know,
Patrick.
free track, so yeah, I'm going to enjoy it.
You're going to enjoy. I mean, if you see the Hyundai lineup here for this 24 race coming up in 3 weeks' time, there are two different kind of cars, two different models. Just talk us a bit through why two different cars competing in the same class from Hyundai.
Well, the other one, Elantra, is the newer model, but i30, the previous model, is still racing actively in Europe, so we want to have them both on the grid.
Any expectations about the qualifying today? What is the target? I mean, to go for 2 quick laps against your teammate, against the second car?
To be honest, the plan is to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, that helps a lot, staying out of trouble. I mean, yesterday it was quite tricky. We had some slightly rain in the beginning, and then in the end there was Wehrseifen and Bergwerk a bit tricky. But on a front-wheel driven car, it's not that critical compared to a GT3 car with a rear-wheel driven engine?
Well, when you lose the grip, it's critical always, but it was a good preparation for the 24 hours. We had all conditions and dark, so yesterday was good.
And today, maybe even better. Have fun for those 2 laps, and we will see later what's coming out of this.
Thank you.
Zurück zu euch.
8:30 and the 8:31. John Calvinier's name's been added to the 8:31. Didn't see him on the list yesterday. Mark Bessing and Manuel Vauk in the 8:30. Bessing was really quick yesterday. Question that I just saw for a moment from Right Turn Lover. There we are. Thanks, RTL. Is the grid preset based on any of this weekend's results? I.e. somebody already qualifying for final end 24, or is this just for huge kicks? It's a bit of both. It's practice, and you can never get enough laps, can you? Around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But there are opportunities to qualify into for manufacturer points today, of course, and that potentially as well could get you into the top 40, pre-qualified into the top 40 shootout for those at the front of the field in a couple of weekends' time. What there'll be is a list produced by ADAC when we're back here for race week, and that will give us the idea of who has still yet to get into that top 40 shootout for the main race, which we'll have for you. Extended coverage during race week, including the practice sessions, plus the qualifying and the top 40 shootout, then of course the whole race live for you in sound and vision with the World Feed TV and the streaming video as well, all carrying our audio this year, all brought back together. And with a bit of luck and a fair wind, we'll do a special midweek motorsport from the Nürburgring Nordschleife on that week, on the Wednesday, to start our coverage. Getting the top cars coming back around. You can see some times coming through. So the Adrenaline Motorsport of Andreas Scheckler, the Cayman S, heading down the Dottinger Höhe, and he was started off as the quickest, and the only sector that he hasn't aced yet was sector 6. There are 9 sectors for timing around here. He's in the 9th one now, which is the short run to the line. Now, this was from a standing start, of course, as he comes in. So, effectively, this is a warm-up lap, Peter, as he comes across the line here.
They get this and then 2 laps, don't they?
Yeah.
So it's a fair old crack, and not just one runner. It's obviously a warm-up lap to acclimatise. So even with 10-second intervals, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some cars. They must catch each other at some point.
I think they'll stretch those intervals for the faster cars.
Yeah.
When we get into Group 1, which will be the third group we see. So these are the cars all seeded on their qualifying sessions. So effectively that was the warm-up, and now they head out onto the circuit. Ian McCarthy says his brain fog is clearing. Have a lovely Sunday. Hello, Marcel Duch, who was taking some cracking photographs up at Spa over the week. Family day today. Says, I hope the coffee machine doesn't get a red flag. We'll be fine. Hello to Tubbs and the rest of the Sacred Coffee team. Once again, keeping us topped up with fuel in that respect. Matt Hunter, hello Matt. Even in sim racing, I do prefer to have someone to aim at. Solo qualifying, always a bit as a psychological gamble. If I'm chasing somebody down, at least it feels as though I'm faster. Experienced drivers would rather have a clear track, but if you've got someone to aim at, Peter, then you've got a visual representation of whether you're catching them or not. Because what you don't know is how good or bad they are, and you can actually copy their mistakes if you're not careful.
I was going to say that's the danger of falling into the trap of it's all well and good if they're doing the right thing, but if you're confident enough, you should be doing your own thing. And it's I get the logic, but you end up following the car in front, not doing your own thing.
And there is a difference between driving in qualifying and racing. I do like to have somebody to aim at when I'm racing, and given my pace, it's very seldom that I'm at the front of anything. So that is quite fun. I never seem to get enough time in nobody gets enough time in a car, but jumping in and out of different cars at different tracks, it's often a bit better. But qualifying, getting that balance right between risk and reward, bad enough on a short circuit, but going round here, 2:28 pushing on. That is the Team Sorg Rennsport BMW. And
just past the Golf, didn't it? Through Tiergarten.
I think he's passed 2 cars on his warm-up lap, if I'm not mistaken. That's the Xavi Lamadrid, Monegasque licensed driver, at least. Karel Fitch from Switzerland, and Fabrice Reicher will be in that car. And by the way, the Kiwi in the GT Tyre Porsche Cayman number 221 is Grant Dalton, and it's Grant Wolford as well. Thanks to, not sure whether it's Tim or JP in the producer's seat this morning. Live in sound and vision. Good to have your company via radio-show.co.uk, RS1. That's the 221. Grant Dalton heads out on the Grand Prix circuit. That was the car I wasn't expecting to see, to be honest.
It's the 221 car.
Yeah.
It was, just found out, it's an omission. It should have been in this group, and it was an omission from the actual grid print.
Right.
Therefore, that's why it was to one side and went last at the end.
Right, got you. Well done. So now we'll start to see some new splits. The number 396, that Adrenaline Motorsport car.
An interesting little addition as well, just for notes of, we said about one flying lap and then, one warm-up lap and then 2 flying laps. Just to add it into the rules and complications, I do like reading a bit of rules. If you pit in your warm-up lap, you go to Parc Fermé, you're out.
Correct.
That's it, done. if you pit on your 2 laps, you can then go out again.
Yeah.
Obviously not the last one, but you can rejoin. So, yeah, you've got to get it absolutely right.
Andreas Schattler in the Adrenaline Motorsport Cayman S, once again lighting up our timing screens. He was the first car away. He had the 330 VT2 rear drive Adrenaline car in behind him. That was the Oscar Sandberg driven car. The Young Racing Astra OPC, the number 87 car, out on track at the moment.
And these are cars where its teammates had problems yet they didn't at the
Correct.
The 88 and 89, but as you pointed out when it went off the grid there, it's one of the oldest cars here, and funnily enough, it's one of the most reliable. Kept out of troubles, keep going round. There it is. Don't curse at Snowden. Shut up.
Tobias Young listed in 2 of the 3 of those cars, the 88 and the 89, which we saw yesterday. The 89 with CEO of Alfa Romeo, Jean-Philippe Imperato, and Francois Valles in that car. And they're slightly, well, the 88 car is in VT2, but the SP3T is the Opel Astra Cup of the number 89. That's the turbocharged car in a different category. Duncan Ray asking about the regulations for drivers that want to race. Are there a series of licenses from simulator learning before you can enter? There are now, Duncan. Yeah, thanks for that on our RSL_studio, hashtag RSLN24Q. You have to get your permit, and to get your permit, you've got to go and do some rookie orientation, some lead and follows, and you have to take part in you have to do a certain amount of laps in a race. Well, the only races around here, other than the 24, which you can't get into straight away, are the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series, which is why there's always 2 or 3 before the Nürburgring, so that new drivers do have the opportunity. Now, there are different grades of licenses depending on what cars you want to drive. You can get your basic license, shall we say, fairly easily without having to do too much driving. You've got to do, if you want to drive one of the GT3, the SP9 cars, I think you've got to do 18 laps in race conditions, which you can just about do. I mean, yesterday we did, in 3 hours, we did 6, 8, that's 14. We did 21 laps. In a 4-hour race, you'll add another 7 to that, so about 28 laps. Well, that means if you're splitting that between 2 drivers, you've probably got to do 2 races, 2 4-hour races. And that's for the quicker cars as well, of course. For the smaller cars, it's restricted by engine horsepower. And for quite a long time, the Aston Martin, know you like this, the Aston Martin Performance Centre on Gottlieb Daimlerstrasse, which is just to driver's left of the Dottinger Hurt, they had an early V8 Vantage that was tuned down, and it was the old green car, Kermit, so it was Kermit the Permit, because that was what you had to use to go out there to get your permit verified.
We had a lower powered one of those very early on as well.
Was it missing a cylinder?
It was actually called an N24 when it first came out.
Yeah, that's
Remember
right.
That? Named after this because of that car.
Well, and those are the
4.3 versions. Then they moved it to a GT4 with a 4.7 in it. But the very early cars were called N24s.
Well, Graham Humphreys,
I remember,
doyen of Group C, was working with Aston then and consulting, and that first car, Kermit, which finished 24th overall the first time it raced here, was literally built on the line. Yeah. It was on the line, and instead of having, oh yes, we're going to have the Bordeaux red leather inside, it's roll cage seat, and it was a build sheet on that car.
Absolutely, a bit of Alcantara. It was very much Graham Humphrey's baby at the time. Then,
genius.
Of course,
and that was the start of GT4.
Well, it was what we know. Of course, then exactly. I don't think it was ever meant to be quite that. It was just let's put the safety equipment required for a race car into our road car on the production line, as you say, and let's see what it will do. And it was like, oh, and I think if anything, the result called them out a bit.
Did?
In terms of nobody expected to go out with failure in mind. Obviously, you don't do that, but it did so well. Did not win its class.
Won its class at 24th overall.
Yeah.
As I say. Now that's going back a bit. That's going back, as I say. That was
2005.
Was it 5? Was it that
Yeah.
early? Wow. And Dr. Ulrich Betz, of course, was top man then at Aston Martin, CEO, and along with David King, head of engineering and subsequently head of Aston Martin Racing when it was brought back in-house 3 or 4 years ago, and all of the Q projects and the 171 and all of that kind of thing. David, big fan of the Nürburgring and the N24. Tells me he'll be there this year. Didn't tell me in what capacity. He's not with Aston Martin anymore. He's moved on to pastures new. But he'll be there in some capacity, and I wouldn't rule out him being back there with some kind of racing project in the not too distant future. I owe him and Uli's successor, Andy Palmer, huge debt of thanks for allowing me to be the balance of performance in the GT4 car in 2017 in a 24-hour race at Kota. That was a GT8, of course, that became the road car. That was very much, again, a road car with a cage in it. So we're starting to see some times now coming in, and quite a big gap between Andreas Schettler at the front of the field for Adrenaline Motorsport in the 396 and 9:39. The 224 has gone through in second place on the timing, and that's Leon Kohler for Team Sorg Rennsport, but that's a different category, VT2 rear drive. 9:43, 5 seconds ahead of Oscar Sandberg in the VT2 rear drive BMW, the G20 for Adrenaline, who has pitted. So Oscar's only done one lap. He's crossed the line, round the Grand Prix circuit and back in to the pit lane using the cut through rather than going back on. So Oscar seems to think he's done enough. V6, second position at the moment for 227. The Team Sorg Rennsport car, and Rasmus Hemlich in the Porsche Cayman S with a 9:58. And teammate in third in the Cayman S 228 is Xavi Lamadrid. And he is on, oh wow, a 1/10 of a second different between those Team Sorg Rennsport cars. So that was pretty close. Going out for another crack at it is Hemlich.
Slight correction, the N24 actually came out in 2006. It's been developed in 2005.
Yeah.
So I remember it was actually 2006 they did the Nürburgring. You forget also that one of the drivers was Dr. Ulrich Betz.
Yeah, I know. A massive proponent of this race.
We overlooked that very easily. Talk about putting your money where your mouth is. It's absolutely amazing he went out there and did that.
And one of the more bizarre stories to come out of Dr. Betz, who was head of Aston Martin, CEO of Aston Martin at the time, being here, was that whilst driving one of the iterations of the Vantage, as you know, Peter, some of our listeners and viewers may not, that you can often have 6 or 7 cars sharing one pit garage, and it so happened that the Aston Martin was sharing with the 2 Lexus RCFs, the fantastic machines, and the RC, what were they? Not the RCFs, that's the latest one, the V10, the big V10 sports car. And Akio Toyoda, who's head of Toyota, was racing one of those. And Uli Betz and he got together, and what became of that in an effort to get their Aston's numbers down was, of course, the Aston Martin Signet. And that came from a meeting in the pit garages here from two CEOs of one of, well, arguably the biggest manufacturer in the world,
exactly.
And one of the smallest.
Yeah.
And their shared love of endurance racing, particularly here at the Nürburgring.
Can you imagine how that conversation started, though?
Yeah.
Why don't you? We're here. We're CEOs of our own companies, as you say. Toyota and Aston Martin, big names, yeah. Driving cars.
Pulls apart in terms of.
Why don't we take your smallest car?
Yeah.
And call it an Aston Martin? Yeah. Can you imagine how that started?
Yeah.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall for that conversation.
What you really need, Dr. Betts, is to take our Toyota Aygo and rebrand it as an Aston Martin, and that would get you CO2 numbers down.
Yeah, because the little IQ wasn't a little tiny thing.
Yeah, IQ. Sorry, yes, not even an Aygo. Yeah.
But have you seen, of course, now that there's a guy that races one of the Vulcans, Gleb Stefanov, has taken an IQ or Signet, given it back to the factory and asked them to reverse engineer it. It now has a full 4.7 V8 Vantage in it, everything in it. Good mate of mine, David Hornsey, has driven it up the Goodwood Festival Hill at the Festival of Speed in the UK. It's there on YouTube, metallic green thing, on prop, all the wheels and whatever. I think the prop shaft is something less than an inch long, apparently.
Yeah.
It's that tiny. But they've reverse engineered and put a full Vantage V8 into a Signet. We don't think it quite meets the emission requirements, John, but what a fun car.
David King and I, and somebody mocked it up, did an April Fool for that with a mid-engined. It was mid-engined, that one. Because when I worked for RML, the late and very much missed David Leslie was the man who drove our Nissan Micra with a 2-litre touring car engine in the back of it, and I went out with him on the shakedown of that, and that was an experience.
I was going to say, just absorb what you've just said. I went out with him on the shakedown. David Leslie.
Yeah, well, he was our, whilst I was working there, he was effectively our works manager as well, as a very tidy racing car driver. And I took pictures of him racing at Le Mans in '89 in an Aston, would it be? I've got some black and white pictures of him somewhere. Was it the Jaguar for him that year? I have to look them out now. And that car subsequently got a 350 engine in the back of it, and of course that led to all kinds of weird and wonderful projects with Michael Malik now at the head of the company. They've just actually produced the GT4, new Lotus GT4 racing car, but they do all the road going conversions for Vulcan, for Aston Martin, for those people who want them. They did for Nissan, they did 2 Nissan Dukes with the full drivetrain and twin turbocharged engines from the GTRs. They did one, a fairly cooking version with only 480 horsepower, and then they did the full 560.
Only 480?
Yeah, I drove one of those. It was a lot of fun. It was sideways a lot. And that was just meant to be an engineering exercise. But we had one as a demonstrator and safety car at the Dubai 24 Hours. And off the back of that, they had to build about another 10 or 12 and sold them.
It reminds me of the story of when Colin Chapman at Lotus gave Jim Clark a car for the weekend, or for Christmas holidays, 1960-61, issued him a car to drive back to Scotland in. And it was a Ford Anglia. If you're familiar with those little Z-back Anglia of that period.
105E.
Correct. And Clark apparently wasn't too impressed. And Chapman said, just trust me, and just off you go with it, and gave it to him. Of course, driving from where he was all the way up to Scotland, he had to refuel it. And at some point, he was thinking, this is a little bit quicker than he was expecting. So at some filling station, he opened the bonnet, had a look, and there was the first iteration of the Lotus twin cam engine in this Anglia.
Yeah.
Chapman hadn't told him and just given it to world champion elect and say, just drive that and see what he said, knowing full well he'd come back and report what an amazing little car it was.
LFA was the
LFA, yes.
I was looking for. The RCF is the current one that is raced. Very underrated car and sounded fantastic. Another quick lap then from the number 396, and the best time that we've seen so far has come down to a 9:36.760 for the Team Zorgs Rennsport. And well done then to Andreas Schettler. Here comes Leon Köhler to the end of the lap. He's already over that time, but he's not in the same category. Oscar Sandberg has already pitted. He's ahead of him. So is he going to improve? Xavi La Madrid has got a purple sector in the middle of the track in the Cayman S number 228.
And Sandberg in the 330 Adrenaline Motorsport 330 BMW in the pit. That's their session over now because what the
he pitted
exactly.
He pitted at the end of his first. He only did one lap. 10:01. So not an improvement for Leon Köhler. But we have got, of these cars out there, we've got 5 of them under 10 minutes, which on a combined lap, think about how much time you are on the Grand Prix circuit. So a combined lap of under 10 minutes. He's not hanging around here in some of these relatively street stock looking and sounding cars. I do think the Cayman is just such a beautifully balanced car.
I'm going to put it on the line here. I've always thought it was a grossly underrated car.
What is?
It's a fantastic piece of kit.
In some ways, as a checkered flag comes out for a couple of Caymans coming through, including one of the GT cars and the Adrenaline Motorsport team as well, who do improve. 10 minutes exactly, 0.347. That's going to be very annoying. Where did I lose the 0.3 in the 444? You want to have. Now I'm not sure which of the Korns were in there, whether it was Tobias Ulrich or Daniel. I think it was Tobias, wasn't it? Oh, it's Daniel. It's Daniel Korn, excuse me. He's going to be thoroughly annoyed with himself that he didn't find 0.3 of a second to get a sub 10-minute lap. In fact, his last lap has been given as a 9:57, so that was a little bit slow. So he has got that 10 minutes 0.3, and he's taken 0.3 nearly away from that to be the quickest of the V5 cars we've seen so far, and he becomes the 6th car to go under 10 minutes. Waiting for Ben Lyons to come down in the 325i. This is the 323 car. It's one of the last ones out. And his first lap was a 10:24. He's on the Dottinger Höhe now. I don't think he's going to beat his 10:24. We did have yellow flags and a slow zone. That's on the Grand Prix circuit to get people back into the grid. Through he comes. BMW's coming in. Also Ulrich Schmidt in the GT VW Golf Mark 7 and Fabian Peroni in the F30 328. Let's wait for those guys to come across the line. Here comes the Golf into the final chicane. Don't mess it up now. Can really touring car that chicane. Very flat top curbs there, and I'm surprised not to see them doing that on this qualifying lap. Just coming up to 10 o'clock, and was that an improvement for the Golf? 10:29.870. Yes, it was. Second in the front wheel drive class, still the Opel Astra number 87, the old car, which pitted some time ago. Fabian Peroni improves as well, and waiting to see Grant Dalton come through in the Porsche Cayman. Waiting for the next groups to come out. Everybody except the Zorg Rennsport 224 of the driver you can hear in the background having the German interview at the moment, improved on their second lap. That is the Porsche Super Cup driver. of Leon Kohler. So he didn't improve. He did a 9.43 on his first lap and a 10.01, so maybe a slight problem there. One of Walter Lechner's driver in the Porsche Super Cup. But everybody else doing their fast lap on the first round around. Well, I say that, of course, but we did have some people pull in to the pit lane. Andreas Schettler enjoyed himself and was the fastest of that category. 9.36, 9.5 minutes for the combined track leader.
I'm going to say that he's beaming there, isn't he? Clearly very happy driver interview going on, Andreas Schettler there. And unsurprisingly, so you say, he's the top of the timesheet, so why wouldn't he be? He's done a great job so far.
Take a picture of, you talked about using your phone earlier on, take a picture of that one, Andreas.
Yeah.
That one goes in the frame in the office. Top time. Car's being put into Parc Fermé for the time being. They'll be given back to the teams later. So let's confirm then, Andreas Schettler the quickest with a 9.36 in the best of the V6 classes. VT2, Leon Kohler didn't improve on his second lap in the 2.24 Team Sorg Rennsport BMW, but his best of the rear drive cars. In V4, that was the Lions car, wasn't it, that was the best of that, and the VT2 front was the old Opel Astra front wheel drive car, the number 87. So now you've got the idea of this. We've got two more groups, and the groups get quite a lot larger from this point onwards. See if I can find the right piece of, I was going to say the right piece of paper now, but
this is the biggest grid to go out, I think, and the biggest group almost.
So this is Group 2.
Yep.
And you reckon this is fastest through to slowest, don't you?
Still the same as the previous group, yeah. It's the next one that changes order to the final, so SP9s.
So if this is right, then the first car we see should be the 127, which is the K Kramer Racing Uge and Co KG. Karsten Kramer, Christopher Bruck and Maury Krantz. I'm guessing Maury Krantz will do the qualifying here, but I may be wrong. It's the 127 car. The 126, which is sitting in the pit lane at the moment, is the Krohn Aviation car, which has got the one of the longest pairings and most raced pairings ever, I would have thought. Tracy Krohn and Nicholas Jonsson. Nicholas now making his home in just outside Atlanta, Georgia, in Buford. Tracy Krohn, of course, is from Houston, Texas, oilman. Saw him in, race up all the way up to World Championship level and at Le Mans, as he has done down through the years. Now, are they in this category then? 126, I think they might be.
I was trying to find them because, interesting enough, John, as you said, the first car to go out is the 127. Second car to go out, according to my sheet, would be 125.
That's Huber Motorsport, yeah.
But we were looking at the 126. And at the moment, I'm just struggling to find that it's in the group, but that might just be me.
So the 126 Huber car's got Thomas Kaliner, Hans Wehrmann, Stefan Aust and Christian Bollrath. I think it might be Christian who does the, maybe Stefan in that, we'll see. If you're following along on timing, we will add these cars into the 13 that we've seen so far. Oh yeah, Tracy Krohn is there, and Nicholas Jonsson. There they are, fifth off. They'll go after.
Ah yes, got it.
After the 161. That's the Teichmann Racing KTM Crossbow. That's the Tim Santler, Florian Wolf and Laura Kreiheimer. Laura will do that, won't she? I would think so. She knows the car very, very well.
Just in front of that should be the number 80 Pro Sport Aston, shouldn't it?
Yes, first of the Astons that we've seen today. That's one of the GT4 cars in SP8T. Maxime and Guillaume Dumarie, Jean Glorieux and Simon Balken, the Belgian. So three Belgians and a German there. Jean Glorieux very French-sounding name, but has a German license. Lives in one of those areas that has been swapping backwards and forwards down through the years. Saint-Martin's. You see it round Spa in particular on the way down to the Nürburgring. There's a interesting mix of French and German place names. So they are rolling the cars out now. We've got some TCRs going out as well here. So a couple of the Hyundais moving. So that'll be the Mark Besseng car, I think, the 830 and the 831. Yeah, and Anti-Burry probably to do the qualifying for the 830. Not sure. Manuel Lauk and Mark Besseng, isn't it, in the 830? They'll be 7th and 9th. Also out there, the number 82, which will be Alexander Mies, Christoph Breuer, Mike David Ottman and Miklas Born. Miklas to do the qualifying there, I'm guessing. That is Anti-Burry in the I-30N. The shades of blue on his helmet. So he will be qualifying the 830. I love the idea of a TCR car around here. Loads of downforce, really good through the twisty bits, front wheel drive, factory built race car for 130,000, 150,000 euros.
Yeah, I mean, what's not to like?
Yeah.
And you can race in so many series. Obviously you can do all sorts here, but you can do other stuff in it. Global Series, World, European, where you could probably race almost every weekend in Europe in one of those during the season.
I knew, up until recently, I don't know if this is still there, but certainly a couple of seasons ago, there were a group of businessmen from, I think it was Denmark, somewhere in Scandinavia, who had a Cupra. Actually, it was an older Seat TCR car. So they had a TCR car that they kept either right here at the Nürburgring or very close to it, in a container, in a locked container. They paid a guy to fettle it for them, and for each N24 race, each of the VLN races,
yeah.
They would fly in on Friday, do a bit of practice on Friday, warm up on Saturday, race the car on Saturday, and fly back home on Sunday. And the car was so reliable that basically, as long as it didn't bend it, it would get polished down, it would get a spanner check, a new set of tyres for the next time, all the fluids checked, locked back up again, and then, you know, on the Wednesday and the Thursday before the race, that little man would turn up, fettle it, roll it out, make sure it was in the pit, get everything going. And they did that for, it must have been 3 or 4 years, maybe even longer. Well, if you've split the cost between the three of you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, there's a GT4 BMW that races in the UK. That's one of those Team Brazil cars. Mm-hmm. And its first race meeting, which was a club meeting, it had an engine problem on the test day, actually. And the race was a qualifying race on the same day, on the Saturday. Test day had an issue. So what did they do? They went and bought an engine for an M3 on eBay overnight, shoehorned it in, swapped it out, because it's all the ECUs and bits that make it all different. Put it in, went out, put it on pole, and won the race the next day. Just got literally got an engine off eBay, went racing. It's the way to do it.
So second group, the middle group, if you will, going out at RSL_studio, hashtag RSLN24Q. Aston coming round. This is that number 80, the Pro Sport Racing. Maxime and Guillaume Dumaret, Jean Clariot, Simon Balkan. Can't see who that is. The unmistakable rumble of the V8 twin turbo. A little bit quieter than they used to be with the turbos on, but still a glorious sound. Using a worked on version of the AMG V8. Always remember talking to the engine guys at Aston for both road and the race cars and being surprised at how laid back AMG were about them retuning the engine. 12 Celsius out there at the moment, so the temperature's coming up. This is similar to what we saw towards the end of the race yesterday, which finished in full darkness. The top of Group 2 about to come out of the pits. Our pit exit is now red for top qualifying Group 2. First time we've done this with every single competitor being allowed to run the top qualifying or the shootout style qualifying. Lining up on driver's left. And with a bit of luck, Patrick will run down some of these drivers and we'll get to see them before they go out. Good morning to Brittany Tandy over in Bedfordshire and family Tandy. Been a busy weekend for Nick. WEC yesterday and out early in qualifying for KCMG today. I wonder if Nick might even qualify today just to get him a couple of extra laps in the car, given that he did the warm-up this morning. We'll see that in a little while.
Wie sehr freust du dich auf das 24-Stunden-Rennen diesmal mit Besuchern?
Ja, mega. Ich bin jetzt im 15. Jahr dann auch dabei dieses Jahr. Die letzten Jahre war es leider immer vom Wetter her wirklich viel Pech gehabt. Ich hoffe für alle, dass wir schöne Tage haben und dass wir
flick through, see who else is in here.
Viel Spaß jetzt hier auf deiner freien Runde.
Yes, it is. So we have got 36 cars. The last car to go out here will be the young motorsport car, the 89, I think. Which is the Jean-Philippe Imperator and Francois Valles car. Well, they've done this very well. This group have organised themselves much better than the first group, and we're ready to get going pretty quickly. Just having a quick look down to see if there's anybody else. There's one of the Door Racing. There's the Door Racing 240, which won its class yesterday. Who else is in there? See if there's any other big drivers. The KTM Crossbow ready to go.
Wie sehr wirst du das Auto auch strapazieren oder wirst du die Runde genießen und entspannt in Anführungszeichen fahren?
Also wir sind hauptsächlich hier um Kilometer und Runden auf dem GTX zusammen. Das gesamte Team ist bis jetzt nicht viel mit dem Auto gefahren. Wir wollen mehr Erfahrung für 24er sammeln. Von daher gehe ich das entspannt an. Gucken, was am Ende bei rauskommt.
And that's Tim, that's not Laura actually in that car, that's Tim Sandler in that car with the unique clamshell. Basically slides up and forwards and reveals the tubed full roll cage. So Tim Sandler taking qualifying duties there for that car.
It's quite a complex mechanism, that that canopy on that, isn't it? But it seems to work very well. It does always catch my eye when you see it opens. You see it just lifts, slides forward and goes up. It's quite a... I just imagine the working out all those cantilevers. It's quite clever. And if it's not quite aligned, I'm sure it's a bit tricky to not get into place.
1 minute to the first car. The team's been asked to leave the grid. Antti Burri. Now, Antti, early on, might fancy his chances against the Aston ahead of him because he'll be very quick through the early part of the lap and he'll get his front tyres up to temperature much quicker than the Aston will get its tyres up. But he'll be a little bit down on top speed. Might find that he drops back a little bit on this first warm-up lap. So the 127 then, as we mentioned, about to go off first. This is the Christopher Brück driven 992 Cup car. There's another good way to go racing. Get yourself a Cup car, whatever vintage. And off goes the K. Kramer racing machine. So I got that one wrong as well. I thought Maury Krantz might qualify that, but it's Chris Brück. Stefan Aust, well, there you go. You could have picked any of the guys from that car. Tim Sandler in the 161 Teichmann Racing crossbow. And Simon Belcan will be in the Pro Sport dark green. That's great. So it's almost a matte green, that as well, isn't it? Then the Krohn racing car will be no one other than Niklas Jonsson. As that Porsche, the Krohn green aviation car. Phil Durr for the Durr Racing Aston Martin GT4 69 car, a little bit more white on that machine. Then it's Antti Burri in the 830. Sorry, it's Manuel Lauk in the 830. Antti Burri's behind the next Aston Martin Vantage. So 3 Astons in this group for Sarah Rigby to get excited about. Number 82, Mike David Ortmann. And then Antti Burri in the i30N Hyundai. Similar platform, different body shape to the Elantra that Manuel Lauk has got. Ersin Yukasak in the red, white and blue, number 79 BMW. Then it will be, that's the JJ Motorsport car. Then Celia Martin in the 220 BMW for GT Tyre. Carl Frederick Kolb in the 255, the red, white and black Porsche of K. Kramer Racing. That's one of the GT4 Club Sports, the newer ones. 254 out next. And that was, I think, Leonard Irma that was going out there in the 911, the very light blue car. Evgeny Zelensky for the Aston. John Lee Shamboni for the 259. And still they come. Martin Meenan, another 718 Cayman. Peter Elkman for a Golf TCR. That's an early Golf TCR before they got the bigger arches. Jean-Francois Bruno for 252. So plenty of Cup 3 cars out there. That's another K. Kramer racing car. Fabio Grossa for the 353 G-Tech competition. BMW M2 871, last car on the starting lift, Adrenaline Motorsport. Jürgen Voringer for the 250. That's another Cup 3 class car for W&S Motorsport. 244, interesting colour for the BMW from Schnitzelarm Racing. Marcus Sund, 251, W&S Motorsport. The Ford Mustang, which we mentioned yesterday with the zebra colours and the slight blurring around the edge. It's Ralph Cabra who'll take the 109 out. Now that car in the past has raced in alternative fuels. Yes, it's still racing in alternative fuel class AT. 256 Jordan Love going out in the all-white Cayman. That looks brand new, that car. For the car he started with Tony Ristis for Tim Mathol. That, I think, is the car that Peter Kate will be driving later on. Arjun Baini on the 261. It's another name that you'll know from motorsport. Franz Disvok for Team Mathol. Oh, is that the car? Finn Albig, 240. That's the BMW, of course. In the 240 BMW Cup cars that were designed for this. Another Adrenaline Motorsport car. Thomas Ardelt in another 240 Racing Cup car, the 241. Sven Urban and Manuel Dormagen, his teammates. We've got a couple to go. Jan Boris Schmeing for the 258 team. That's another Cayman for K. Kramer Racing. And last but by no means least here is the number 163 KTM Crossbow. So we haven't got the Door racing car. So the 163 Teichmann car goes out. And we were supposed to have had... the 89 had the crash yesterday, didn't it? The Jean-Philippe Imperato and Francois Valles car, the Young Motorsport, sorry, not the Door Motorsport car. So that car didn't make qualifying. Doesn't mean it can't go out in the race. They might still be working on it, Peter.
They are. I'm just trying. I knew the colour for that BMW. I think it's called Dakar Yellow.
Dakar Yellow. Yeah.
Don't know why it's important to mention that, but I just thought I'd do something in the background.
The very light yellow colour that they launched the M4s and the X4M competitions in is called Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
I know that because we've had one a couple of times when we were in the States. And the new GV60 that Genesis just launched out at Frankfurt Airport, actually, where there's a hotel where you can park your car outside your room. So all the journalists got into their rooms, and overnight their drive cars for the next day were loaded onto their balconies effectively. So they woke up with a full charged GV60, and that was exactly the same colour.
There you go.
But from a different manufacturer. So they do like the Larry colours for launch. So
31 cars in this group.
Right.
That should keep us busy, John. We did say it was the biggest group with the most categories in here. So everything from Cup 2s, Cup X, SP8Ts, TCRs, SP10s, Cup 3, Cup 5.
I think we should have had 36 cars in this, but as you rightly say, there's a few missing. Only 31 have started a lap. So we've lost a few from the start list that was published overnight, and even from the 32 that you were expecting, Peter, we've lost that number 89 Young Astra. That was the car, if I remember rightly, that went into the wall at Galgenkopf.
Yeah, correct.
In the last third or so of the race. As I say, there's every opportunity for them to be still working on that car. Tim Sandler in the KTM, running with the Audi engine amidships. That's a GT2 car, isn't it, the 161?
Yeah, and we lost I'm not sure you mentioned this, John, in case you didn't, the 832 Cupra TCR. Riebel and Schmidt had that accident yesterday during the race, so that's why that didn't take part. Yeah. That's one of our missing cars, shall we say.
Right, that's it. A GTX KTM crossbow. A variety of engine opportunities for KTMs. All Audi based. 4 and 5 cylinder. I think they do the 1800 and the 2.5 litre 5 cylinder for the GT2 car, which produces a ridiculous amount of horsepower. Carbon fibre monocoque, carbon fibre clamshell. As Peter was saying, nice piece of engineering. Widened body on the GT2 version of that car.
And quite an extraordinary thing. I mean, KTM, motocross bikes really is what they're famous for. 2 wheels as opposed to 4 wheels, and they came out with that crossbow some years ago.
Yeah.
Which we all thought was kind of wacky and out there and a bit left field. And I was very lucky to do a little bit of testing with that with Phil Keane in the UK, and we both said at the time, this company, this ethos, this philosophy, it's going to go somewhere. You could tell that it was going to.
Didn't Phil try and break a lap record around here?
He did. KTM? Yes, he did in that crossbow.
Right.
Yeah.
In the original open top crossbow.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
There's still a series for those, for the open top cars. We had them as a support and a Creventic event a little while ago, and I loved the idea of it. There's various versions of that. Sequential shift box on that, if I remember as well.
Yes.
Here comes the Tim Sandler 161. Dark green colour really suits that car. That's a much wider body on the GTX. Very light, of course, the construction. And described as the ultimate track weapon by KTM. And a fully homologated roll cage in that, carbon fibre seat as standard, and that does use the 2.5 litre 5-cylinder Quattro TFSI engine. Lehman Motor Technic do all of the tuning on that, and that is power shift as well. Six-piston brakes, yeah. 1,048 kilos, that's what I was looking for. So, and with 530 horsepower.
I was just doing exactly the same. They say the legendary Audi 5-cylinder engine. Again, Audi did something slightly different there, didn't we? We were talking yesterday about a straight six, and there's something about the smoothness of it. You'd had a Jaguar of that, and we had 4 cylinders and straight sixes were pretty well what we had many years ago in our youth and our teenage. And Audi came along with this thing and went, let's do a 5-cylinder. And everybody was, what do you mean? It's got to be a 2, a 6, or a V12, or
absolutely nothing like the sound of a tortured, overblown, wastegate whistling Audi straight 5 in a Quattro in Dolby Forest or Kielder Forest, cracking a cold.
But we forget how much they moved the boundaries of things there, because, as we said, it was. You've just described it there in your passion with it, John. But it's a 5-cylinder. It's turbocharged. It's 4-wheel drive. It was a whole new world. Now that's all electronically done, whatever, it's quite mechanical. This, but you know, Michel Mouton or somebody in an Audi Quattro on song, so wastegate popping. Just
before they got to the S2s, the short wheelbase cars or anything, an original UR Quattro is still a thing of beauty for me. And up in the northeast of England, everybody was still rallying Mark II, sometimes Mark I Escorts, various bits and pieces, Talbot Avengers and Sunbeams, some Lotus Sunbeams if you were pretty well off.
I guess you have a bit bigger budget, you can have a Lotus Sunbeam.
And then all of a sudden, a chap called Darrell Wiedner turned up, and an American called John Buffum. Darrell Wiedner was clear light windows back in the day, and he had an X-Works Audi Quattro. And John Buffum was learning the British forests prior to going and doing World Championship. And they turned up in 2 Quattros, and of course they blew everything away.
2 Quattros, just
yeah, they had one each, and it was.
You must have thought a spaceship had landed.
Yeah. Well, we'd seen them in the World Championship rallies, but we hadn't seen them in
the flesh.
In the flesh, and we hadn't seen them at that level of regional, national rallying, and just extraordinary. And of course, the other thing that they pioneered was the lamp pods, because that was the other thing. They had that particular array of lights, which was the 2 and 1, and then they went to the 4 across the top, and that was all new to us. But one of those, you knew what was coming. Put it that way, because there was nothing that sounded like it.
Exactly, heard it long before you saw it. Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, we're getting cars coming back now as we're waxing lyrical about our motorsport past, and we've got 3 cars pretty close together, and it's 2 of the Porsches, the Kramer Racing 127, which started things off, and the Huber Motorsport 125 in behind it, with Stefan Aust behind the wheel. They start their first flying lap. There's a BMW in there as well, which is not sure where that's come from. Which one was that? Did you catch the number of that as it went through?
I didn't, sorry, no, John. I missed that one. Just looking at those other 2 BMWs, just the yellow ones we were talking about, weaving down the dotting Hover, trying to break the toe from one another on the warm-up lap, effectively. I know it's about to start their timed lap, but
just a reminder, we are in the second of the top qualifying, as it's called, which is cars set off at 10 to 15 second intervals, and warm-up lap and 2 flying laps around the Nordschleife. Yeah, those two, the 244 and the 245 BMWs in team order there. 244 being, both of those being the Schnitzelarm Racing machines. 244, they were quite a long way down, weren't they, when they started off? That is, the 244 is driven
20th, yeah.
Yeah. By Tim Neuser is the 245, and the 244. Oh no, Tim Neuser's in the 244. Right, he swapped cars then.
Yeah.
And the 245 then, who's got in the other car?
Markovits.
Well, that's Marcel Markovits. That was the car that... Okay, so those two have swapped cars, I reckon. Because I had Markovits in the 244. No, he is. Is he in the 244? No, they have the swapped cars.
Yeah.
So Markovits, Marcel Markovits and Tim Neuser have swapped cars for whatever reason from the entry list that I had. Tim Sandler at the top of one of many blind brows in the KTM. One thing you notice about the onboard in the KTM is how low down that car is. Really sitting on the ground, in that it's much more of a GT machine than a touring car based machine. And coming down to Brunchen now, with a car ahead of him, working the gearbox on the paddles. That offbeat 5-cylinder thrum behind him. I've got a 3-cylinder triple cylinder motorcycle, which is a bit like that. It's just sort of offbeat.
You've got too many toys, John.
They're not toys, they're essential business items.
And I knew you defended. I didn't think it would be quite so instantaneous.
Actually, that Triumph that I've got, the old Thunderbird, the 85 Thunderbird, needs to be put back together, because I used to actually commute on that when I lived down in London, so it was very useful, but it doesn't get a lot of use now. Christopher Brook then in the number 127 Kramer Racing car that went off first, unsurprisingly setting fastest laps. So what did we have before? We were well in the 9s. This is going to be an 8. It's an 8:31.727 on his first flying lap. Now he's got the length of the Grand Prix Strecke to decide whether he peels back into the pit lane or continues. Tim Sandler.
That's an impressive time, actually, 8:31.
Yeah, very, very good.
Yeah.
Remember, that's
straight out of the box, John.
That's
8:31,
and that's a Carrera Cup car.
Exactly my point. Yeah. I was just looking at that time and just absorb it, thinking, hang on, that's a very impressive time.
There's the second Cup car going through. That is the 127, and that's the K Kramer car with who did we put in that?
Brook.
127, that's right. So who came through second? The 125, sorry, that was what I was looking for. Stefan Aust, wasn't it?
Stefan Aust came through for the Huber, that's right.
9 seconds away.
Stefan Aust auf dem Auto, wie kam es dazu, dass jetzt das Qualifier fährt?
Aston Martin Vantage still to put its time in. There goes Nick Jonsson in another Cup car, 8:43.5. That'll put him third, listed as RPM Racing. Sandler goes through for the Cup X Teichmann Racing Cup. Tim clocks 8:46.8. 8:59 for Simon Balkan in the Aston Martin, and he's immediately eclipsed by the Dorr Motorsport number 69 car of Phil Dorr. So he's the best of the 8Ts at the moment. The GT4 cars about to come through as well for Pro Sport, with Mike David Ortman at the wheel. Wait for that car to come across the start-finish line. SP8T and SP10, slight differences. SP10 is the full GT4 class. 8:56.6 for the SP10 car. That's one of the Pro Speed machines, best in that class we've seen so far. Manuel Lauch for Hyundai and the team car. This is the Elantra, the fastback. Oh, just doesn't break 9 minutes. So that's something for Antti Birdie to aim at in the I-30. Wastegate whistling in the Hyundai as it went through. Proper little rally car sound on that one. Antti Birdie hasn't broken 9 minutes. Here he comes to the line. 9:09, so slower than his teammate by a full 7.5 seconds. Yasin Yukasan for BMW number 79 will be the next car across. Remember, they all get one more lap if they want, and that's the JJ Motorsport car, sharing with two Belgians, Recep Sadi and Hakan Sadi. There he goes, 9:14. Waiting for another Aston Martin now, aren't we? 81. Well, that's a decent time for Leonard Erm in the Porsche. He's just gone through in the Cup 3 car, the 254, in a 9:06, waiting for the Yevgen Sokolovsky. Sokolovsky then just finishing the lap now in that Pro Sport Aston 9:19. Puts him at the moment in 14th, third in SP10.
I'd have expected a bit more out of that, to be honest. It's early days.
Well, the best in that class is sub 9 minutes. So they're half a minute away.
I know it's third in class, but it's just I was expecting a little bit more than 9:19 there. But
it's the 81. That's the 81 gone through. And into the pits for the Pro Sport Aston Martin leads SP10. So the number 82 team, and more specifically Mike David Altman, has thought to himself, yeah, don't need to put another lap on the tyres, don't need to do anything else, I'm very happy with my 8:56. Nearly 30 seconds ahead of the next in class. The team might have said to him, pull it in. Right. Waited for the next two cars to go through and said, yeah, call it a day. So
what else are you going to achieve apart from risk?
Yeah.
At that point.
Yeah, there's not a lot of turnaround time here, so if you do have an accident, again, it's that risk versus reward thing, whereby if you bin it now, how much work can you get done?
And how much humble pie are you going to have to eat in the process?
Hello to Yoda's uncle. Have I missed anything? No, top car still to come. Why you? He says the duvet had me by the throat and wasn't letting go. Oh yes, we've all heard that before. Meanwhile, I'll go back to that in a moment. The two Hyundai 830 and 831 are in. They're just taking the tyre pressures. Manuel Lauch and where did we put the other one? Antti Birdie, wasn't it? So they'll not be going any quicker. The 66 has gone through. That was the TC R Golf, the MSC Emstal EV im ADAC. And who set that time in that car? That was Peter Elkbach. That's headed pit bound as well. All of the 31 are on, have set sector times. We're still waiting for about the last half a dozen. Mustang has gone through. That's the first. That's the first of the alternate fuel cars we've seen so far. That's the 109 car. 9:34. To be honest, anytime you're under 10 minutes around here, you're not hanging about, no matter what you are. When we get down into the low 8s, I'm very impressed with that GT3 Cup time from from the 127. That car has gone off for another lap as well, in the hands of Christopher Brück. It's a cup car now, 120, 130 for the 992. Is it that much?
Yeah, probably tops, I'd have thought, yes.
But you can't. Porsche for a while have been selling their racing cars on finance, haven't they? You get it on the Solutions program, and then you trade it back after a couple or 3 seasons, because it does have a resale value like a road car would.
Yeah, of course it does.
That new 992 Cup car, loads more aero adjustment, particularly on the back wing. Double wishbone front suspension. Mind the road car, the GT3 road car's got that awesome piece of kit. Tim Sankler then coming through the fast sweepers at the far side of the track, gets airborne. He's heading towards Brunchen again. Coming down the hill now. Oh, actually, he's beyond that. Coming down through the Stefan Beloff S's. Mention of Stefan Beloff, of course, around here. 6:13.11.
I know where you're going with this. I know exactly where you're going with this.
Lost him too soon. It's 40th anniversary today of the death of Gilles Villeneuve.
I know. Remember it well on the way to Brands Hatch for a meeting and heard it. Couldn't quite believe it. 992 GT3 Cup price. 225,000 euros.
Oh, it's a bit more.
A bit more than we thought.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, we're a bit off there, weren't we?
So
perhaps that's the price we wanted to pay, John, not the price it is.
What did you say? What?
225.
Take 40,000 off that, so it's 180 grand. Wow, that's gone up a lot. Great looking cars though. Nick Johnson's gone through for the Krone Aviation car, and an 8:12 at the last but one split. That's a 992 Cup car, so this is another Cup 2 spec car. He needs to be down in the 830s. He's not going to do that. He might go second though. Oh, he's going to be close. Needs to be. Oh, I think he's just gone over it. He's going to be third. He is third, but only by a second and a half. The Huber Motorsport, the Aust car, just beating him. Following him through was the 161. Did that improve for Taikman Racing? Yes, it did. 8:42.4, and just half a tenth away from the top three that we've seen so far in this group, which are all GT3 Cup cars. Here's the Aston. First of the Astons we see. That's the number 80. Doesn't break 9 minutes, so it's 8:59.1 last time around was the best. Got the very bright LEDs on in the front grille. Very good to have them that low down, by the way. Had that on the GT8. Worked really well. Waiting for Celia Martin in the number 220 BMW. That's the GT Tyre Motorsport by VS. SP8T third.
We've got a slow zone just at the moment on the Vidal chicane.
Well, that's because they're slowing everybody down to bring them back into the park.
Ah, okay.
That's the bit where you cut back through.
My apologies, didn't want to cause any alarm. Sorry,
no, that's absolutely fine.
Didn't read the context, sorry. There's an intervention vehicle out there at the moment. I'll just bring them all in.
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly so. Bit of a gap here as we're waiting for the next gaggle of cars. Oh, bit of drafting going on behind Celia Martin. And I think that's Carl Fredrik Kolb right in behind Eric Yukasan in the BMW. I say that because I can't see the Porsche.
It really is drafting, isn't it?
He might actually be getting a proper tow. Has he got a bungee cord on there? Carl Fredrik waits till just before the kink to pull out and try and go the long way around. Kicks up a bit of dust from the right-hand side, but he's got through, and that will have gained him a few miles an hour there in the Cayman. So let's see how he does in that 2:55 car. He's third in Cup 3 at the moment. He's got a 9:08.2 to his name. Oh, he's going to beat that. He's going to absolutely muller that. 9:04.9. He's taken 3 seconds off that. Now, does that move him up in the 2:54? It does. It puts him in second, ahead of the Kramer Racing car.
Very thinking manoeuvre there.
Fabulous.
Because also there was another BMW in front of that once he'd got the job done down the left-hand kink, as you say, on the dotting hoe, got the job done. He'd got to go around the long way, which he pulled off. But more to the point then, he had that toe. He could then tuck in behind another one on Tirgon and get a drag down the pit straight.
Double draft.
Double whammy.
Yeah, double
Great
drafted.
job done there.
Here's Yevgen Sokolovsky coming in the green and tangerine Aston. This is the number 81 car for Pro Sport Racing, and improves 9:13.8, but doesn't improve his position in SP10. Still fourth in SP10. So he did a 9:19 first time around, so he's taken 4 seconds off that. Still got a few cars to come through. Best of the Astons is still the Door Motorsport number 69. That's an 8T car. That's an 850.677 for that car. Coming to the line next will be Martin Meenen in the 260. Black Falcon improves to a 25, 9:25 that is, 3:05, 6th in Cup 3, which is for those Cayman GT4 cars. Peter Elkman in the Golf should be next. It's the number 66 MSC, and he moves to a 9:14.6, but stays third in TCR behind the two Works Hyundais, which I think I saw just coming back out the pits there. They scored us running again. Not sure how that works, whether they'll be able to go out and do an extra lap. Jürgen Wöhringer, just gone over 9 minutes in the 250. He's into the last part of the run now for the V&S Motorsport. He's had a decent run. 9:26 last time around, 7th in Cup 3, comes to the line and goes to 5th in Cup 3, the 9:24. 2 place and several seconds improvement there. Now, Guido Heinrich, BMW 871 next. That is the Adrenaline Motorsport M2 Club Sport in Cup 5. That again is the class for them. And he leads his class. I don't think we've seen any others yet. 9:39 there. Mustang comes through. 23rd of this group, 9:34 is how they stand at the moment. He'll be through in a moment. Fabio Grossa for the 253. Another one of the Porsches. Lots of Caymans out the Cup 3 cars. And across the line, Fabio. Under it, it's going to be 11 minutes. This is not a great time. 10:59 for that car. Arjun Maini, 9:46 for the Aston. That's 6th. Sorry, for the Mathol Cayman, that's 6th in Cup 3. No improvement for Arjun, so his 9:24 will be his best time. KTM Crossport goes through in a 9:28.623, 23rd for Teichmann Racing, 2nd in Cup X, led by Tim Sandler in a 48.42.7, so big time difference there. Thomas Ardelt should be next through in the Adrenaline 240 Cup car, 4th in the class for that one, and stops the clock on a 43. No, it's moved up one position. And I reckon we've got a couple of cars still to come through. Marcus Zunz doesn't break 10 minutes in the 30th position car. He's done a 10 minutes 2 already, and he does a 10 minutes 2:790. That's his best time. And that will leave one car out on the circuit, that being the 258 Cup 3 car for K. Kramer Racing. Now, listed on screen is Jan Boris Schamming, but I've got that car on the timing screen with a different driver. But we'll go with our TV colleagues. 10:04 is his best time, but he doesn't move him from 31st position. So I think we are, if money is no object, then it's a 992 Cup car at 220,000 euros. If we're racing on a bit more of a budget, then it's a TCR car. 8:31, Peter. 8:31 round the full track.
That's madness. You say Porsche's 1, 2 and 3 there, but and some decent pedalers in those cars as well. But completely through the reverse numbers as well. 127, 125, 126 for us, just to mix it up for us.
Yeah, that's I'm sorry, that's untidy.
Exactly. Just trigger your OCD, won't it? Exactly.
Yeah, massively.
Exactly. 8:31. That's a very, very impressive time for a car of that category.
Yeah. In terms of...
We focus, as we say, so much on the GT3 cars, the SB9s, as they're called here, because it's just so easy to do, because they're the headline event. And we've said so many times, how much further down the field can you have some great fun in this? And as you've just quite rightly said, John, if you've got a budget of 225,000 euros, go and get yourself a GT3 Cup 2 Porsche 992. If not, a bit less, get a TCR car and still have a whale of a time.
I'm going to say now that we'll see GT3 cars that aren't as quick as that time from Christopher Brook.
Yes.
I'm gonna write that. I don't do them all.
I was doing exactly the same.
8:31.727 for Christopher Brook in the. That was a 992 Cup car, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Right. That's now written down. We saw them last year for the first time, these 992 Cup cars, introduced into the Visit Cayman Islands Porsche Carrera Cup North America. And in the test at Sebring, they were only a couple of seconds away from GT3 category cars. And they were told to be careful because there were no spare shells. And that was at Sebring. So that was a proper workout for them. And we've seen right through this second season, the guys at the front of the field putting times in that would have put them well up the grid in the GT3 category in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. I think 9th, it would have qualified. The last race at WeatherTech race where Laguna Seca, the top Porsche qualifying time would have put it 9th in the GT field in WeatherTech.
But you've got to ask the question of Stefan Aust is no slouch in the Hubert Motorsport car. That's 9.1 seconds off Brook's time, and then
it's 3/4 of half. 3/4 of a second a mile, isn't it?
And the next one, which is a similar spec car, but from RPM Racing, so 3 GT3 Cup 992s from 3 different teams there in the top 3, but second and third are only separated by a second and a half. Second to first is 9.167 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
What are they doing different to get such a colossal gap there in class? I mean, 10 seconds.
Chris Brook is a decent driver.
But is he 10 seconds worth of a decent driver in the same car? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Porsche. KTM, Aston, Porsche, 2 Astons. Best of the TCRs down in 9th position. And that was Mama Lauk, wasn't it, in that one? Further down, the 2 cars that didn't start there. The Opel Astra Cup car, we mentioned, the 89. And the 252 K Kramer Racing car. Didn't the 252 go in the previous run? Maybe not. Right turn lover, clearly wanting to spend some money. How does a BMW M240i stack up in terms of budget? Quite well, I would have thought, because those cars have been around for a while. They extended the homologation. They were originally 235s, weren't they? And with a bit of clever reprogramming of the engine ECU, they moved them up to a 240, not by stroking the engine, but gave them a bit more power. That class was originally, Cup 5 was originally the 235 class, and they built, I think they built 20 of them, and it was that's 50 years of BMW M this year. It was the entry-level BMW M racing car. Now, whether, RTL, you can still buy a new M240 race car, I'm not sure. But Peter is finding that out. Even he knows people. He knows people at BMW. He's a product expert.
I think expert's very kind. That's very kind. Very well sold, though. I like that. Thank you very much, sir.
Did you like that?
I did.
Super little car, quite a short wheelbase, can be a bit twisty. Good fun to get sideways, as with all BMWs, they've got very long steering arms, so you can get a lot of opposite lock onto them. And that's even before you start playing them about with them. If you are doing drifting, you tend to throw even longer steering arms on, so you can get more lock on to hold it sideways.
How about pre-owned?
Yeah, pre-loved,
but obviously fresh, ready to go racing.
Yeah,
60,000 sterling.
Right, okay. So we've got 3 different levels for those of you watching and listening for your Euro Millions jackpot this weekend. Because obviously
I think the 3 levels of commentary. Yours, platinum grade. Me, I've got my novice cross on still.
I think no, you've done more than 6 events. You're fine now. But
at what level of ability? That's the point. That's the point.
The clerk of the course hasn't complained. I think you're okay. That is a lot of performance for 60,000 euros. So what, 73,000 euros, 60,000 pounds. And that again, that's a factory built. That's an M built race car, specifically originally for this category. Was that a 235 or a 240?
That was a 240i.
All right, so that's had all of the upgrades done. It's resplendent in
so there were 100,000 euros when they came out for the 2019 season, when it became the 240i from BMW.
Right.
The official price was 100,000 euros. So 89,000 at the time then.
Yeah. Wow.
But that was a jump of £25,000 over the
235s.
The 235s, yeah.
I think you could upgrade the 235s, because although there was some bits and pieces of aero and there was a different interior from memory on the 240, the main difference...
Because the interior is really important on a race car.
It was a different seat, actually, and a different dash. But I think the ECU upgrade it was an electronic retune rather than spanners and grinding valves and stroking things retune for that, and it extended the homologation of those cars for a wee while. So buy one for 60.
No, you're absolutely right. The upgrade included optimised software, engine, end plates on the rear wings, different interior cabin. See, never argue with the knowledge. You see, I'm not even trying to catch him out here. I'm just trying to reinforce just how good it is, and it's you can't catch him out.
It's only because I remember when they came out and we were talking about, whether you could upgrade them or not. Ian McCarthy with a good point. Hashtag RSL N24Q. A lot of teams getting more TV time this morning than they get for the rest of the year combined. Good to see. I do like that as well. So look, so collective, we have got 3 levels of potential competition here. Your 60 grand car, your 120 grand car, and your nearly 200 grand car. And BMW, rear wheel drive, front engine, straight 6 turbo, very nice. You've got your front wheel drive 330 TCRs, take your pick of your manufacturer. However, go for one of the new Evo VAGs, much easier to look after. The Cupra and the new Evo Audi RS3. How about this for how well engineered they are, Peter? And you'll understand. The old cars, the anti-roll bar had to have a big kink in it to go around the suspension. So for the new car,
doesn't sound very engineered, does it?
Right. Well, but you know, the road cars. It happens on road cars, and it's based on a road car, and it's only the rear wheels on a front-wheel drive car are just there to keep the exhaust from dragging on the ground, as Martin Haven always says. So the new one, it goes right through the back of the car, so you can see it through the back window. And if you want to swap the anti-roll bar or if you want to change the setting of the anti-roll bar, you take the wheel off and you can do it pretty much as you're changing the wheel. If you want to take it out completely, it's one clip and the whole thing being straight slides straight out, and then you slide the thicker or the thinner one back in. Engineering par excellence.
Designed for racing.
Oh yes, absolutely.
And the cost of a new M4 GT3?
Lots.
$500,000.
Yeah. Right. And then you've got to try and get one.
By the way, also, always read the small print. Starts.
Yes.
$530,000.
Yes. And then you've got to get one because they're...
Absolutely so.
Yeah. The M240i was replaced by the M2 Club Sport. So that's the current one now. So
you get more brake horsepower per dollar, though. It gets 590 brakes, so it's a dollar of a brake horsepower. It's not bad, is it? That's one way of looking at it.
Johannes, thank you for that. I'm still thinking 60 grand for a M240. I wonder if I could take me permit in a 240, or it might be too powerful. Right, let's get to the big lads at the front of the fields. The cars coming out of pit lane now are for Group 1, which is our third and final group of top qualifying. So this much more like what we've seen in the past. If I could only find there we are. I was going to say the right piece of paper, but it's the right piece of electronics. I try not to print stuff out nowadays, but have many screens. So this one is the opposite way around. So this will go from back to front, correct?
Yes.
So first out, 31st in this group. So first out will be the Ayachan Guven number 25 car. That's one of the 3 Porsches from memory. The number 25. Let's check that. Chan driving with... that's interesting. He's been added to that car. That's the Joachim Tyson, Klaus Raeder and Nico Menzel car. That's not the car that we saw him in yesterday. Then it's the Nicky Katzberg 98 BMW. That's the car that he shares for Motorsport Competence Group AG. It's an M4 GT3. That's $500,000 worth. Nicky Katzberg, John Edwards, Sheldon von der Linde and Marco Wittmann. Then it is the number 72. We'll go off third. And that is the BMW Junior Team that won yesterday. It's the Dan Hartmann, Max Hesse and Neil Verhagen car. Then it's the Conor de Felipe 99 BMW. Philippe Eng, Augusto Favres and Nick Yellerly. We didn't see Conor yesterday, so I wonder if he'll run today. Then the Klaus Bachler, Lars Kern, Alessio Picariello and Martin Ragginger Porsche, the 44 Falcon car. Then the Sami Matti Trogan 101 Audi. That is... Oh, Peter throwing his tablet around.
It's not my toys.
Sorry, not the Audi, that's the Valkenhorst car with Christian Krohns and Andy Soucek, taking time off playing for West Ham. Different Soucek. Then
you actually got me for a minute there. I was like, hang on. No, okay, see what he's done there.
Then the number
very good. It's early Sunday.
I did once sit down to do a full football team with names of racing drivers. Because you've got Alonso, who plays for Chelsea, used to play for us. You've got Soucek. There's plenty of Bells and Schumachers and all of that, and trying to fit them into a team. Something to while away those long winter nights. So we've got these cars out. Let's see how they do line up then. But that's the way we think the top half dozen will go. It's exactly the same in terms of the format. The cars get released at intervals. But of course the cars will be a lot quicker. The time to beat is 8:31.7, set by the Porsche Cup car of K. Kramer Racing and Christopher Brook. As these Group 1 cars are coming round. Now we have 31 cars again listed in this group. And Peter assures me that it'll be the fastest cars going first. Fastest cars going last.
Correct. Yes, you keep catching me out this morning.
Oh no, I see what they've done. All right, okay, I see what they've done. Right, so I take that back. So they've listed them in the opposite way as well.
Yeah.
So right, so first out is going to be the 100 Valkenhorst car. I wondered why yesterday's winner was going to be going out last, but right, that makes much more sense now. So Valkenhorst goes first, and that is the BMW M4 GT3 of Jörn Schmidstad, Jörg Breuer and Henry Valkenhorst. Then it will be the number 11. And we've got a couple of cars that we won't see, by the way, which Peter will remind us of in a moment. The number 11 is the Twin Busch by Equipe Vitesse. That's the Alea Earhart, Michael Heinrich, Pierre Kaffer and Arno Klassen car. Got to put Pierre in that, haven't you? That's one of the Pro-Am SP9s. So Valkenhorst at the front. And which driver is that in the car? Should have looked up earlier. I think it's probably Henry Valkenhorst in that car. Yes, it is. The black helmet. Get in. BMW M colours, 50th anniversary of BMW M. It's the featured mark at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. I say M this year, BMW M.
Which is why you can go down to Goodwood and drive a whole fleet of M BMWs. Including the insane M8 with over 625 horsepower. And you can just pay and go and drive it around there.
Round the track?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
So they have sort of an experience centre there?
Retail performance, track experience, yeah. And you can go and drive three BMW M cars, ranging from a 135 through to they've got M4s, M3s. They used to have M2s, they've got rid of those now. So it's 135s. They'll actually start with the John Cooper Works Mini. 135s, M3, M4, M5 competition, which is 600 brake and weighs the size of a small planet. And then an M8 just to really...
So an M8's an SUV then, isn't it?
No, it's the coupe.
Oh, it's the coupe, of course it is.
The big coupe. No.
Oh yes, Bradley likes the look of a 850 BMW. But he can't go taxiing in that like he can in his E-Class.
S-Class.
No, it's a... actually, it's
an S-Class, the one it's got. Current one.
No, it's a coupe. It's one of the CLSs.
CLS.
Yes, CLS. So it's on the E-Class platform. Very nice car, that. Always handy for doing weddings and funerals as well, earn them a bit of money. 4-door coupe that Mercedes pioneered. Just looking at the BMW 750 or 740i that was raced in South Africa, reading an article about that the other day, which I believe was only raced in South Africa. So it is Henry Valkenhorst, so Valkenhorst BMW, the number 100, that will get off first for our final 31 cars. Race director standing by with the green flag. One warm-up lap around the full Nordschleife. If you come in before that, you've got trouble. You won't be allowed to go on. You had to put Pierre Caffer in the Audi number 11, the twin Busch by Equipe. Simon Reicher in the 23. That's another one of the Audis for Lion Speed by Car Collection. That's a very nice car with the lion's head on the side. Charles Esplanade in CP Racing's AMG, first AMGs. It'll be Felipe Fernandez Laser in the Glickenhaus, hopefully without the gearbox issues it suffered yesterday, which cost it any decent finish. Sixdorf, Frederick Scharndorf in the number 28. It's the Dynamic Motorsport. Christian Engelhardt, Marvin Diensten, Adrian de Lenier and that as well. It's Ferdinand Stuck in the GT2 Crossbore, the 117. It'll be Valentin Haskloff for Aston Martin and the number 90. It's the first of the... Actually, there is only the one GT3 car, isn't there? The TF Sport.
Yes,
that's the Charlie Eastwood car.
The rest of GT4s, yeah.
Jordan Pepper in the Lamborghini Huracan for Conrad. That's a sensible choice. Luca Sandro Treths for the 55 AMG. And 55 is run by Landgraf Motorsport. Patrick Pilet in the 33 Falcon Porsche. Mathieu Jaminet. What was Matty in as he got away? Was that just changed? 24 Audi goes away. 24 Audi is the second of the Lion Speed car. That was Chris Meese. Then it was Schramm in the Audi. Frank Stippler goes in the number 5. Red, white, blue car for Scherer Sport. Chris Haase for the 22. Second of the Haase car, that is Team Phoenix, of course. Reinhard Kofler for the 116, that's the bright tangerine KTM Crossbow. Fabi Schiller for the Team Get Speed number 3 AMG in the BWT colours. Then it's going to be Ben Tuck for the 102, the Alpecin sponsored BMW. And he shares that with Jörg Muller, Valkenhorst car. Hopefully it doesn't get too hairy for him on the way around. I'll get that one out of the way. Yannick Metzler for AMG number 34. Then our Minty Special with the kelp blue colour on it for Mercedes Team Bilstein. Nick Tandy is doing the qualifying. I thought he might. It's an extra 3 laps to get used to the car. He did practice this morning, warm up this morning. So Brittany and the family tuned in Bedfordshire. Then Luca Ludwig for the Ferrari number 26 octane car. Jesse Krohn, no relation to the Krohns that we saw earlier on, or the Krohn that we saw earlier on. That's number 20. Christian Cronjes in the 101 Valkenhorst car. It's a Yokohama machine. Another BMW, of course. Alessio Picariello for Porsche and for Falcon. It's the 44. Augusto Farfus, we're getting towards the quick boys who finished well yesterday. Augusto Farfus, 99 Rover BMW.
Second place yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah. Dan Harper for BMW 72. That was the winning car from yesterday, the shell-coloured car, the BMW Junior Team. Sheldon von der Linde in the other Rover car, the Rover 98. And Nico Menzel is last off the line in the number 25 Porsche. Still, of course, the 991.2 there for Uber Motorsport. The 992 GT3 class car has been extensively testing over the last few weeks. Was at Spa a couple of weeks ago. It's been out in Italy as well. They've been doing some high-speed testing on that car. The guys at Porsche Motorsport say that will be done by the end of the summer. They'll finalise the homologation of that car, and their customers will have them early next year, early 2023, for the 992 version of the GT3 category car, at SP9, as it's known here.
I'm rubbing my hands with glee already at the prospect of that.
Well, seeing what the 992 Cup car can do, 831,
precisely.
I know ourselves.
Yeah.
Now, it's a balance of performance category, so the FIA will, have to get amongst that. But we know how good Porsche are at producing racing cars. They've been shelling out 992 Cup cars, and the new GT4 Cayman Club Sport. I don't think there was very much off-season for them either last break just gone at the end of 21 into 22, or indeed particularly at the end of 20 into 21. Christmas was cancelled at Vlacht and Weissach, where they were doing the builds of the cars. And they managed to produce enough cars over the winter of 20 to 21 for 5 series around the world in Carrera Cup. So that was Super Cup, Carrera Cup North America, Asia, Benelux and Deutschland, Germany, sorry. And pretty much everywhere else has got them this year. Up the road over the weekend up until yesterday, it was Benelux, Deutschland and France all racing in separate categories. Jaminet car was not on its grid position. I thought not. Thank you, Right Turn Lover, for spotting that. So for now, Mathieu Jaminet should have been out. So was that a technical problem? You said to me that you thought we might have lost somebody this morning, Peter, in the warm-up. Well, I didn't think that was one of the top cars.
No, not in this category, no.
So, Jam, as he's affectionately known, should have been in a Porsche, and now all I've got to do is find which one it was. He was in the Julian Andlauer car, wasn't he, with Matty Campbell? Yes, he was. So that should have been the DBO Motorsport Porsche, the number 27. So that car, either not deciding not to take part in this, or very late on parade and didn't get out of the pit lane when it closed. So let's keep an eye up for something else to make a note of for when we come back for the race, Peter. It's the number 27. Well, we should remember that car today on the 40th anniversary of Gilles Villeneuve's death. So that'll be an easy number to remember. Right, here comes the Valkenhorst number 100 with Henry Valkenhorst at the wheel. Cross the line. Grand Prix circuit often catches a lot of people out because you think, well, it's not the Nürburgring and it's not the Nordschleife, so it should be pretty easy. But the first braking area into that downhill right-hander, very difficult indeed. Through the shortcut, short shift through what was normally turn 5. I think you take a couple off, and then again you're going down the hill. That early part of the Grand Prix track is actually far more technical, Peter, than people sometimes give it credit for.
Oh, completely so. And it's, as you said, a lot of it is downhill. You don't realise that's what's catching you. You drop all the way down to the bottom of that and then back around again. So it's a climb back up, obviously the other side. Bound to be the case, but you just, with a lot of curves. So it's almost slower technical downhill, faster rights coming back up. Sorry, faster corners coming up, rights now come up to the Nordschleife. Quite interesting. Again, and it's a good enough little circuit on its own.
Oh, yeah.
But we keep saying it's a little circuit because of the Nordschleife and what you're going to go on to next. Just slightly longer.
Can you imagine in the years way back in time when they used the whole circuit, the Gesamtstrecke, so the Südschleife as well, linked to the old Nordschleife. Some of it's still there. A lot of it sadly perished when the new Grand Prix track was built, particularly down towards the southern end. But there's still bits of it there. It's 36 kilometres around or something ridiculous like that.
I mean, the new track, as we still refer to it, that's 84 that opened, I think it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's nearly 40 years already. It's been with us.
Can you just stop that?
I know.
Immediately. Chris Haase is on a bit of a mission, so is Fabi Schiller. Frank Turnover says, do they have early lunch reservations? They've overtaken cars on the warm-up lap. That's allowed. Absolutely allowed. So they'll be starting their lap shortly. See the times coming in. Henry Valkenhorst then, 40.8 seconds around the first part of the Grand Prix track. But the times are getting quicker. Felipe Fernandez laser in the Glickenhaus, quickest in sector 2 for the moment, but then Schandorf goes quicker. Then it'll be Ferdi Stuck that goes through in the KTM crossboard. This is all on the Grand Prix circuit. Where's the TF Sport Aston? Not bad. Jordan Pepper is the first driver to go under 40 seconds for the first sector in the Conrad Lamborghini. Pierre Caffer must be very, very close indeed to Henry Valkenhorst out on the Nordschleife, because their sector times are coming in almost instantaneously. Then there's about 5 or 6 seconds before the Lion Speed Car Collection Audi goes through. Charles Putman has just put the fastest sector 3. That is on the Nürburgring, on the Nordschleife, excuse me. Fabi Schiller was very quick on his warm-up lap. He said he'd overtaken a couple of cars, had 3 top sectors in there, and he's just gone across the line. Christopher Haase has gone through as well. 15th across the line, Haase, so he has made up some positions, as we thought. True Racing KTM just heading out through the Michael Schumacher S. Who should be next through? It should be the Valkenhorst number 1 or 2 coming to the line next. Then the Team Bilstein, then Nick Tandy in the Porsche. Well, that was interesting, because the Schnitzelam car came through in front of the Team Bilstein 6, the minty fresh car. Yellow flag at Foxhole, Fuchsrue. Nick Tandy's gone through to start his lap. Here comes the Rover Racing BMW towards the end of the lap to start their flyer. That yellow flag is still out at the Fuchsrue, so that's not good. Particularly not good for everybody who's following through now, who hasn't reached it. Rover BMW, Rover Racing BMW going down. That's the 99 car to turn 1. What do you reckon then, Peter? Where's your money?
It's very, very hard not to put money on BMW. You've got to for this. No disrespect to anybody else, but if there's not a BMW in the top 3, I'll be amazed, and I'll be equally surprised if it's not on the top step. There you go, said it now. By the way, it's your money, not mine. That's why I'm so confident.
I'm sorry, this is like playing cricket in our backfield back in the days. You pay for your own China, mate. I'm sorry. 28 Porsche in problems at Fuchsrud, the dynamic car. That's where the yellow flag is at the moment. So that was Freddie Schandorf in that car. Just picking that up from the tracker. They had started their flying lap.
Which car was that? 28?
28.
Yeah. The
should be
dynamic motorsport.
Correct.
Yeah. SP9. It is moving slowly though, so it's on the way back. It's up at Exmüller now. I think it's on its way back, but
yeah, track showing is clear now at Fuchsrud.
But it does appear to be travelling slowly.
This is a public service announcement for the Tandy household in the centre of Bedfordshire. It's all very well being in your pyjamas at this stage when your dad's out qualifying, but you do need to get dressed before the race starts, if you don't mind. Felix, Eva, this is the voice of the man on the radio and the telly telling you to get out of your gym jams and into your day clothes, please, before the race starts. Otherwise it'll be bad luck for Daddy, and he'll not be happy if he knows that you're still in your gym jams when he's going racing.
Public service announcement or trauma centre.
Two-way family favourites.
Exactly. This is the man from the television, the radio. This is the voice in your head.
I can see you, Felix, with your green top on there.
Right, I think you need to stop this one now, John. Yeah.
People think you can't see back through the television. It's not true.
Don't.
So, fast laps happening now. One of a potential two. Where is Nick Tandy? Answer, he's crossed the line 21st in line, and he's on the Nordschleife now. It's Luke Ludwig who's doing the times at the moment in the Ferrari. Is the prancing horse in that dark colour. Is it a dark horse for pole position here? 39.771 and 42 on the Grand Prix Strecker. There goes Henry Valkenhorst. 8.25.445. So merely 6 seconds quicker than that Cup car.
Yeah.
For an extra 300 grand.
Well,
there you go. There you go. Coming through second is Simon Reicher. And he falls into second place. No, he doesn't. He goes to... he is second. Kaffer's gone through. So that's more like it. Pierre Kaffer turning up the wick in the twin bush by Equipe Vitesse Audi. That's the number 11 car. How about an 8.18? Will we get down? Is it warm enough out there to get some heat in the tyres on the second lap and get down into lap record pace? Felipe Fernandez Larza goes through in a 15.0. That's decent. It's more like it. Good looking car, that Glickenhaus, and seemingly they've got rid of the issues from the gearbox yesterday. There's Jordan Pepper in the Lamborghini, goes to the top. 8.10.345 for Conrad. We thought that car had a quiet day yesterday. Snowy. He's a good peddler, is Jordan. Another underrated racing driver. Patrick Peely about to come through. He goes through in second. Jordan Pepper, though, top of the shop at the moment.
Extraordinary time, 8:10 there. As we said yesterday, didn't we? Not only we had a quiet day, but that car was on pole at NLS 1, I think, this year. But finishing in 10th, if I remember correctly, but just didn't quite deliver in the race. But it's got the pace, just not always the race pace.
Cars coming through now. 8:15s, these are all good. Stippy's coming through. Here's Haase next to come across. He was on the hurry up on his warm-up lap, passed at least a couple of cars. 11, 12, 12-2, 1.8 seconds away, but that's decent. That's very decent indeed. And Stippy, Frank Stippler, goes through in second. That's very impressive. So it's still Jordan Pepper.
Schiller now in third.
Stippler in second, Schiller third, Mies fourth. Lamborghini, Audi, Mercedes, Audi. Where are the BMWs? Well, we haven't seen them coming through yet. Here's the crossball into the pits for the Glickenhaus. 8:17, under 8:20 for that crossball. That's not hanging about. I'm just trying to find the qualifying lap record, which was, I'm pretty certain, was set in
first round of the series, the show, isn't it? 750.
Not on this configuration.
No, correct. No, NLS.
So you've got to find the one from the 24-hour race. You keep an eye. Oh, here's Tandy coming through.
Ferrari to the top of the times. 8:09, 4:42.
Now we're pushing.
From Luca Ludwig there. What a time.
He had a lot of early pace in that car. And
we keep saying it's a German series. Well, it's the Italians at the top now. Ferrari and Lamborghini.
Yeah.
Octane 126, Conrad Motorsport. 8:09. And 8:10.
That's a full second. They've gone on to another lap. Nick Tandy, where's he gone through? In 14th with an 8:15 6:02. And
so, can the BMWs respond, John? This is the big question. I'd be amazed if they can't. But those are cracking times right over the front there. Hey, I didn't think we'd see sub-10s, to be honest, just yet.
Wow.
So I think the first of our BMWs coming across the line now, or will be any second, turning into sight.
Dan Harper's on a good lap. He's got one quick sector. Von der Linde in Rover Racing BMW was decent as well. Sheldon von der Linde has gone through. Is seven. Okay, that's a bit of an anomaly. Here he comes. We were watching the wrong car. There's the 28 going slowly.
Dan Harper, 8:08, 8:41, straight to the top.
Yeah.
First flying lap for Dan Harper, the guy who put the junior team BMW into the lead yesterday in his stint.
Dynamic coming back after its incident at the Vauxhall, but staying well out of the way. And Dan Harper then down to an 8:08. And Van der Linde has gone through in a 9. So 8:08, 8:41, 8:09, 4:42, 8:09, 4:94. So 0.6 of a second between first and second, half a tenth between second and third, and in fact, no, scratch that. 0.001 of a second between second and third, because Nico Menzel for Huber in the Porsche number 98, Porsche number 25, it started last, has just gone through in an 8:09.457, and there's damage to the dynamic car. They've been very lucky there not to damage any radiators at the front of that car, but there's a puncture wound in the normally pristine dynamic front end of that car, and that was off at the Vauxhall. We think, yeah, it was the Vauxhall on that car, and no time given for that. So maybe that was on the warm-up lap, actually. I thought he'd actually done a time. So now reset, go again. Who's got the performance in their tyres? Open tyre formula 808.841. Remember. Peter Snowden and John Hindorf. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Jordan Pepper currently setting personal bests in sectors 1, 2 and 6 at the moment. Not really going to count sector 4. We think sector 4 is a slightly odd sector to have because it's less than, I think it's less than 700 meters, and it's only, they cover it in 10 seconds. So slightly odd sector to have, that one. Seems like they had a place with the rest.
Yes. Agreed. Very impressed with Pierre Caffer. He's dragged that car up, but then again he knows his way around here. But also you've got to say, Luca Ludwig in that Ferrari, Christian Menzel, von der Linde. The Conrad car ends up with Jordan Pepper down in 6th position. He's barely a second and a half over, you know, the mileage we're talking about here, 15 miles. Quite ridiculous, really, when you think about it.
Well, he's on a flyer at the moment. We're just waiting to see him to complete sector 7. He's not lost time anywhere along the process here, but say 3 purple sectors already.
That Lamborghini in the livery that we've come to know and love down through the years. Almost Leighton House blue, isn't it, that Conrad colour?
Well, we've said this before, Bruce and I on NLS, that you call it Leighton House. I see it as a Vitaphone McLaren. Maserati.
Yeah, MC12.
MC12s, yes. Of course, we mentioned lap records being set earlier. Of course, they are not actually set, which is using that as a reference for a target time. You can't set a record until it's actual race, but it's still a matter of pride as well.
Yeah.
So the Conrad Lamborghini about to come and cross the line. Slight improvement up to 8:10 now. 8:10.1. But just didn't quite ace it in the last 3 sectors of 7, 8 and 9, John.
I think I can't
Moves up to 6 though.
I can't find anything quicker than Lawrence Vanto in the 991 GT3 at an 809.1. That was qualifying. So I reckon if that stands, that 808, I reckon that's a new qualifying record on this version of the track for Dan Harper. I've gone back through.
He won't mind that, will he?
Various bits of notes there. And to put that into context, yeah, that is the fastest on this. The VLN layout or the NLS layout is slightly different. So unless anybody can tell me different, I think the May 2018 qualifying from Lawrence Vanto is the quickest. Hello to Jess Westbrook, who's also tuned in. Now apparently it's spelling an SAT revision in the Westbrook household at the moment.
Yeah, it's sat this week for those who've got year 6 children.
Yeah. Hello Jess, I hope you're well this Sunday morning, as it is with you in the UK. Just coming up to 20 minutes before 11. Community radio for the endurance sport. Just so happens our community is not geographical, it's by the sport. Our transmission area is global, but good to know that the families are tuned in. Richard Westbrook in the Glickenhaus. Had problems yesterday with the shifter on that car, gearbox. Felipe Fernandez in 19th at the moment, but of course leading SPX. They're saving themselves for their 3 hours. And full coverage, of course, of the 50th running of the ADAC Total Energy 24-hour of the Nürburgring. In a couple of weekends' time, we'll have the full crew on site. Sound and vision for you, all free, no blocks, no breaks. And if you are either today or in a couple of weeks' time slightly bandwidth challenged, or you're moving around, maybe in the car, we don't want you distracted with the pictures, you can take the audio via RS1 from player.radiolemans.co. Actually, just tack that onto your home screen of your smart device, tablet, phone, computer. You can find you can dump it on your home screen, and then you can just click through to it. It'll open up in a separate window. RS1 this weekend, or today rather. So, second lap now for Dan Harper. Coming through, Christian Cronjes has gone through for Valkenhorst. The one is about to go through for the Valkenhorst car. Cronjes gone through 8:08.566. My goodness me. Harper goes through in. Well, there's the 72 car. Now,
hasn't beaten it.
I don't think he has. He's done 8:09.
Yeah.
So Valkenhorst at the moment on top. So Cronje, but I reckon that's 2 cars underneath the current qualifying lap. So Cronjes, with a couple of purple sectors, has taken it.
Well, you asked me what I thought just before this, John, and I said BMWs. What's interesting was we thought it was going to be really between the Bmw Junior Team. Dan Harper proved that was the case. He really went down to that 8:09, didn't he, quite early on. And, of course, it was Augustus Farfus and Van der Linde in the 2 Rover Racing M4 GT3s, which I thought was going to take the challenge to them then. Luca Ludwig had a slightly different idea in the Octane 126 488 Ferrari, whereupon Krones in the Valkenhorst BMW said, actually, I'll take it, thank you very much.
Ludwig's had a problem on this second lap because in Sector 2, in fact, has he pitted? No, he hasn't. He's got a minute in Sector 2, which should be 40-ish seconds, 41, 42 seconds. So is Frank Stippler. So has there been an issue?
No, he's pitted. It's in Parc Fermé.
Okay, is that that's why he slowed down? Yeah, correct.
Yeah, he's done the GP circuit and gone to Parc Fermé.
Yeah, okay. So only Krones then has improved on that second lap for Valkenhorst. BMW, Ferrari, Porsche. Nick Tandy, 8:16 to back up his 8:15. That'll drop him down to 20th in class, 21st overall. Well, waiting for them to come in to where the scrutineering bit is. So that is the grid set then for later on today. We'll be back with full coverage and a bit of build-up as well. Patrick Simon just waiting for the pole sitter to come in. It's a heck of a run, you know, by the 101. Valkenhorst, that's the Yokohama car. So that will start on pole position for the 3-hour race this afternoon. We'll take you through that, of course. Andy Soucek and Sami Matti Trogan will be with us then. Now, if you could talk to those cars, what stories they would tell. Paul Truswell likes to wander out and watch the cars and have a look at them and see what he can glean from them after a long 24-hour race. They are entities in their own right, I think. Reasonable. You've got to treat the car well. It normally looks after you.
They're personalities.
Yeah,
well.
absolutely.
It's not just a hunk of metal. It's personalities. You do get attached to them, and sometimes some you sort of love-hate relationship. Sometimes.
Oh yeah. Some
you really like, some you really don't. But you do talk to them. It is extraordinary. You're going around, you do talk to the car. That's going to sound very strange, but a lot of people will get that.
If you've been away from a car for quite a while and you go back to it, you know, you automatically remember it. It's like meeting an old friend. Yeah. Here's confirmation and pole position for BMW. They've locked out the front row again with Valkenhorst and BMW Junior Team, Kronz and Harper. Maybe the dark horse was the prancing horse then, Luca Ludwig, just 0.8 of a second away at the end. The gap's opened up a wee bit, but very tight between the Ferrari and the Porsche in third and fourth position. Then a couple more BMWs. Lamborghini Huracan finding some pace that they didn't have yesterday. Jordan Pepper with Axel Jeffries to get in that car as well. And what about the number 44 Falcon Porsche? 8th position for them. In 9th, Schubert Motorsports BMW. 10th for Scherer Motorsport and the Audi. 11th for Lion Speed Car Collection. And going further down through the field, 12th is the Get Speed Mercedes, the number 3. Valkenhorst, the 102 in 13th. 7th row will be Chris Haase at Audi Sport Car Collection and Scherer Sport with the 16 car. Then Team Bilstein in the 6 car. Then Patrick Pilet for the other Falcon, the 33 Porsche. The Landgraf Mercedes is in 18th. 10th row of the grid, Glickenhaus and TF Sport. That's the Aston Martin GE3. Nick Tandy on row 11 with True Racing. Then KTM, then Schnitzelam AMG. Then Twin Bush Audi, Lion Speed Audi, CP AMG, Valkenhorst BMW. And the 2 cars that didn't set times, well, one we didn't see at all was the Maro Engel, Jules Gounon, Daniel Juncadella Team Get Speed car, the number 4, and the dynamic Porsche off at Vauxhall Puncture didn't set a lap time, 29th and 30th. So Peter, you were right, BMW's at the front, but the surprise is, I think, probably the 2 mid-engined Italian cars well inside the top 10, 7th, and a super lap from Luca Ludwig in 3rd. But we've seen this Ferrari be quick in flashes before. Can it do it over the course of the 3 hours?
Well, it's more likely to do it over the course of the first few corners. It seems to be its habit of doing this. I wouldn't be at all surprised, depending on who the starting driver is in that 488, wouldn't be at all surprised if they had a lunge against those 2 BMWs ahead for the lead of the race and get out. And once that, don't forget, it did last year, 2021, it did win a round of NLS on the road and was cruelly denied that and taken away afterwards because it had a left rear tyre, would you believe, that was of a compound that wasn't on the admitted list, and that's how it was removed. I don't think it made any difference to its performance. I think it won it fair and square on the road, but unfortunately rules are rules.
Yeah.
And it was out, and it hadn't been, I believe it's a tyre that was allowed to be used, but they hadn't submitted it for that weekend for clearance, therefore it was a technicality. It was basically an administrative error. I mean, how galling is that? So the car has got the pace, as you say, and the Lamborghini, the Conrad Lamborghini, has the pace. But we've said before, Bruce and I, when we've covered this in NLS, John, we've said, if it didn't have bad luck, the Conrad Lamborghini, it wouldn't have any luck at all sometimes. Oh. Sorry to perpetuate that. I really don't want that to be the case. I'd love to see it up there, something a bit different.
I had a long chat with Franz a couple of weekends ago in Spa. He was supposed to be racing in the ADAC Prototype Cup, but he's actually chipped a bone in his elbow. And therefore he couldn't drive. I think Axel Jeffries drove the whole thing on his own. He was very disappointed that he couldn't get in. And he was working there with none other than Ralf Jutzner, ex of Audi and Yost, who tried to tell me and Joe Bradley, who was interviewing him on I've Retired, I'm just here to have a look. Yes, Ralph, we all believe that. Let me tell you what comes up later on. We are, just coming up to 11 o'clock here, 10 minutes before 10 minutes before midday rather, which is 10 minutes before 11 back in the UK. So it is 1:30 for the qualifying race 2. That's when we're on the air, Central European time. That's 12:30 in the UK. So that's about an hour and 40 minutes away. This has all happened rather quicker and more succinctly than we perhaps anticipated. So we just wait for a moment to see if we can get a word with maybe one of the pole sitters. If not, and subject to what our colleagues at TV say for the international feed, we might just be able to wrap up a little bit early with the first ever full entry top qualifying completed. The 101 BMW. Let's go down to the pole sitter and to Patrick Simon, who's with Valkenhorst.
How was that one? It was a crazy one. It's, I can't describe it. It was I was a bit under pressure on the first lap, so I had to try and push for the second one. And yeah, I gave it absolutely everything, and it was really, really tight, but it was just enough to P1. So I'm very happy for us and the team.
Just talk us through what happened in lap 1 that you had to increase the speed for, also beating Augusto's record from just 2 days ago by another tenth.
Yeah, it was just on the line. I mean, the pressures were a bit low on the first lap. It's a bit colder today than yesterday, so it was a bit harder to manage the first lap. So the first half of the lap was not really good. And then for the second lap, the car was really in the window, and I could push, and everything just came together for the second lap. So it was really cool.
Just talk us through the last meters when you see on the dash already that a prediction is green and it seems to be another fast lap. You're counting the last tenths and the last seconds in your head, or how are the last meters before you cross the timing line finally?
I was literally jumping in the seat the whole last straight. You know, like in karting, you jump a little bit to get low.
Out of the corners,
yeah, exactly. So I was just jumping in the seat and hoping for it, and then it worked out. So super happy to finish line and see the time.
Congratulations. Just have a few words about your two team colleagues. I mean, Andy, your Nordschleifen history is not that long, but I think you have quite a strong teammate who can show up how fast the BMW from Valkenhorst is.
Yeah, I mean, Christian always makes us look very good. So we're just standing and watching him, but also learning a lot. I think he's one of the best drivers around the ring. So definitely we have a very strong package. The car is performing at a very high level. The tires also, we feel like we have a good edge on the Yokohamas. And we have a great team behind us with good teammates. So I cannot ask for more. It's my debut, let's say, in the Nordschleife, and to be on pole, it's just a dream come true.
So enjoy the first time. You never will forget the first time you're on the Nordschleife. Sami, you are one of the guys we followed up by DNLS, competing virtual world, now sitting in a proper GT3 car, real life. I mean, it's a dream combination for somebody like you to have such an amazing career from the digital world into the
Patrick Simon talking to the Valkenhorst crew. Sammy Matty-Trogan there, the virtual to reality racer from Finland, and confirmed then a new lap record for this configuration of the track. I'd forgotten, of course, about the top qualifying the other day, but it was even quicker than that. 8:08.566 is the new best mark, and
no, we all tried today as well, so let's see what we can do.
Just to remind ourselves then, 8:08.568 is the new best mark in qualifying. We'll wait to see what the race lap record is. Thanks to Emily and to Patrick Simon down in the pavilion. Some final thoughts from you before we wrap up. This afternoon, we will get another 3-hour race. Yesterday it was won with a 6, then 8, then 7 lap stint. Do you see any reason to change that from the guy from the front?
Engine cars, as you said, John, with the Ferrari right up into P3 and the Lamborghini up there as well in P7. Also, BMWs, we said all along that BMWs are strong. This new M4 GT3 car, it's the strongest one at the moment. It seems to be the car of the moment, but good to see one of the other teams that's running it now at the top of the timesheets.
Is that, it's the newest GT3 3 car, and it's built to the expected new regulations. Apparently the manufacturers have seen the new regulations, but nobody else has. The new FIA and ACO GT3 regulations that are coming in a couple of years' time. The BMW is built either to that or close to that. Does it have an inherent advantage by being the new car? Because A, all of the knowledge has gone into it, and B, there's not as much BOP information about it.
I think that's exactly the point. Yes, I mean the M6 outgoing was. I mean, Bruce and I commented on this last year when the M6 was still winning NLS races, and we knew this car was out there. It wasn't running for points. It was running in a sort of prototype experimental category with us, and it was still right up there in front. To say, well, where's the point in developing a whole new car? Well, BOP. It's a world program, isn't it? It's not just about there. It's great to see them on the Nordschleife, but it's a world program for BMW and Porsche, Mercedes, et al. Just the same thing.
Well, we'll see how they get on this afternoon and whether they can back up yesterday's. It was an old BMW front row yesterday, and the Bmw Junior Team came through to win with a super middle stint.
Willkommen, liebe Zuschauer, zu dem Motorsportspektakel schlechthin.
Zuschauermagnet, guckt euch die Atmosphäre an.
Sensationelle Stimmung in der Eifel. Die Fans sehen wir hier, das Fahrerlager ist voll.
Also wenn du hier nicht aufgeregt bist, dann hast du irgendwas versäumt.
Und lassen wir uns freuen auf 24 Stunden Motorsport vom Allerfeinsten.
Das beste, das tollste Rennen hier in der Eifel mit den besten Fans der Welt. Startgruppe 1, die Veranstaltung läuft!
Ich krieg die Pimpernellen und ihr ärgert euch, wenn ihr nicht angereist seid.
Schau dir diese Bilder an, Jörg. Die hell erleuchtete Grand Prix-Strecke, das Fahrerlager.
Rock'n'Roll!
Die Action, die da passiert, sind die wahnsinnig!
Da regnet's! Schau dir das mal an. Also das ist jetzt mit Slicks nicht zu befahren, was wir da sehen.
Es überschlagen sich wieder einmal die Ereignisse. Wieder einmal wird das 24-Stunden-Rennen am Nürburgring zu einer Mischung zwischen Himmel und Hölle.
Berührung! Berührung! Und beide drehen sich!
Was für ein Finale. Die Sieger sind im Ziel. Überbordende Freude an der Box.
A very good afternoon to you if you are just joining us. Good to have your company. Peter Snowden and John Hindhoff with you for the second of the 3 hours that makes up the 6 hours of our qualifying weekend. Bit of a change of format this year, celebrating 50 runnings of the ADAC Total Energy 24 hours of the Nürburgring. What's it all for is what people have been asking on at RSL Studio, hashtag N24H. RSL N24Q for qualifying. Well, there are places up for grabs in the top qualifying in a couple of weekends' time, 3 weekends' time, 26th, isn't it, for the main race. There's manufacturer points as well. And there's the opportunity to get some running on the track configuration that is only used at the 24 hours. So it's this weekend and the 24 hours. That's the only time that we use the configuration of the Grand Prix circuit as it is for the 24. The only other time is this weekend. Yes, of course, there's plenty of opportunity during the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series, to get out onto the Nordschleife, but this is the only time where you can actually use the same weekend, the same track as the one for the big weekend. I would say don't worry about what's going on here. We've had qualifying. We've had a top 40 qualifying for yesterday's race. We've had a full top qualifying for everybody who's taken part in this race. So potentially that could have been 91. We didn't get quite that far through, but that was just a bit of experience for everybody. That set the grid for the race that we're about to see. When we get to the main race, we'll have all the lists and we'll be able to tell you who is, and more importantly, who isn't pre-qualified into top qualifying for the big race itself, and therefore who we've got to watch in qualifying when we get into the main race week. This is a unique event on a unique circuit, and the opportunity to come here and get some more time. Nick Tandy was at Spa yesterday, came down and took part in the warm-up this morning and top qualifying later in the morning. Manthey aren't here. They were at Spa. They're owned by Porsche now, of course, and we're running cars for Porsche in the WEC up at Spa yesterday. Now, in fairness, they're just around the corner. Could they have probably cobbled a team together and sent a car out? I'm sure they could. Did they need to? Would they have learned much more than they know? Olaf not as involved now, but the combined knowledge of this place is extraordinary from the guy from Moispath, the guys from Voicepath, which is just round the corner, just up the Dottinger and on driver's left there. So, yes, there's plenty going on. Yes, there's some pride. There's definitely manufacturers' points up for grabs this weekend. But the main thing is that you get a bit of time on the circuit. And as I say, enjoy this race for what it is. 3 hours, which was extremely strategic yesterday. If you weren't with us, it was won by the Bmw Junior Team in the new BMW M4 GT3. They've locked out the front row again after top qualifying, but they were beaten to the punch, Peter Snowden, in terms of pole position, although the junior team still very much on the front row.
Absolutely, but the Valkenhorst team got to the bragging rights today, haven't they? They've gone and got the brownie points for putting it on P1.
With a new qualifying record.
With a new qualifying record. If you're going to do it, that's the way to do it. Because so far it's been, we said they've got these 3 teams entering these new cars, but it's always been the Bmw Junior Team and Rover Racing have been duking it out at the front. Yesterday it was a reverse finish. We're saying oddly because we're talking about the last NLS round, NLS 3, where it was Augusto Farfus in the Rover one and Max Hesse in the BMW Junior car that was second by 1/10 of a second. Come to yesterday, they managed to reverse that round. Today, new pole position. You asked me before what I thought it would be. I said, hard to not put money on being one of the new M4s. Well, it's there, and second. But it's a different team this time, Valkenhorst, right up at the front there. Great job by Christian Krohns in qualifying. As you say, if you're going to put it on pole at the Nürburgring, why don't you do it with a new lap record as well? I know it's not official, but we know we count. The clock says.
We've broken it twice, actually, in the last 2 days, because the top 40 qualifying we had on Friday, that's eclipsed Lawrence Van Teur's qualifying record from, when did I say that was from? From 17, wasn't it?
17 or 18, you said. 18, yeah.
Yeah, and then that's gone again by another 10th this morning at the end of that full field session that we had. Great to watch those cars being pushed to the very limit. So we're down to an 808.4 now, which is extraordinary.
We're also down
808.566. Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, John. We're also down the Glickenhaus as well. That's pulled out. It's been withdrawn from this with this ongoing steering stroke wheel bearing issue. They're not quite sure what.
So not the gearbox now.
No, we saw the issue yesterday, didn't we? With Richard Westbrook being interviewed, taking the steering wheel off. That's where they started with. There's something they're not comfortable with that car from the driver's hands on the steering wheel to the bits on the road at the front that steer it, and there's something in between that's not quite behaving the way it should do. So perhaps going around this circuit is not something you want to do with that.
We did see drive-by-wire technology proven here in an AMG.
Correct, Darren Turner last year.
Yeah, with the
SpaceX car.
DriveX car.
DriveX car.
Sorry. Yeah, SpaceX is rocket science. Although interesting,
Darren will take that.
Interesting. A lot of guys who used to run the factory Porsches in IMSA went to work for SpaceX in the US. Yeah, the DriveX system, very interesting, proving that it can work. It would require a change of legislation in the UK. I remember many years ago driving a Renault tractor unit with a big, a 40-foot long trailer on the back with a joystick. Only a joystick, no pedals, but no connection to the wheels. At that stage wasn't legal. So
I talked to Darren about that last year. I said, how do you feel, psychologically, practically, logistically, and psychologically about driving? We've had fly-by-wire throttle for years.
Yes, of course.
A steer-by-wire,
brake-by-wire. You have in race cars now.
And he's typical race driver. He just said, if I had any doubts about it, I wouldn't be doing it. He said, so it's fine. He said the only bit of finessing left is, he said it's so close. And bear in mind, this has been developed probably for mobility, disability vehicles on the road. Is that it's the final level of graining on a tyre. It hasn't quite got the feedback to read that.
Really?
It's that close.
Wow.
I was like, wow. As you said, wow, that's
so
impressive.
Many cars now have electrically assisted steering. I mean, even going back to our little run around Seat Ibiza that used to be my dad's, the little 1.2, that's got electrically assisted steering, and you hear that. So it hasn't got hydraulically assisted steering, and that's why you can have things like self-park cars, because it's all done through that. So it's not a million miles away from what we've already got. Very interesting technology being proven here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. If you'd like to get in touch with us at RSL_studio, hashtag RSL 24 RSL N24Q. German national anthem playing at the moment on the front straight. Full international coverage for you for this, the second of the 2 3-hour events, and also with extended coverage in race week itself, culminating in the start of the race on the 26th. Hello to Fair Use, who's over in Washington, in the District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., rather than Washington, C.D., the original Washington, County Durham. He is... everybody over there in the States, I've got a lot of people tweeting in. Fair Use, good to know you are tuned in, presumably in sound and vision. No blocks or breaks. Stay with us on the international feed, and we've got full world feed TV for you in race week as well, with the RSL audio on it, bringing it all back together again, as well as radio coverage for you if you are bandwidth challenged today or during the full race as well. Hello to Droid Andy. He said, great to hear that you guys on the N24Q. Do you think we'll have 24 hours of running at this year's race at the end of the month? Having it late last year made a huge difference to the weather. Shortest race in terms of race laps ever last year, with the bad weather and the gap in the race for that overnight. Well, we can cross our fingers, but it's the Eifel, and you never know. You really never know what it's going to be like. It could just as easily have fog, rain, hail, even snow when we come to the end of the month, as we did when we moved it back later in the year. The authorities here and the race authorities and organisers here are very, very good at forecasting ahead a few days. NLS2 was postponed on I think the Tuesday or the Wednesday.
The Wednesday.
Yeah, the Wednesday of race week, where, frankly, looking at the webcams around the circuit, it was beautiful. I'd have been there in a shorts and T-shirt. By the time we got Friday afternoon, there was 1.5 inches of snow and ice around the place, and it didn't clear up at all until after we would have been there on Sunday. Chase car, the Audi A6 estate, having a bit of fun going out onto the Nordschleife. I would say that is
spirited.
Yeah, and also rear wheel biased, the rear wheel drive biased, actually, just going on the Grand Prix circuit actually at the end of the first group. 2 groups today, because we had 91 entries originally for this. We've lost a few cars. There was a couple of GT3 cars, Snowy, that went awry yesterday. The number 15 and the number 22, wasn't it, that we lost yesterday when they came together?
We did, yeah, the 2 Audis, yeah, they've lost those. Of course, we've lost the Glickenhaus I just mentioned. Normally NLS has 3 starting groups. You're quite right today, John, just 2 for this. The first group is SP9, SPX, SP8T, 7, Cup X and Cup 2. And rather than reading out all the rest of the classes, Group 2 is all the others.
Nice, love it. Not full entries in all of those classes, with a reduced number of cars here. 91, reduced number of cars. What are you talking about, Heindorf? Well, I think the max number now is, the absolute max number is 180. We haven't been close to that for a couple of years. We've run in the 130s, 140s for a couple of years. This year, with the travel restrictions lifted, we should get somewhere nearer to that. I would hope over 150 cars for the main race. We'll get the full entry list for that in a week or 10 days' time. Sometimes grouchy, happily tuned in from Virginia, happily being in Virginia, beautiful part of the world. And coming up, of course, we've got the IMSA series, the WeatherTech series, with the GT Festival at VIR. Kerrigan Smith and the team there, being very busy. Place looks an absolute picture. I was looking at some photographs from there the other day. That green and pleasant land there, natural terrain road circuit that is just so picturesque. It's like racing through somebody's back garden.
Just make myself a slight correction, just to make sure I'm quite clear on that. We lost 2 Audis yesterday. One of those did return. We did lose one of them, of course.
Okay.
The 22 car, the Lion Speed, is back out. That's on track today, so don't be alarmed if you thought we said it isn't. It's the number 15. They were involved in that incident yesterday. One survived, one didn't. It's the 15 Phoenix entry that didn't take part, with Calvin van der Linde and Dries van Tor and Frederik Vervisch in. Starting drivers front row, as a matter of interest, it's the pole man that's in the BMW, the Valkenhorst. It's Christian Krohns that's going to take the start of this race, but alongside him, the junior team, the 72, they're keeping to their standard format. Of course, they're going to change this now, but the first driver out is Neil Verhagen.
Yeah, and they have started very well yesterday.
Exactly what they did. They did it yesterday, and they've done this all throughout this season so far. They've got this set order that seems to work for them. Neil Verhagen starts, Daniel Harper goes in second, and then Max Hess goes in at the end. Now, of course, they're going to change that round now, but the first driver is correct on that one.
Now, they won yesterday, and they won with a strategy that had us for a little while at the end of the first hour scratching our heads. They only did 6 laps.
6.87.
6.87 was how they broke up the 3 hours yesterday. So just 2 pit stops for the winning cars. In fact, the top 3 cars all did 6 laps, 8 laps, 7 laps. There is a set pit stop time, a mandatory time, depending on how many laps you have done, how much time you've done out on the circuit, which comes into play for that. And so there's some very careful balancing and calculations goes on. But it looked to us, and certainly to me, yesterday, that they were going to struggle to make it on one more stop after they stopped what I thought was a little bit early. But Dan Harper in that middle stint did 8 laps. 8 laps was the most we saw of anybody doing stints yesterday. There was a number of cars in SP9, the GT3 class, that did it. Dan Harper did a brilliant middle stint and actually took the lead in the middle stint due to the fact owing to the fact that he'd done those 8 laps and because of the pace. So he wasn't soft pedaling at all. And then it was a 7-lap stint for Max Hesse at the end, who brought the car home to a 10-second victory as it was yesterday. I don't see much need to change that unless things are exceptionally different in terms of code 60s or yellow flags. We will not see, if you are unfamiliar with this, we don't see safety cars. The cars leading the 2 groups around now will get parked up. If they go out, it will be to inspect things, but they tend to use other vehicles than the Audi R8s that are leading them round. We cover the track with slow zones, double waved yellows, code 120s and code 60s. Those are kilometres an hour, by the way. And it's very rare to see a neutralisation of the full track. Those speed restrictions and yellow flag areas absolutely 100% policed. And as the cars have all got GPS tracking, then the penalties will come quickly and they will be punitive, up to and including the exclusion of a driver, the exclusion from the event of a car, or indeed the removal of the driver's permit to race on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. There's no messing about here. If you are going to do quick extractions, if you are going to do barrier repairs with cars going by, then 60 kilometres an hour is the absolute maximum. And anybody who disregards that, the authorities, and I think rightly so, Peter.
Exactly the words I was going to use. Rightly so.
They come down like a ton of bricks on them. But in fairness, it happens so rarely that it sticks out like a sore thumb, because it's the respect here that everybody has for their competitors, the marshals, the workers, and the track itself.
Precisely, and the whole point is that the discipline which they do this, the respect the drivers then give it, allows us to continue racing on this extraordinary circuit that you couldn't propose now in any modern world. So, and it is always good, clean, fair racing. Yes, there are incidents, and that's nearly always driver error, racing incidents, whatever. But it's never ever yet have I seen anything where it's been people being ridiculous or taking risks. It's all just been racing. It's part of it.
I think it's brilliant. We'll run through the front of the grid again for you if you didn't get it earlier on.
170 cars it is, by the way. That's
170 now.
170 now.
170, yeah. Okay. Hello to David Edwards. He said, if Carlsberg made perfect afternoons, this is it. I've had a fry up, late breakfast, not moving for 3 hours. Not sure where you are in the world, David, but thank you for that. It is Peter Snowden and John Hindolf. This is the skeleton crew. Actually, Dan couldn't call neither of us skeletons, I'm afraid. It is the cut down crew. No, it's just us this weekend. We'll pull the full team in when we're back for the race, the full 24 hours. We're looking forward to bringing the whole team back down to this area of Germany, the Eifel Mountains. Lovely road trip for us. And hopefully you will join us for that. We'll start our coverage with the Midweek Motorsport and RS1 on Wednesday, and then roll straight into the Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday with extended coverage of practice, qualifying, top qualifying, warm-up and the whole race live, of course. So settle back for the next 3 hours and a bit. That was one of the Caymans in the pit lane. I think that was one of the front-running Caymans, actually, as well. The lead group are at Versiphen. She's coming down towards the lowest part of the track at the bridge down at Breitscheid.
Willkommen, liebe Zuschauer, zu dem Motorsport-Spektakel schlechthin.
Zuschauermagnet, guckt euch die Atmosphäre an.
Sensationelle Stimmung in der Eifel. Die Fans sehen wir hier, das Fahrerlager ist voll.
Also wenn du hier nicht aufgeregt bist, dann hast du irgendwas versäumt.
Und lassen wir uns freuen auf 24 Stunden Motorsport vom Allerfeinsten.
Das beste, das tollste Rennen hier in der Eifel mit den besten Fans der Welt. Startgruppe 1, die Veranstaltung läuft!
diese Bilder an, Jörg. Die hell erleuchtete Grand Prix-Strecke, das Fahrerlager.
Rock and roll.
Die Action, die da passiert, sind die wahnsinnig.
Da regnet's. Schau dir das mal an. Also das ist jetzt mit Slicks nicht zu befahren, was wir da sehen.
Es überschlagen sich wieder einmal die Ereignisse. Wieder einmal wird das 24-Stunden-Rennen am Nürburgring zu einer Mischung zwischen Himmel und Hölle.
Berührung, Berührung und beide drehen sich.
Was für ein Finale. Die Sieger sind im Ziel. Überbordende Freude an der Box.
Dario, das sind Bilder, die wollen wir so früh nicht sehen. Gestern standet ihr schon, heute seid ihr gar nicht in die Startaufstellung gegangen. Was ist los mit der 607?
Ja, wir haben heute auf das zweite Rennen
a wee bit busy and no Glickenhaus either. Problems with a wheel bearing and that car will not take to the track today. Mantai were up at Spa yesterday for the WEC. They run the Works GT Porsches, now owned by Porsche. Still from Moist Path, just round the corner to the race. Sad to see the Glickenhaus not here, and Jim Glickenhaus, who I'm sure came down from a very good run for them in the WEC, got the pole position in the Spa 6 hours and a decent run during the race as well. I'm sure Jim's here. He loves this event, and this was the first time we really started finding out about Glickenhaus was at this race with that beautiful P45 that he brought down here.
Extraordinary, extraordinary setup, the whole thing. I mean, extraordinary man in the first place. There's no wonder that he's built cars quite the way he has. Just going back to the races over the years, John, you just had a few firsts in there. The first winner was Hans Stuck in 1970.
Yep.
He didn't win it again for another 28 years.
In the diesel.
In the diesel.
Yeah,
so
correct.
If you're going to come back and do it 28 years later, do it in a diesel. And what a thing to come back. What a way to do it.
I missed the first win, of course, in that as I was skipping through for...
you weren't born in 1970, John, so and you wouldn't have known about it.
For in 1996, for Sabine Rech, as she was there. We know her much better as Sabine Schmitz. The first victory for a female race driver. She's won it again. She won it again since then. And, of course, last year, to honour her and remind us all every time we come here that Sabine was the queen of this place. The first proper corner on the Nordschleife going downhill before you head down on the Hatzenbach, the left-hander that curves away down with that high curve on the left-hand side, was renamed Sabine Schmitz Curve. I had the good fortune to work a couple of times with Sabine on various Top Gear Live shows where we worked directly together, and she was as much fun when we were working together as she was afterwards. She loved to relax afterwards, and all I remember is laughing and her smile and how she didn't mind the self-deprecation that went on with all of those things when we were all having the you-know-what taken out of us by our presenter colleagues. Just brilliant, fabulous round here, and she'll forever be just totally alongside this place.
Totally infectious smile and nature, was it? And she,
hell of a driver.
Oh, absolutely. Well, you don't win the 24-hour easily. She won that once. She also won the VLN title twice in the 2 years preceding it. So she's I think she's quite useful. Safe pair of hands, understatement.
Yeah, we honour her memory, and her memory is a blessing. Much missed in paddocks and motorsport all around the world. Clocked up 20 million laps or something round here, 3 times to the sun and back. Probably could have driven it blindfolded with one hand tied behind our back, driving in reverse. The story she used to tell about her and her sister, who also was a very, very tidy driver in the family BMW, lived just round the corner, and how that car got gradually modified, shall we say, to become much more of a a ring weapon with race tyres, a cage, etc., etc. And the absolute horror of Sabina when she told me one day she got a phone call from her mother who was at the hairdressers. She said, "Oh, listen, I'm down at the hairdressers, I've taken the BMW, there's something wrong with it. Didn't drive very well. It was pouring of rain and it was on pretty much slick tyres and full race setup." And Sabina said, "Don't drive it back.
I'll come and get you, Mum.
I'll come and get you."
Brilliant.
That's Sabina all over. Much missed.
Just summarises it, doesn't it?
Lived and breathed for this place, and it's only right that she's commemorated here. There's also a very lovely tradition here of planting trees just outside the paddock, and one or two nameplates on the trees around there of journalists and people that we've worked with in the past, and I do think that's a very lovely, living, lasting tradition. 27 Porsche starting a little bit late. Now, that car, we lost that car this morning. I don't think it took part, did it? In the...
it's the DBO entry, isn't it?
Yeah, correct.
Julian Andler, Matt Campbell.
So that car was missing on parade.
Mathieu Jaminet, yeah.
Yeah, that was... Mathieu Jaminet was listed to go out in top qualifying, and it did not. And I wondered if they were saving themselves or whether there was something they were still working on. But that's the black number 27. And it's a heck of a lineup in SP9 for Julian Andler, Matt Campbell, the Australian now living in Germany, and Mathieu Jaminet now living in Luxembourg, or at least he's Luxembourg licence. Jam, as he's known, Julian Andler, the Frenchman as well. That is a very good lineup indeed. Still that Cayman in the garage as well. Try and tell you in a moment how that is. Temperature's gone up to a slightly warmer 16 degrees Celsius, and that's more what we had yesterday during the late afternoon. We went into the darkness last night, which was really interesting. First time we've seen that on a qualifying weekend.
The Cayman is the 252 Kramer entry.
Yeah, I'll buy that. The K Kramer, yeah, I'll buy that for $1. As the saying goes.
Sold to the man with the microphone.
And let's go to that one. So 3 hours to come, 2 groups to start, and what we will have is the leaders forming up 2 by 2 now behind the leading Audi safety car. As I say, very unlikely we'll see that one again, and if we do, something's gone very much awry, because it's not the normal thing here for that to happen.
I think Jonathan Hershey is starting the Ferrari in 3rd place. Here's the
quick car,
very quick car, and it's known to be very quick at the beginning of the race here, but we have seen it in the past, haven't we? We saw a little bit yesterday, John, having to get into pretty massive fuel saving.
But did manage an 8 lap stint in the middle of the race. It came in after only, I think, 3 laps from memory.
A puncture, it was 3 laps, you're right.
Left-hand side puncture with contact with another car. They thought it might have been a Porsche, and lost some time limping into the pits. All right, everybody, we said settle back, but for the moment, inch forward and get ready for action as the top SP9 GT3 cars are coming to the line. There's 3 hours on the clock. The weather has played its part, it's fine, and a couple of spits and spots yesterday in the last hour. That's not forecast for today. 2022, the Total Energy ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring qualifying race 2 goes green, and we are racing down towards the first corner. Everybody heading towards the pit wall very early indeed, pulling the drivers right. That's big defending by the Valkenhorst car that was on pole position. Out of the slipstream for the BMW Junior Team in the shell colours, tries to squeeze up the left-hand side into the second corner, which is the left-hander. It's still the 2 BMWs, first and second, but the Ferrari has indeed, as Peter Snowden suggested, had a cracking couple of first two corners, little bit of a look down the inside of the BMW, but that was repelled. All downhill towards the Dunlop curve at the southern end of the Grand Prix circuit. Pick your braking spots well. Everybody's gone through. Christian Kreuzden. It's Neil Verhagen who has started the BMW Junior Team from Hershey, from Wittmann, Philippe Eng, Jordan Pepper started the Conrad car. He qualified that car earlier on and was fastest for a while. Then it's Lion Speed and Valkenhorst second car. Then Christian Menzel for Nico Menzel rather for Huber Motorsport. Then Alessio Picciarello for Falcon Motorsports. The 44 car makes up the top 10, and then everybody else is 11th.
Jordan Pepper also hanging on to the back there in that Lamborghini car, the Conrad Run car. The two BMWs, the Rover BMWs, in 4th and 5th with Wittmann and Enger at the wheel. They are side by side all over the back of the Ferrari, but Jonathan Hershey was over Verhagen's BMW Junior car like a cheap suit, wasn't he? Those first corners, just trying to get through, literally left, right, everywhere, trying to find a way, but not quite doing it. And I thought he would get it done, to be honest, on the Grand Prix circuit. So the work's cut out a little bit harder for him now to try and get that job done down onto the Nordschleife. They just all started down there through Hats and back now, John. This is where it starts to get serious. The Grand Prix circuit isn't casual, but now it's big boy stuff now.
And much harder to overtake in this first third of the lap, or first maybe eighth of a lap, because it is a bit follow my lead around here for cars of the same category. This is a rhythm section, and I don't mean a bloke on a bass, a drummer, and somebody on a cello, but you know what I mean. It's all about getting through there. Already contact for one of the AMG GT
55 car.
That's a GT3 car actually, and that is the car of the
Landgraf.
So the Landgraf car, yes. Patrick Assenheimer and Lucas Andro Treft. Lucas Andro qualified in the single qualifying earlier on, so they'll be disappointed with that. And the worst thing for them is that they're not going to get out, I don't think, in front of the second starting group. No Manthey here. They will still have the chance to get into the top qualifying at the race itself, the big race itself. They won the first race, of course, of the NLS, so they've got points for that. Glickenhaus, another opportunity for them as well when we come to the qualifying and the top qualifying of the race itself. But no shortcuts for them, so they will have work to do when we come back here for the main race. Oh, the Landgraf car just gets out in front of the Aston, who's had a really good start again. They had a good battle over the first quarter of the lap yesterday with the leading Manuel Lauch driven 830 Elantra TCR from Hyundai. That was yesterday though, and the Hyundai's a little bit further back. A great swathe of Cup 3 Porsche Caymans in the middle of this grid, and BMWs to suit everybody. Peter and I in the top qualifying this morning were going through our options for going back to racing, and we decided that a £60,000 BMW M240 ready to go was pretty good. Move up from that to maybe 120,000 for a TCR, and then a 992 Carrera Cup car at about 180,000. Those were our. I think we, even if we drop the big millions, I'm not sure the $500,000 BMW M4 GT3 was going to make our list, Peter.
I don't think so, no. At the moment, I'm enjoying watching a green Aston at the front of the field. It's been a while since I've seen that.
Leading its own group.
Absolutely. What a sight to see. I'm sure Sarah Rigby would be loving that.
Yeah, now that then is going to be... Was that the 90... Yeah, that's not the GT3 car, is it?
No. This is the second group, the GT4.
Yeah, so that's one of the... that's a Pro Sport car, isn't it? So that'll be the SP10 leader, and that is the number 82, sorry, can't read my own writing. And that then is the... who started that? The 82. I think that was Miklas Born who started that for Pro Sport Racing. He's with Christoph Breuer, Alex Mies and Mike David Ortman, who did the qualifying, the top qualifying in that car.
Yeah, Miklas Born started it, yeah.
Now, did that Landgraf AMG come out of pit lane whilst there was a red light at the end of pit lane? That is a question that we can't answer from here, but it must have been close because they were on the front straight. Meantime, let's get into the action on the Nordschleife itself with Antti Burri in the 831 Hyundai i30 NTCR, 2 litres, 300 and plenty horsepower, driving the front wheel. 1, 2, did we get 5 across the track at one stage? I think we did. Both the KTMs getting checked up right at the back. You can't miss the orange crossbars there. That was the start of the main group. And where did the Mercedes get the bash? That's what we're looking at, the Landgraf car there. And what they've done there is, instead of going on to the Nordschleife with damage to the front end, they've shortcutted through the Vidal chicane and back into the pit lane. Now, they don't get a penalty for that, but obviously they don't get credited that lap, so they'll restart that lap again when they go back out the pit. They've got some very clever timing loops around the Grand Prix circuit in the pit lane.
But it's the perfect solution, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Nobody's trying to get an advantage.
No.
You don't get that taken away from you. You don't get it either. So you just back to start again, reset. Perfectly common sense. Typically efficient of the organisers here at Nürburgring, ADAC, that everything involved in this. The 2 leading BMWs have pulled away quite a bit now,
haven't they? They are super quick in a straight line. We saw that yesterday, but they do move a lot of air.
Good 10 car lengths to third place Jonathan Hershey in the Ferrari.
I reckon we have started 81 cars in this event. I was hoping to see which cars had gone missing, but they haven't listed the cars that didn't start on the timing screen. So I reckon 81 cars have gone through the first sector at least, and gone through. We'll get the proper gaps as they come through, but it has been a bit of a bid for freedom that has been put out there by the 2 BMWs. Valkenhorst is the white, black and red car, then the Shell livery car. Next up is the Junior Team. 2 Rover Racing cars working together there, and now they'll get a huge draft on the Ferrari. It will be like they have turbo power, extra turbo boost. And look at the Lamborghini coming up as well, also using the draft. Jordan Pepper getting into the draft. He knows what it's like. He's seen what's happened yesterday. And those BMW M4s move a huge amount of air. And if you can get in there, we saw the Porsches, the KCMG Porsche come from 10 or 12 cars lengths back, tracking 2 BMWs.
Jonathan Hershey under increasing pressure now in that Ferrari. Although I thought they got a bit more done down there. Jordan Pepper snicking at the heels of the second of those 2. That's Whitman in the Rover Racing BMW, the second of the 2 there ahead of him. Enger right in front of him. Hershey, a little bit of a gap there. They looked like they did pull up down the Dotting Hill. He said they just got that straight line speed. Those M4 GT4 cars, the new ones for 2022, just missile quick in a straight line. And a 488 Ferrari is not exactly slow in a straight line, but the BMW might punch a big hole through the air, but it punches it through it very, very quickly. Took his teammate with him, and Jordan Pepper said, thank you very much, I'll have a bit of that as well, and put the Lamborghini in there as well.
Porsche on Porsche action as the second of the Falcon cars, which is the 22 car, is the 33 car rather, is having a wee bit of a battle. And that is Marcus Seefried, and he's got Nick Tandy right up his tailpipes. And that's, just saying that is enough to strike fear into the heart of most drivers. Hello to the Tandy family, to the Westbrook family, although maybe you've been stood down now as the Glickenhaus will not be racing, so we'll not see Richard this afternoon. If he can catch an earlier flight back home in time for the Grand Prix, if they knew that earlier on. Beautiful afternoon. Sun shining, temperature around about 17 Celsius, and back out onto the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the second time of asking. Valkenhorst Motorsport from Bmw Junior Team, the 2 BMWs now with nearly 5 seconds on Jonathan Hershey in the Octane 126 Ferrari, the dark coloured car, the red stripe on it, that's the 26. Felipe Fernandez sniffing around the back end of that car, then Rover Racing's second car, so they are 99 from 98. Then Jordan Pepper in the Lamborghini. Valkenhorst number 102 is next up. That's another BMW. We had yesterday 1st, 2nd, 5th, 8th and 10th, or 5th, 9th and 10th, I think, for the BMWs. And again, I'm working from memory there. So Christian Krohn leading out from Neil Verhagen, Jonathan Hershey, but the two BMWs still with clear track. They're not going to catch, and Peter, you're looking at the tracker, they're not going to catch traffic till probably the start of the next lap.
Yeah, possibly a bit sooner, because they're up at the lead cars are now coming up through Schwalbenschanz, going to go to Galgenkopf onto the Dottingerhöhe, and the back of that pack, the slowest car is just. There's one at Tiergarten, but the back of the pack is at the end of the GP circuit. So I reckon they could catch them by.
So the leaders are coming up to Adenauer first now. Yeah, all right.
I reckon about there. Okay, interesting, John. You mentioned 81 cars made the start, and we should have 91.
Yeah.
I can do my maths here. I'm good at this because it's only 10. It's easy. There are 91 cars on track. Just 10 haven't got GPS working.
I'm
not going to name and shame them, but I've got them all listed here. But I won't name and shame them.
Oh, really?
But that's why.
Do we know any? Is there any list there of ones that aren't? Therefore, haven't actually taken the start, because we knew there was going to be some.
No.
I'll leave you to look at that.
Thank you.
Waiting for the second group to come through, whilst the lead group already heading down through Kallenhard towards Versheifen. So on the drop down, sitting in the battle for the lead. Those two BMWs have pulled well away. Junkadella, Engel and Gunon sharing the number 4 Team Get Speed car. Been used to see those cars in red and white colours, in the phone company colours. They're now in BWT, the water company colours. And that number 4 sitting rather further back from Mara Engel than he would like, down in 23rd position.
And you were right, John. It is 81 on track. Those 10 haven't started.
Okay.
It is exactly 10.
Okay, thank you.
Not on the GPS, not got GPS on.
Ah, got you. I see what you mean.
If I read it the right way around and then enunciate it correctly, then I can actually understand it myself. When I can understand it, explain it. Well, when you can understand it, explain it to me.
Do what I can. We have got 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, about 19, 20 classes here. We'll run you through the class leaders once we get into the meat of the race just a little bit. Coming up to 2:15 in the afternoon here in the Eifel. Beautiful weather, as we've mentioned. Here comes the second group across the line. And the second group of the second group, actually, as the two Schnitzelam BMWs are going through. And yes, we did have schnitzel for lunch with Pilzsaus, of course. Nice chopped salad as well. You know, when in the Eifel. The drop of the local crisp white stuff, very nice indeed. Kronya still leading out then Verhagen, those two 6.5 seconds, well actually 4.5 seconds between them and Hershey. Hershey is 6.5 seconds off the lead. He's being pressured though by Philippe Eng and Jonathan Hershey. Those three absolutely together. Two Schnitzelam BMWs, 245 and 244 further down the field,
but not running in the right order again.
No, indeed. And they're Cup 3 cars, and that's first and second in Cup 3. And right in front of them is no, that's not right, is it? For those cars, because they were BMWs, not Cup 3 cars. I'll get back to you on that. Those Schnitzelam cars.
Well, the 254 and 255, they're Cup 3 cars.
Yeah, well, that came in, and there's those.
But they're running right behind the Hyundai TCR car, 830.
Yeah, but the Schnitzelam cars are BMWs, aren't they? They're not Porsches. So those numbers that I gave you must have been wrong. It must have been
I'm with you.
245 and 245 and 240. They're first and second in the 240i class. They're a bit further back. So ahead of them was the team Mathol Racing Porsche came in 54th position, the 261, and that's got Arjun Maini behind the wheel of that car. Driver that you'll know from your exploits with Aston Martin. Peter Kate will be driving again for Team Mathol, and extraordinary finishing and winning record Peter has got in whatever class he took part in down through the years. Has won for Mathol, I think 2 years in a row now, so he might be going for a triple. Got introduced to them a couple of 3 years ago, and immediately found his feet with the Cayman that they were running, and was invited back, and he's back again this year. Came up with a thing called the Dinner Plate Challenge, where you had to be blindfolded and drive a lap of a circuit to time, using a dinner plate as a steering wheel. He chose the Nürburgring Nordschleife. We put it next to a video. He did it brilliantly, ended the challenge immediately, because nobody could have, I couldn't have done Brands Hatch Indy as well as he did the Nordschleife.
It tells you something, doesn't it?
Just talked his way around it. First two BMWs are across the line, then it's the battles behind them really. Fighting for scraps at the moment from the BMW M4 table. And the scraps at the moment are being contested by a new third place car. It's now 1, 2, 3 for BMWs as the Octane 126 Ferrari's been pushed down to fourth. Philip Eng's gone past Jonathan Hershey, but still right in there. The Conrad Blue.
Yeah, he's under pressure. Jordan Pepper now.
Oh, down through. The left-hander dropping down the hill on the Grand Prix circuit. It falls away much steeper than you think down there.
Yeah, hugely so.
Watch out for the access road on the left-hand side. That's your braking point just before the start of that gravel trap for the Dunlop hairpin at the bottom of the hill. Now climbing back up the hill again. Really committed into the Schumacher S. Then over the brow of the hill to what I think is a much more difficult corner, the left-hander, before you sweep right down to the Vidal chicane. Very easy to go wide there, and you approach it at such a high speed, right over the top of the brow. You brake just on the brow of the hill, and then you've got to have a car that's really pointy at the front end to get it in there, Peter.
Yeah, just as it goes nice and light. I mean, you've got no turn in, you've got a light front end.
Positive camber on the right-hander, dropping down. This kink is flat out.
Fabulous.
They come to next. You want to put as little lock in as possible. Don't let the car drift too far to the left, because you're going to drag it back to the right for the chicane. But this time, of course, instead of going through the chicane and back round to the Coca-Cola curve, you're on to the Nürburgring Nordschleife, so it's effectively a big hairpin.
The roller coaster of hats and back.
Yeah, just when you think you've got yourself sorted on the Grand Prix circuit. Hello, I'm the hats and back.
Somebody's taken the safety net away, there's no runoff, all of a sudden it's just barriers and a strip of green grass, which is ever so much a strip.
Problem for, an early problem for the number 5, which has dropped down the order, and that is the
Phoenix Audi.
The Phoenix Audi,
yeah.
That's the Frank Stippler, Vincent Kolb car. Technical defect. However, that car has continued. That is the Breitscheid area, post 119. So over down by the bridge that goes over the road at the bottom of the valley at Adana. Now, here comes Jordan Pepper on the 4th place Ferrari, moving around. Oh, that's a bit naughty from Jonathan Hershey. He'd probably get away with that because there was a left-hander coming, so he could see he was taking the racing line. That was going through at the top of the hill at Schwedenkreuz, and now down through Arenberg and into the Foxhole. The Foxhole, even in a street car, even in a road car, is absolutely petrifying. You cannot hit any of the curbs down there at all. It just totally unsettles the car. And you brake into that first left-hander in the Adenauer Forest, down one gear, down another for the second bit, and then depending on what car you're racing, down a third gear for the right-hander. Lovely section, but it's so quick, Peter, as many of these combinations of corners are around here.
If ever there's a part of the track that deserved the name Green Hell the most, that's probably it.
Yeah, and you know what? I think you're right there. I think you're right. Because it is so quick as you're plunging downhill, bottoming the car out at the end of the Fuchsrud down through the Arenberg, through the left-hander before you go down towards Kellenhardt. And then it's downhill, dropping down, all the way down through the gearbox.
We've got 6 cars in a train here being headed by Jonathan Hershey's Ferrari, and I'm not suggesting he's holding anybody up, but I think if those BMW to get out of there, I think the Jordan Pepper's Lamborghini would probably be quicker as well. Certainly the second of the Rover BMWs, the Falcon Porsche that's in there as well, and I think they'd have the pace of this Ferrari. It's holding on. He's doing a great job, and he's doing nothing wrong. But I think some of the cars behind have got a better pace at this early stage of the race.
The other bit I like is the climb up. They're on it now. The climb up the hill from Bergwerk through 1, 2, 3 left-handers and heading up to Mutkirch and then Klostertal and the Steilstrecke. That is a great bit. That's just flat out, and you're climbing all the time. So any mistake there really costs you. The Steilstrecke is at the bottom of the run up to the Caracciolo carousel. Side by side, there's a touch. There's a touch there between the Falcon Porsche, the first of the Falcon Porsches, and the second.
Alessio Piccarelli.
Piccarelli and Whitman. And there was
Pepper's got past the Ferrari. I think the Ferrari might have a problem.
Well,
just slow down there, because Jordan Pepper's just shot past Jonathan Hershey. I was just about to say to you, Jonathan, when that little touch happened, that Alessio Piccarelli had a very, very close inspection of that BMW in front of him. That's Whitman's Rover entry, Rover Racing one, and he was really, really close to it there, so he got even closer then. I didn't think he'd get close without touching it, to be honest. I think you're right, there's a bit of a touch there, but I wonder if the Ferrari has a little bit of an issue. It appears to have picked up again there. It's almost as if it doesn't happen in modern day racing, but you'd say years ago, Mr. Gear. Yeah. Exactly. It doesn't really happen these days, because there can be a glitch, but it's so unlikely. But it did seem to suddenly drop back there, and Jordan Pepper was he didn't need a second invite, did he?
So I think Marco Wittmann did get a little tap there. The worry will be, is there being tyre damage there?
Yeah, what's it done? What's the collateral?
Yeah. Heading up to Mutkirch. That is so quick. Mutkirch is a little bit of lift, maybe even a downshift for the GT3 cars, but the rest of it from Bergwerk all the way through Kesselchen, you're absolutely flat out there. It's only the third of the left-handers. You don't really have to nail the first two, and perhaps it's not wise to try and get to the inside there, scrub speed off, but the third one actually tightens on you. And I remember the first time I went through there in the 993, the car bouncing around a bit. Funny enough, talked to Sabine Schmidt about that and asked her if I needed my suspension looking at. She said, what were you doing? I said, 135 maybe. And she said, K's? I went, no, miles an hour. In a road car? She went, yeah. She went, yeah, they'll all do that at that speed. In a 993, yes. I said, it didn't slide, it just hopped. She went, yeah, they all do that. I could have talked to Sabina all day about this place. Absolutely all day. She knew every blade of grass on it.
Wittmann just trying to use some of the, Marco Wittmann there, trying to use some of the traffic to get a little run on the Ferrari there. Not quite able to do it that time. I think they're onto the Dottinger Höhe now. Yes, they are onto the Dottinger Höhe. So the BMW is supersonic quick in a straight line here. We've seen this, but it punches this big hole in the air. It sits behind some of the other traffic. Can he get a toe off the Ferrari? Ferrari's going to poach a smaller hole in the air, but it's the Falcon Motorsport Porsche of Piccarelli that's going to sit right behind the BMW. He looks to the jigs to the right. He can't. There's a back marker there, and it's all being held up. The BMW shot between the pair of them, and a completely changed, a whole set of changes there. It's Jordan Pepper's just lost 2 places, gained 1 back again. Falcon Motorsport Piccarelli didn't quite get past Pepper's Conrad Lamborghini, but the winner in all of that drafting down the Dottinger Höhe, John, is of course the new BMW M4, as we've said, with that incredible straight line speed.
Somebody's put a wheel on the grass, a bit more than that maybe. Now there's a slow moving OPC Astra, but in all of that dust, is there something off the track? There's a green flag, so I think there must be somebody in there on the Hatzenbach, towards the end of the Hatzenbach.
That's a lot more than a wheel on the grass, isn't it? Level of dust.
And the leaders are coming to it now. slow zone at Dottinger Höhe, but that was at the end of the Dottinger Höhe, then the Tiergarten?
Yes, okay. Was, yes.
So the leaders had just gone through there then?
Yeah, exactly that.
Tiergarten, yeah, absolutely. So yellow flags out there. And now Nick Tandy in the white Porsche with the red stripe. He's having a look, trying to make up some ground and trying to join onto the back of that is Marcus Siegfried. No, Siegfried's right there, actually. So it's all changed around. As you and Bruce have seen that type of drafting at full speed on the Dottinger Höhe in both of the NLSs. It's one of the KTMs.
It is one I was about to say. It's a true racing KTM crossbow, and that's had a heavy front end impact, as we said. The level of dust could not be just from putting
Stucky.
Yeah,
it's fairly stuck by the helmet.
Out of the car of his own power, standing and looking at. So that's the best part of the news you can report straight away. He's okay, but the car facing back the opposite way. So whether they've had a touch side by side with something, or something's failed, or just got a wheel on the grass and spun it round, who knows? But 117 true racing car is out, and that's not going to take part again.
SPX
category, yeah.
Category car. It's the GTX version. And the slow zone then at the end of the lap. And we've got an Audi moving slowly, and that's through the slow zone, and that's the 5 car. So we had problems with that. We heard that car had problems early on, didn't we? For the Scherer team's Phoenix car, the Frank Stippler car, and that car has limped into the pit lane. So that car must be all the way down at the back of the field with Frank Stippler, yeah. So that had a problem on its second lap and has taken that amount of time to come back around. Technical defect that was, right on the far side of the track, wasn't it? At Brightside, I seem to remember. We mentioned that. Well, Stippy has got it back. Well done to him. But a big shunt for Ferdinand Stuck as Frank Stippler noses the car in towards the garage. Looks like a right rear suspension problem. They put it on the dollies, the wheel is off straight away.
Yeah.
That's going back into the pit garage. But just to confirm, the 117 KTM Crossbow GTX in the SPX category, Ferdinand Stuck, the starting driver, out of that car after a big accident at the end of the Dottinger Höhe at Tiergarten. And despite a few drops of rain yesterday, the amount of dust that was there tells you that it's been very dry around here. We've got another car stopped at Adnar Forst as well. Well off the road to driver's right. Now, where there was a yellow flag there, so Snowy's going to try and pick that car off on the tracker.
Yeah, found it. It is.
I think it looked.
I don't want to even say it.
What?
Well, why would I want to say it?
It's an Aston Martin.
Correct. It's Pro Sport number 81 car. Yeah, from the SP10 category.
It was the green.
You just forced me to do that, didn't you?
It was the green and it was the green and orange on that car. I could see it even from the overhead. That's Guida Dumari, Alexander Volker, and Yevgen Solkolovsky. And so that car has stopped at the end of the foxhole up at Adnar Forst, but he's on driver's right. Where the circuit curves to the left and does that right-handed hairpin, he's all the way over to the right as if he'd just gone straight on there, which is a shortcut you can take in some race simulations.
It's the only car involved at the moment, so it may not be anything else. It might be mechanical, you never know. It's a long time to go. Back at the front, John, just wanted to say, we've mentioned about these BMWs already, haven't we, the M4s. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 8th.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a lockout at the moment, isn't it? But it's very early days. 2 hours, 30 minutes to go. We're only half an hour in, John.
Half an hour gone. I'll do the class leaders in a moment, but we've still got battling up towards mid-curve. And there was another touch on the back of the Wittmann BMW. That's twice he's had a touch now for Marco Wittmann. They've got slower cars there. This time it's Jordan Pepper who wipes the back end of the BMW with his Conrad Lamborghini, weaves to the right, then back to the left again. And here comes the Falcon Porsche as well to play in amongst that. And that must be the 33, Marcus Seefried. So that BMW losing touch just a little bit from Christian Cronjes and Neil Verhagen and Philip Eng. And then 4 seconds further back is Whitman, Pepper, and everyone else. The Falcon car is the Alessio Piccarello car, the 44, rather than Marcus Seefried. But he's not far off the back of this, no doubt. 4th place battle, and there's more joining the back of that. A lot of people joining us going, right, what are we qualifying here for? What was yesterday all about? Well, the qualifying race is normally 6 hours. You gather manufacturer points and also potentially get into the top shootout for the main race on the 26th. It doesn't mean you can't take part if you don't do well here, but it is an opportunity to do some more laps. A little bit of bump drafting down the straight. And
that's a replay.
This was earlier on. So Hindhoff getting excited about replays, not headline news, I'm afraid. So as I say, you still have the opportunity to qualify up into the top qualifying via your performance in race week. But basically, this gives you an opportunity to put that to bed and then potentially do other things in the qualifying time. You just don't get enough time on the circuit here. Even if you've done both the NLS races that have happened so far, that's 8 hours. And yes, you use the Nordschleifer as it is, but the Grand Prix circuit is completely different. The Haug hook, and then all the way down to the bottom of the hill and all the way back up again. So in terms of your data for fuel consumption, etc., that is not the same. So the opportunity to come here and do some more running is, whilst it's not mandatory, most of the top teams, even if you've already qualified through, will do it. The exception here this weekend is Manthey, who didn't have the resources to run the cars in the WEC and here. Glickenhaus will not take part in this race, although they did get some running yesterday before their gearbox gremlins took hold, although it's wheel bearing and steering today. Now here comes Jordan Pepper on Wittmann, and he gets a good run.
Not from there.
And then the moment that he pulls out, it's like the Lamborghini have hit
slow zone for the KTM anyway.
Yeah, hit a brick wall, and then a slow zone from just where the tourist lap entrance is. So they come down to, it's code, is it slow zone or is it code 60?
Code 60.
Right. We've got code 60 at Adnar Forst as well for that Aston Martin. Now, let's see. The code 60 flags are out. Let's see who gets back on the throttle quicker. Wittmann or Jordan Pepper. Behind them, it's Alessio Piccarello. Jonathan Hershey in the Ferrari is the first of the darker cars there, and behind the Falcon tyres, blue and green car. Now they're back up to speed. Looks like the KTM is just about cleared from there. So across the start-finish line, and the battle for fourth continues.
The Pro Sport number 81 Aston is now running again very slowly. It is returning to the pits under its own power. Well, look, I think might not be under its own power, but it is being
round the outside. Sorry, Peter. Around the outside for Jordan Pepper. He'll get the inside for turn 2, and I think he's got that nailed now. He has. That was very good indeed. By the way, that crash for Ferdinand Stuck, was not too far in front of Maro Engel in the number 4 Mercedes. Martin Pelton, among others, saying if you go onto the onboard feed for that car, you can see it clearly. So, as I said at the start of the race, yes, there are things to be racing for here, but for the moment, put that to one side. We'll go through what it all means when we get back on site for race week and tell you how many of the top qualifying positions have already been taken, and therefore what there is to go for in the qualifying sessions and who needs to put a time in. For the moment, let's enjoy this battle in the sunshine, in the Eifel, a 3-hour sprint with strategy as well as speed to play out. So, Peter Snowden and John Hindhaugh, hello. Nice to have your company. very impressed with Jordan Pepper. Not sure what changes they've made, Snowy, to the Conrad Racing Lamborghini Huracan. They were in the top 20 yesterday, but pretty anonymous.
They were. It's an odd mix with that car. We mentioned it before, didn't we? Yesterday, it's had a pole position earlier this year, and then finished just in the top 10. I think it was 10th. And then yesterday just didn't really figure.
It is a Pro-Am car though. Yeah. So Jordan Pepper is the pro. He's got Axel Jeffries. I'd be interested to see how the organisers here rate him, because he's a very, very good driver. And then Michele Di Martino as well in that car. So at the moment, that is the lead Pro-Am car in SP9. And there's no reason, there's no difference in the cars. So when you've got your pro driver in, there's no reason that your SP9 Pro-Am car shouldn't be as quick as an SP9 Pro car. As Peter takes a huge intake of breath as one of the that was the Zorg Rennsport BMWs from further down the field was basically had a flyby from 2 GT3 cars.
Well, yeah, Nick Tandy was part of that. It was Jonathan Hershey leading that. Jonathan Hershey in the Ferrari. Ben Tuck just behind. Then Nick Tandy also in touch with that, and there's who's right behind Nick Tandy as well. I'll just take the different screen down. It's Guba Kamiziak.
Yeah.
In the Shearer Sport Audi, right behind that. So people often ask you what's exciting this? What's different to what the mainstream layman watch Formula One? Why do you watch GT racing? This is why you watch it. This is GT racing, GT3 racing, the top category now in the world. These guys at its absolute best,
and particularly
on the best canvas in the world as well.
I think that's the other thing. This playing field, by no means level in terms of its geography, but this place, you're racing the place as well as you are everybody around you. Christopher Haas in the 22. No, it's not. It's Patrick Niederhauser, excuse me, in the 22. He started the race. Plunging downhill now towards Verstappen. Down through the right-hander. Lots of blue flags being thrown. And he'll head down towards the bottom of the hill. Again, you pick up all the little places for braking points. The access road from the right-hand side there, but a huge gaggle of cars. Very steep uphill after the bridge.
This is Ben Tuck's chance to get past the Ferrari, being held up by one of the Caymans there. Can he do anything? Of course, they now got, is that Nick Tandy right behind him as well then? It is, isn't it? So three of them get into line. Nick Tandy,
oh, that's brave.
Yeah.
That's brave for Ben Tuck. Up the hill there. You don't need to use your brake. We've got three wide. Here comes Tandy on the outside on driver's right. He drops his right-hand tyres onto the dirt. The pass on the grass has been completed by Nick Tandy. 2 for the price of 1. Pass 1, get 1 free.
An unashamed round of applause from me there, which you probably heard. I apologise, John.
No, that's fine, mate.
But as you said, just as you said, Ben Tuck, that's brave. He got alongside Jonathan Hershey. They had to do it. So what happens? Nick Tandy says, I'll have a bit of that down the other side. Thank you very much. He's obviously watched Mr. Kevin Estra, the master of pass on the grass, and thinks, well, if he can do it, I've got the Porsche the same. I can do it. And he's just proven he can. Nick Tandy, 2 in 1. Thank you very much.
Oh, brilliant stuff. And there'll be a small portion.
I hope Felix heard that.
Yeah, there'll be a small portion of Bedfordshire that's just gone fairly bonkers there. Tandy wasn't even here yesterday. Oh, the crash right in front of that battle. That's on the run up to Mudcurve. That is...
I've got a feeling that is the Falcon Motorsports 33 Porsche.
No, wrong colour.
It is. No, it's over there. It is.
Yes. Sorry, there's 2 cars involved. Sorry, Peter. I was looking at I was looking at the intervention vehicle, thinking that's Audi colours. You're right. It is the 33 car. So that is Patrick Peeler who started that car.
No heavy damage to it, obviously, John. From the aerial shot, we can see from our helicam, but there's no corners and wheels and bits missing. So it's just facing the wrong way. So that's a very strange. It's a very strange place to be facing that way without any serious damage.
No, it's Picariello who was
Picariello, yeah.
who was bumping into the BMW. I was going to say, correct, is it a throwback to something that happened earlier on? Patrick Peeler makes very few mistakes. I do like the idea of having the numbers on the roof, teams. Thank you very much for the overheads.
It's official. It's official. You got approval.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. So, was that at Klostertal or was that further round from there?
Yes, it's Klostertal, you're right.
So I thought it was just after the Moot curve. I mean, that's insanely quick there. Klostertal's just a little right kink, very high curb on the right-hand side. Moot curve is a lift, possibly a change down for these cars, the left-hander before it, but it's all climbing, and you want to keep your foot on. I've seen some big crashes down there, down through the years, and in the World Touring Car Support races as well that we've had round here. Still double-waved yellows at the end of the Dottinger Höhe. Exmüller approach is clear now. That was yellow flags for a moment or two. Falcon team clearly have heard from Patrick Pilet. There's head in hands there. And it looks like the 44 will take no further part in what's going on. It's now a code 60 at Klostertal.
I'm still intrigued, John, as to what's the cause of that car to be facing the opposite way. There's no obvious damage to the car, we could see.
Tandy's pass was absolutely outstanding in the KC MG Porsche as he went through. That's an opportunist manoeuvre. That is Tandy saying, yeah, I'm not going to lift here. There's enough room. The track's dry. I saw it this morning. The grass is dry. I'm there. I'm there. 2 for the price of 1, as you said. That wasn't that far away from what was going on with that 33 car. So what has happened there? Answer, we know not.
Everything looks straight on the car, it's just facing the opposite way.
Correct.
There's no tire marks on the track to indicate that, let's just say a transmission's locked up and spun it round. Why it's facing the opposite way. So there's nothing, no real evidence as to why it is. We might hear from the pits right now, though, John.
I'm not sure.
We might not.
We're going to hear that, but we'll try and find out and see what has happened there.
That's the KTM being put on the flatbed. It is literally just at the beginning of Tiergarten, isn't it? It starts to rise up. It is, yeah. That's Tiergarten. That's where the KTM that's causing the double waved yellows there. Being put on the flatbed. Yes, they're just picking up now, going through Tiergarten.
Yeah.
Not the 33 Falcon.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Different incident. Sorry,
I thought that had gone ages ago, to be honest.
No, that's why it's still double waved yellows there.
In all of this, Christian Conyers, by the way, has pulled out 3 seconds on the rest of the field, which is led by Neil Verhagen in the BMW 123 with Philippe Eng now 5 seconds further back in third. About 15 minutes ago, I was going to give you a rundown of all the class leaders. Conyers leads and leads overall in SP9 in the 101 Valkenhorst BMW. True Racing's crossbow number 116 has just come into the pits out of the lead of SPX at 17th position. In 26th is where we'll find the 127 Cup 2. That's the Porsche 991 GT3 Cup class. And that's the K Kramer racing car. We had an 8:31.7 earlier on today in top qualifying from a Cup car. SP8T Door Motorsport as the pit stops are starting. That's an Aston Martin leading SP8T, number 69. Cup X is the Teichmann KTM Crossbow GTX 161. SP10 GT4 category, that's an Aston Martin, the Pro Sport Racing number 82. Manuel Lauch leads Hyundai Motorsports Charge in the TCR category with the 830 in 36th position. 37th is the Irma family outing, the 254 Cayman. That's an all Cayman Cup 3 class for the GT4 Caymans. 245 BMW 240i leads. That's the Schnitzelam Racing, a BMW M240i. The Adrenaline Motorsport Cayman S leads in V6. It won that class yesterday, the 396 and 52nd. In 53rd, it is the 224. That is Zorg Rennsport, the BMW, the rear wheel drive part of VT2. 114 in 57th place is SP3's leader. That's the Van Damme Subaru Technica International WRX. Com Ledegar is in the pits, but was scored in the lead of the alternative fuel category. That's where the Mustang is as well, the 109, the 633 GT4 Cayman. 874 Cup 5 BMW Club Sport, that's their class. That is the Adrenaline Motorsport 871. V5 is led by the 444 Adrenaline Motorsport Cayman 981. Volta Rolina Strike Check are at the wheel of the Opel Astra OPC, which leads the front wheel drive section of VT2. Ben Lyons is at the wheel of the 323 BMW 325i, which leads V4 with 45 minutes down, 2 hours and a quarter still to go. 228 is under investigation. With code 60s comes investigations for not following the rules. And the 228 is the Team Zorg Rennsport Cayman S. That's the Xavier Lamadrid, Carol Feach and Fabrice Reicher. When the barrier repairs going on to drivers left coming into Tiergarten, so I think the code 60s as much for that. So that was a big old hit.
Driver's right. KTM.
The barrier repairs were on the left.
So it was big.
So it's gone across one side and gone the other side.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think he's nosed in.
Yeah.
So whether that was a touch or not, we can't tell you. Valkenhorst then still leading. The OPC Opel Astra class coming across the line now. Good little battle there. 110 and the 87. They're running a little bit further down, but as ever, having a cracking scrap between themselves. And that's the Strike Check car which leads the track, and right in behind it is the Young Motorsports car, and it is one of the Youngs in that. That's 68th overall, but the battle for the lead in the front wheel drive part of the class. So the red, green and white is the Strike Check car. Not sure it's Volta or Lena in that car. Behind them, the 8-7 is, I think, the remaining Young car, because they didn't have a lot of luck yesterday. One of their cars didn't make it back to the starts this morning. That was the 89, Jean-Philippe Pradato and Francois Valles. Jean-Philippe, the CEO of Alfa Romeo Racing here this weekend. It's Tobias Young in the 87 there. Michael Eichhorn, Jean-Marc Finot, Daniel Yenichin. And those two cars very evenly matched indeed, although the Strike Check car is a slightly younger version of that. A bit more rounded around the edges. Third, by the way, in that class is the VW Golf number 223 that won yesterday. That car, the GT Tyre Motorsport by WS Racing. But that's a little bit further back down the road at the moment. In fact, it's well back down the road. These two are setting a cracking pace. Let's go back to Nick Tandy, who's caught a BMW. Target acquired. So Nick now, as he chases through the field, is looking at... Well, that's interesting. Who is he? Is that the Huber Motorsport car? Yes, that's the Huber Motorsport car. Looking at the back of Marco Wittmann. So was that... I think we may have given the pass on the grass to the wrong driver there. I think that was the Huber Motorsport car, the 25.
I did wonder when you said KCMG, as in the colours. I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I thought the colour scheme was wrong with the red roof, because the KCMG cars are predominantly white, blue and black.
Yeah, you're right. So that's Nico Menzel in that car. My apologies for that one. And in fact, Fabian Zimmerman...
Yeah, Tandy's behind the car collection. Christian Kolb, isn't it, Audi at the moment, in 12th. Yeah.
Fabian Zimmerman spotted that. The Estra Esch wheel. KCMG car a bit further back. Sorry about that. And maybe a faulty driver ID, because Patrick Pile was in the pit when Marco Siegfried was at... So we think it was Siegfried that was at the wheel of the 33. So I did say it was unusual for Pile to make a mistake with the 33 car. we think may have been Marcus Seefried. Car's dropped out of contention now, of course, having been stopped up just beyond the mute curve. Now, interesting, it does say Seefried on my screen now, although the TV graphics did definitely say Pelé. Coming down to the end of the first hour, 9 minutes to go, one more lap. Track is clear everywhere bar the Tiergarten, I think, at the moment. So this battle for position between Wittmann and Menzel will have to be put on hold for a moment behind them.
Right, we've got the cause of the KTM crash. It's on the Dottingerhoe Kink on the left.
Yeah.
Full chap, best part of 300 Ks. He's just got two wheels on the grass on the right-hand side.
And spun across the left.
Just had a what you'd call a tank slapper as a motorcyclist, and just gone the other way. So
no wonder they're still fixing the pit wall. Oh, pit stopper. That's Rover Racing. That's Eng in, and Kroons follows him in for Valkenhorst and the BMW Junior Team. So that has left Jordan Pepper, I think, in the lead. All right, now I'm awfully confused, or my timing screen isn't updating, because well, that is at the end of 6 laps, which is exactly what they did yesterday. Well, that came up very, very late indeed. So Jordan Pepper leads for Conrad, but now the top 6 cars down to Nick Tandy, and I really do mean Nick Tandy in the 18 this time. So Conrad, number 7, the 44 Falcon, the 98 Rover Racing, the 25 Huber Motorsport Menzel, the Valkenhorst with Ben Tuck 102, Tandy in the KCMG number 18, TF Sports Aston Martin, and Schnitzelam in their GT3 car. That's the top 8 who have not stopped at the moment.
it is that Jordan Pepper is in the lead in that Lamborghini. We talked about it not being there. It is, of course, by dint of effectively now 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th. Shall I continue? Yes, 17th are all in the pits. But that's not the point. It is there at the moment. It is the Lamborghini at the front of the field. Jordan Pepper that now leads on track because with Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. Along behind him is Alessio Piccarella in the Falcon Motorsports, he's had a punchy little race so far, I would say, this time out. Wittmann it is in the BMW M4 GT for Rover Racing in 3rd place. Menzel in Porsche 911 GT3R from Huber Motorsport, that extraordinary pass on the grass a little bit earlier on. Ben Tuck, Valkenhorst Motorsport, BMW M4. Nick Tandy in the KCMG Porsche is in 6th. The Mettler in the Schnitzel Realm Mercedes AMG in 7th. TF Sport with Hasse Klott at the wheel of that. Vanson in the Aston Martin in 8th place, the guy that started the cars. Dynamic Motorsports, Engelhardt is in 9th, and Matt Campbell rounds out the top 10 in the Top Sport Porsche 911 GT3. That's all, of course, subject to pit stops changing, of course, as with anywhere else, because it's not the shortest circuit in the world, shall we say. You don't get a reset again for quite a while as the cars come around, because it takes another 10 minutes roughly with a pit stop by the time you slow down and pick up speed again before they come around and trigger the transponders once again.
It was I think Nick Yellerly that came out first there in the Rover Racing number 99 ahead of Sammy Matty Trogan in the Valkenhorst BMW, and then Dan Harper in the 16 car. So that was a very rapid turnaround so long as it was legal. Just a note, by the way, I talked earlier on about the CEO of Alfa Romeo, who should have been racing today, but his Opel wasn't able to run. The head of Stellantis Motorsport is here as well, also in a front-wheel drive Opel Astra OPC, one of the Young Motorsport cars, number 88. That Tobias Young is disputing the lead with at the moment. Jean-Marc Finot is behind that, and I have to say I had missed that, so thank you to Jan Peters for spotting that for me. Stellantis, now the biggest automotive group in the world. Everything that used to be Fiat Chrysler automobiles, or Fiat, all the US brands, plus everything else, and then they gobbled up all of the other brands, including PSA and that, so they added that to Jeep and Fiat and Chrysler and that means that, of course, they have got Opel and Vauxhall now, haven't they? So that makes sense that they were racing in that, because Opel, although not that car, was prior to those guys taking over. Huge conglomerate. And that really interesting thought from the guys in the States that Peugeot's new LMH prototype car that will be racing in the FIA WEC and at Le Mans come 2024 could be rebadged as a Dodge to run in the States. And indeed, there has been some moves made by Peugeot to a number of teams in the States to ask them if they want to run that car. Slight problem is they want $30 million over 3 years.
Do 10 million a year? That was the problem.
Yeah, it's well for you, Peter.
It's not even $1 million a month, is it? Come on.
Yeah, for you.
Get on with it.
Sort of money you leave in the centre console, isn't it? Let's be fair.
Oh, we've entered into Narnia.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll wait to see if anybody takes that offer up. I think Peugeot might have to sharpen the pencil just a little bit there. You do get the car at the end of it, though. That one person
great.
So that you have actually bought the car for that.
But is there a balloon payment?
I don't think so. No balloons involved. And you would have a car, obviously, that'd be worth some money because it would have some very good racing provenance. Probably 3 Rolex Daytona 24s, Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring, etc., etc. Motul, Petit Le Mans, sailing 6 hours of the Glen, just for the long races. So you would have a car that had some provenance and probably some resale value.
Now, you mentioned earlier, John, about the strategy employed yesterday. Don't forget, we were also slightly weather affected yesterday. We haven't had that yet so far, and I'm guessing that may not be the case. Bright and sunny it is at the Nürburgring. 6.87 was the strategy that was the winning one yesterday. Second place did a 7.86.
Yeah.
I sound like a football pundit here, don't I? When we saw all this.
No, I think the top 3 did 6.87.
Well, no, it was 6.87, 7.86, and 6.87.
Oh, okay, right.
So I wrote it down as you said them out at the time. So
all right,
first and third did exactly the same. Yeah. It was the mid one that was slightly different.
The people who did the 7s to start with, that didn't work for them.
No.
Because they had to have a slightly longer first pit stop because of the sliding scale logarithmic table of contents type algorithm, which is in...
So beautifully described.
If you want to look at it, it is in the extensive supplementary regulations, which are all downloadable from the ADAC Total Energies 24 website, in English and in German. And I mean, everything is accessible there. Absolutely everything.
Yeah, basically what you're alluding to is the system where if you stay out longer, different time in the pits afterwards.
Yeah.
Sliding scale a bit down towards the end of the race, which is an interesting table.
Morning in Florida to Jerry Z, who's listening it in. And Johannes Quagley, Johannes comes up with possibly one of the understatements of the weekend. It's not KTM's weekend. Yeah, not wrong there, JJ. Hope you're fitting well, mate. Hoping to... Well, are you coming to the big race? Are we going to be graced with your presence? Hope so. I mean, far too long since we've seen you in person. So Jordan Pepper then coming round to complete his 7th lap. Now they have had a formation lap here, which I'm pretty certain will prevent anybody even considering an 8-lap stint. Yeah, here comes Pepper's in. Oh, Tandy's gone round. Tandy's gone round, and I do mean Tandy. That's interesting. He's gone on to an 8th lap, or has he come in there? No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. Wow, my timing screen was going green and red, green and red, green and red. So Pepper, Piccarello, Wittmann, Menzel, Tuck, Tandy, all in. Still waiting for the Haskell TF Sport Aston to come in, the number 90. 7th last time around. So full service for all of these cars. That'll be a new set of whatever tyres there are, whichever manufactured tyres. There's Yokohama on the Valkenhorst BMW 102. Michelin, Dunlop also represented. Falcon, of course, in there. It is an open tyre formula in GT3. I think last year we counted 11 different tyre manufacturers across all the classes. We'll do the same again when we get to the big race this year. Oh, countdown timer on the side of the Valkenhorst BMW for how long it is in seconds.
It's in the detail, isn't it?
It's in the detail. Superb. Now, is that to dropping it, or is that to the end of the pit lane? But they'll know how many seconds it is to the end of the pit lane. Jordan Pepper, I think, has got out of the Conrad Lamborghini. So the top 11 who hadn't stopped now have. So waiting for the Mercedes MG Team Get Speed number 3 to come around, which did pit. Fabian Schiller came in at the end of 5 laps, so that was a very early stop. Maro Engel did the same, actually. So the 2 Get Speed cars pitted early. That would make their first pit stop very short, and they put in Adam Christodoulou and Daniel Juncadella, and there go the 2 pink cars. They're now first and second. Adam Christodoulou leads because he's been out there longer than the cars that were battling for the lead. That was a shorter first pit stop on the algorithm.
Haven't we got 3 BMWs on track here at the moment, all fighting for this position?
That's 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Exactly. Unbelievable. 3 different teams all running those cars there. So you've got Rover, BMW Junior and Valkenhorst all battling out. 3 different teams, the same product.
Yeah. True Racing's XPX Crossbow's gone through in an overall 3rd position ahead of Dan Harper for BMW Junior Team. Down the inside. That was a super move for him. He was actually ahead at the line. And Yellowlee's had to give way, and Yellowlee might get mugged again. Sammy Matty Trogan for Valkenhorst right there as well. He's the one who's dropping back, side by side, the Rover and the Valkenhorst car. And so Dan Harper, who did that brilliant middle stint yesterday of 8 laps, which effectively took them to the lead.
So it did, he took the lead, yeah.
Well, this time he's going to have to do that again. They started from the front. Good opening stint. Christodoulou leads by 3.5 seconds from his teammate. So the 2 Mercedes, 3 from 4, the 2 Get Speed cars, but yet have made their first stop, excuse me. But they did it at the end of lap 5. Right, so I reckon that has to be so how we're going to split that? 5, 8 and 8? That's a big ask. That is a big ask. For 20, we're going to do somewhere in the region of 21 laps. If we go to 22 laps, all bets are off. That's going to be really interesting. And we've had a few slow zones already. We've done the first hour. And so people... Oh, now there's a BMW coming in off the Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, that's one of the... I think...
Was that one of the Rover Racing cars?
It is.
It's Nick Yellowlee. Nick Yellowlee, who's just taken over that car and was battling at the front of the field, has gone into the pits. And that is the number 99 Rover Racing car. He's taken the shortcut back to the pit, so his lap has been taken away. The dolly jacks are coming out. Now, they may just be squaring this up. Did they not get the fuel in, or is it something more sinister? Don't like the look of this. I think this is going into the garage.
Going to the garage, John, you're right. Now, that's the first time I think I've seen one of these new M4s worked on during race.
And it's the other one in. They're both in. What is going on here? Both of the Rover cars, a little witness mark on the side of the 98 where there's been side-by-side contact. So 99 and 98. So Nicky Katzberg is in as well as Nicky Ellerly. And both cars, well, it's going to be tight in there. Are they just retiring the cars? Have they done enough? Do they think they've done enough? Oh, no. You see, I would say by the body language of the drivers who were looking at that with hands very much on hips and the fact that they are going to work, the bonnet is coming off, the engine cover's coming off. And the other drivers standing around look to have some concern. This is not planned. Not planned at all, Snowy, is it?
Well, just as I went and said, I've never seen one of these M4s come into the pitch during a race yet. Both from the same team come in tandem. Unbelievable.
John Edwards looking, the American. That's both of them. So trying to earwig into the German interview there in the pit lane. Accident in the pit. Thank you, Michael. So was there a coming together in the pit lane that has damaged the two Rover cars?
Surely not together.
Let's hope not. Right, we've got some penalties, so that's awful news there. News of some penalties here. Not at the very sharp end of the field, but numbers are recognised, which means I've been reading them out at the front of classes. 261, Team Mathol Racing, with a 32-second penalty. They blew their pit stop time. And 2:28, they can serve these the next time through. 2:28 is Zorg Rennsport in their Cayman S. That's the Xavier La Madrid. We said that they were being looked at under code 60 earlier on. And that's a code 60 time penalty of 4 minutes and 10 seconds. And crucially for the driver, 2 DMSB points on his licence. When we talked about it being punitive early on, and that was clearly very much overspeeding for that car.
They take that very, very seriously.
Yeah. So speeding penalty.
So.
Yeah, no, you've got to around here.
We've got a code 60, John, up at Metcalfsveld for the 255, the Kramer Racing Cayman from the Cup 3 class. That's just giving us another code 60. That's stopped on the right-hand side towards the latter part of it, almost heading up towards Callenhard.
So Christodoulou surely coming in. No, sorry, he's made his pit stop. So Christodoulou has, see that Get Speed guys have really thrown the tactical dice here, haven't they? Coming in after 5 laps. So did True Racing with their KTM Crossbow, by the way. Everybody else has stopped on lap 6 or more likely 7. The number 6 Mercedes, our minty fresh car, the Team Bilstein car in 12th position. They had a problem early on and stopped very early. They stopped after just 3 laps. So they have to do a long middle section. I really, this is going to be interesting for me. I'm not going to say that the Get Speed guys have done anything wrong, because what they've done is they've got Adam Christodoulou, who is a real expert around here, and Daniel Juncadella, who is fast everywhere. They've got them in clear air. And what's happening at the moment is they are putting in very good lap times. Adam Christodoulou put his best lap time in last time around, an 8:13.4, an 8:16.4 for his teammate behind him. So is this effectively them getting the performance advantage, filling the car up, taking the slightly shorter pit stop coefficient time? Absolutely flat through that. left-handed kink. You don't even really turn the wheel consciously for that, do you, Peter? You just look round the corner and the car follows your eyes at that point.
If it's clear traffic, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've seen quite a bit of drafting going on there the last couple of days, and notice that cars seem to get almost alongside, even if a little bit past it, and then there's a sort of side draft effect after that as they go into that dip before the sudden rise to the Tiergarten. And if ever there was a piece of racetrack in the world that you could describe as a roller coaster, you've got that bit, and you suddenly drop down. As you're saying, call it best part of 300 k's down there, roughly. Yeah, you've got this fast.
And you're still on the throttle at the bottom of that dip. You're not. Because of the uphill, you're braking so late.
It's a maximum aero.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the car bottoms. And then it comes up and it goes light, and you've got to go right, left, and onto the pit straight. And then on the last bit, the left-hander onto the pit straight, they just put the barrier. Do they give you a run off? No. Is there any grass? No. It's a barrier.
We actually
don't get it wrong. You've got one job.
There is an orange end to the barrier on the left-hand side there, because there's a gap behind it. And it seems to me always when we've got the onboards during the 24 that the drivers just aim at that, and the natural drift of the car takes them out by about 6 or 8 inches, but they actually seem to be pointing straight at it for a very long amount of time, which always scares the life out of me. And that's what we talk about recalibrating our brains when we're watching the Nürburgring. That's part of the recalibration that's required. So Christodoulou's gone through and onto his 9th lap, which will be his 4th at the end of it. The battles continue further down the field, including with the Schnitzelau Mercedes. Now that is down in 17th position, and right behind it is Charlie Eastwood in the TF Sport Aston. So they're disputing a position well inside the top 20. Just behind them is a lapped Aston, which I think is the SP8T leader. I think that's the Doe Motorsport number 69 car.
As in GT4?
Correct.
Yes, I thought so, yes.
And one of the versions of GT4, SP8T and SP10. So it's Peter Snowden and John Hindhaugh with you. We have had an hour and a quarter, so plenty of running still to go here. The battle comes out of the dun. Oh, huge black rubber marks left by the AMG there. That's an opportunity for Charlie Eastwood, and he takes it round the outside into the Michael Schumacher S. Beautiful afternoon in the Eifel region of Germany. Welcome to the second of 2 3-hour contests. Plenty of track time this weekend, much increased track time with practice qualifying, top qualifying for some of the cars on Friday, then top qualifying for everybody.
11 hours, I think they get in total, yeah.
A lot of very positive comments.
Everybody.
Well, no. A lot of very positive comments from the teams about making this into a really meaningful weekend of testing and racing prior to the big event.
Which I think it's logical progression if you think about it, John. I think it's very forward thinking of the organisers, because we say, you know, it's an NLS round. We try and get, I think you said only earlier today that you got in that qualifying, they try and get 3-4 NLS rounds in before the N24, because the N24 isn't an NLS round, it isn't part of the championship, but it is the big one, it's the big draw. Everybody wants to go into this, and people use this series as qualifiers, not this weekend, the terms we're using, to get data, information, etc. for the 24-hour race. So why not make it a bit more part of it, make it a bit more suitable? And the thing is, also splitting it into 2 races, we've seen it with the Phoenix Audi, not the Phoenix, the Lion Speed Audi 22, incident in the first race, but they were able to repair it, get it back out again, and still get information ready for the 24-hour.
Technical defect for the number 255, which is one of the Kay Kramer racing cars, the Porsche Club Sports. It's the Alexander Kroger, Carl Friedrich Kolb, Holger Schnaus and Matthias Beckvermet. And that is out at Kesselchen, post 119. Correction for the pit stop penalty. Non-respect of the pit stop time. I think I said it was the 261 was going to get 32 seconds. That's been recalculated by race control, and Mathol now will get 37 seconds, so an extra 5 seconds there. But they can take that because they've got another pit stop. They can take that next time they come in. They will stop at the pretty much underneath the podium. Actually, is where the penalty box is. It's before the pit boxes start themselves. So getting word on the ticket of a problem with the 6-7 car.
Well, you said, is it the 6-7s? I've got, same as you, John, I've got slightly confusing information there. 87 car is the Young Motorsport Opel Astra. That's stopped at Kesselchen.
I don't have a 67.
Well, they can't be then, right? So ticket right, so it's 87.
Well, I've got 255 with a problem out there as well.
I've got 87 with a problem out there as well.
Okay. So where's 255 stopped then? Post 119's quite a long way around.
255's at on the exit of Exmühle.
Oh right, okay, well
going up to Bergwerk.
Okay, so a little bit further round. Not quite as far around rather as Kesselchen. So 4th place now for Dan Harper in the BMW Junior Team. He's got 2 seconds. Well, he had 2 seconds across the line to the KTM. He's now looking right at the back of it as he comes towards the end of the gnarly part of the Nordschleife, coming down into Bergwerk now, into Brunchen now, excuse me, and through it. My goodness, they're quick through Brunchen. Over the top of the brow, up towards the ice curve. No ice this morning, thanks very much. This afternoon, should I say. 20 minutes past 3 in the Eifel. Now, running down Flansgarden, down through the Stefan Bellof S's, off the ground, through Flansgarden. Oh my goodness, this is so quick through here. The sound of the BMW engine changed up there as he went in over the brow towards the Stefan Bellof S. Used the block paving on the left-hand side, then set the car up to turn right and into the double left-handers, one at Schwalbenschwanz, and then the Kleines Carousel. Kesselchen 1 has now been upgraded to a code 60, but we are clear down the Dottinger Höhe. Hither to get speed cars. Adam Christodoulou will complete his fourth lap this time around, so he's about halfway through a stint. Now BMW versus KTM on the Dottinger Höhe. That's a rather uneven fight, and the BMW will go through into 3rd position. Dan Harper's gone through at the last split, got a little bit of a draft from the KTM, then pulled out to driver's left. The KTM tried to follow him through.
Oh, he's done a good job with that, KTM.
That KTM again has been out for actually only stopped on lap 5, I was right. So that's end of the 4th lap for them. Falcon Porsche has got some company, and that's the Mercedes-AMG team Bilstein right up its tailpipes, 44 and 6 and 10th and 11th position. More drafting going on there. Christodoulou has stretched his lead to 6.1 seconds as into the pits for that funky liveried AMG Team Bilstein number 6, and that means that car has done 3 laps and 6 laps. Haupt did started the car and came in early, and then so that I can't believe is all good. So Hubert Haupt and then Phil Ellis, that says Philip. He's like one of those footballers who just has one name on his back, isn't he? Just Philip. Phil Ellis has only done, I reckon, another 4 laps. Another 5 laps. He's now dropped off the screen because he stopped. Yeah, 5 laps. Possibly 6, depending on where his pit is. Give you that when that car goes out, but that to me sounds like they had a few problems. So Christodoulou for at least a couple more laps at the head of the field from Yucadella, from Dan Harper. Harper stopped a lap later than the 2 EMGs ahead. Good battle on the Grand Prix circuit.
Interestingly, John, what the Bmw Junior Team 72 car, the winning car from yesterday, is following exactly the same pattern as yesterday. 6 laps for Hagen.
Yeah.
Ben Harper in it now. Dan Harper, my apologies. Sorry, Ben. I'm thinking Ben Tuck for a minute there. Dan Harper in it now. He's done 3 laps.
Why would you change? It worked well yesterday.
Exactly. It ain't broke. Don't fix it.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing now. The question is, Dan Harper going to issue 8 laps out of this car because they did 6.87 yesterday.
Good battle for position on the hats and back. 3 cars scrapping for 7th, 8th and 9th. Simon Trimmer in the Octane 126 Ferrari. Axel Jeffries is now aboard the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. And the number 16 has who behind the wheel? Kim-Louis Schramm for Scherer Sport, according to the timing screen. So they dragged past the alternatively fueled Ford Mustang.
Well, the Ferrari didn't. The Ferrari got caught up right behind that Mustang. That's going to bring everybody into touch now. Is that going to give the Lamborghini the chance to go around the outside? It looks like it didn't quite manage to pull it off there, but he was seriously held up by that Mustang for a minute there. No fault of the Mustang, John, just the way it falls. And as we say so often in the Nürburgring, it giveth and it taketh, and it just did.
Yeah, the traffic really did take it away there, but good fighting by the Ferrari driver Simon Trimmer. That was just coming up to Schwedenkreuz, down through Arnberg and the Foxhole now, heading towards Adenauer Forest, which is now clear. Lots more crowds here today than yesterday, as we thought there might be. They're lining the side of the track there. Great access around the forest section, the Nordschleife section. Some you have to walk to. But on a day like this, you can drive to a lot of it, pitch up, get your cooler out, get sat next to the side of the track, and the German commentary is on the FM transmitter around here. They take over the local radio station for the duration of the big events. Oh, now this is important. This is very important indeed. Unsafe release. So that's the accident in the pit lane for the 98 car. Now, have either of those come back out again since they went in? So that looks like it's going to be a penalty if they do come back out onto the track. Haven't seen them, but then again they would have dropped a very, very long way down.
98 is out and is currently at just coming up to, in fact, he's just gone onto the Nordschleife, just going to go through the hats and back.
Right, 99 has not yet rejoined Nick Yelleny's car. These are the 2 Rover Racing cars. Accident in the pit. Who else have we got in strife at the moment? Did we mention the 87?
We did, yes.
Right, okay. Yes, that's the
Opel.
The Opel. Yeah. So nothing else since that. So this battle continues. Ferrari, Lamborghini, and Audi. The numbers 26-7 for the Ferrari and the Lamborghini, as they're in behind one of the Cayman. It's one of the GT tyres cars, I think.
Yeah, they're sitting in the code 60, aren't they, at the moment?
Oh, a bit of overlap.
Yes.
That is allowed. So battle for 7th position is, at the moment, sort of on hold. This must be awful. I tell you what though, who's close right up? Well, quite clearly the cars ahead of that battle aren't doing 60k, because behind that battle for 7
released,
the BMW of Schubert Motorsport has caught them right up, and behind that it's
Falcon. The other Falcon Porsche.
Yes it is, yeah, it's Lars Kern.
Lars Kern, yeah.
Yeah, and Nick Tandy's another 20 seconds further back from that. Lars Kern knows his way around here pretty well, sets all the production car lap records for Porsche, as well as being a very good race driver. Hello to Ollie, who's tweeted us here at RSL_studio. Says, does the BMW M4 GT3 have a V6 engine? I think it sounds like an Acura or a Honda.
No, straight 6 3 litre.
With a very clever turbo system.
Twin power turbo system, not a twin turbo, twin power system, which is being patented by BMW on their road cars for a long time now. Replaces the M6, of course, which was a V8, but it's 6-cylinder certainly, Ollie, but it's just not a V6 but a straight 6. Classic BMW.
They do sound great as well. Now this yellow flag running and code 60, does this help or hinder the get speed cars at the front of the field? It probably means there'll be fewer laps in the race. We did 21 yesterday. They would need to get to 21, they would need to do 2 8-lap stints to get them to the end after their first pit stop.
Track clear, green flag all the way around now, John.
Right. One of the things that I find amazing, and maybe Peter you can explain how good drivers like yourself do this. You're sitting at code 60. You can't afford to turn off, because if that code 60 is withdrawn or when you're through it, you're straight back on it. And when you're back on it again, it's not like when I go to work, I might have a cup of coffee, sit down and read something. You're straight back to work straight away. You have to be on it 100% from the moment that you're out of that slow zone.
It's as you've said, it's a phrase you've used a lot over this weekend, John, is calibrate, recalibrate. Our colleague Joe Bradley said years ago, a phrase I've never forgotten, you can't teach a racing driver to drive slowly. And that's the thing, you mustn't get into that trap of, oh, it's a code 60, it's a relax. Yes, it is a time, I'm going to show my age here, John, by saying it's a time to look at the gauges. Of course they're not gauges now, they're all readouts and stuff and whatever.
Cycle through the pages.
Yeah, exactly, cycle through the pages. Yeah. I have done some of that, but not quite as much. And certainly done rear view cameras like they have nowadays. It's just they've got parking cameras on them, ridiculous. But yeah, as you say, that's exactly it. You've got to stay concentrated, because more to the point, how have we seen it in restarts? Somebody gets a jump on you, and that's why you've got to remain focused during that time.
Another 5-lap stint by the True Racing KTM Crossbow, and that car comes into the pit lane. That means it will give up its lofty position, but not expecting Adam Christodoulou in for at least another couple of laps, I wouldn't have thought. Remember, the 2 get speed cars pitted at the end of lap 5. We've just completed lap 10, and Adam Christodoulou leads in SP9. His team made by 7.5 seconds. Let's call it that. That's what it is. Dan Harper's about another 16 seconds further back, but can go probably 1 lap further. Let's just check on that gap for the 2 Mercedes at the next split point. Yeah, 7.2. Race control getting a little bit anxious with 1 or 2 teams and asking the teams to check their emails regularly and send any answers as soon as possible. The last question they sent through was, what was the relative airspeed velocity of Swift, apparently?
I think it's more to the point of they're not following the discipline, is it? Of not answering their altering race control.
I mentioned that. All right, it was a bit of a jokey way, but I mentioned that because you're talking about how things change, not gauges but screens. Well, race control now send emails, switched messages. They have a messaging system on the pit wall as well to keep all the teams in touch. with what's going on, and if they have to ask a team to make their driver do one thing or another, or have a chat with them about something that they weren't happy about, they can start that digitally without having to pull a team manager up to race control. Haven't talked about the John Cooper Works Mini that's out there. Again, one of the cars that I said we'd find cars that we hadn't mentioned, even in only a 91 car field from yesterday. It's the 112 that we're talking about, the Bulldog Racing car. They had a bit of problems yesterday, and the car's still a little bit smoky as it goes up towards the Flugplatz area with yellow flags. Just the two drivers there, Uwe Krumscheid and Danny Brink, in the JCW SP3T Mini Cooper. We used to see quite a lot more minis, but the smaller engine categories, when we went down to 170 as a maximum for the ADAC Total Energy 24 hours in the Nürburgring, a lot of the small category cars like the Daihatsu Charades and some of the smaller engine minis, we lost those, although in fairness they did have the early ones had the supercharger on, and therefore, huge crash. Come back to that.
It's the 251 Cayman from WS Motorsports.
Yeah.
That's at Flugplatz. It's lost it on the exit of Flugplatz onto the left-hand side, and as you say, that's a lot of that. It's a Cup 3 category car, John.
Yeah, that's all for Cayman Cup cars, the GT4 Cup cars.
I'm not sure who's at the wheel of that, but it's Urzund, Markusund, Victor Schreiber or Benedikt Frey was in that car, and it is 251 is the number.
251 was Victor Schreiber who was driving that car.
Yeah.
All Swiss drivers. Mark Zund from Wiedenau.
Well, it won't be taking any further part in this race, John.
And that is going to be a slow zone there for quite a long time, because if nothing else, for the dirt on the road that needs to be cleared away.
Yeah, there's debris, fluids, all sorts from the impact in that. So yes, you'd say that'll be there for a little while. Never mind any associated barrier repairs.
Porsche pass Porsche, number 44, which is being driven now by Lars Kern, dropping down through Kalmhard, all the way down through Wittmann, now going down towards the bridge, the bottom of the hill, where you cross the road. Used to be able to get on and off the track there as well. That's all the way down at Reischeid.
No chances of improving the lap times much, obviously, with a lot of Code 60 gone. But the fastest lap of the race so far does belong to the Valkenhorst BMW at an 8:12.729.
You could have just asked me which BMW has the fastest lap of the team, do you think? Under investigation, and this is quite important because this is the third place car. Dan Harper, Code 60 violation. Now, after building all these drivers up about concentration levels, another Code 60 has come out at Kudibach Hör, and also at Hoheichen.
Now, to be fair, that's at Marshall Post 77, Quiddelbacher, which is it was a 120. It was a yellow flag, then got upgraded. So you just have you been caught on the cusp? It's difficult. We don't know the exact circumstances, but that would be gutting for any car, let alone that BMW Junior Team that were successful yesterday and currently running in third place now. Never thought we'd say this today, John, on the form we've seen this weekend, but Mercedes, AMG, 1 and 2 at the moment. Team Get Speed, both their cars
on strategy as well as much as on
absolutely
as on pace.
And I do like that their cars 3 and 4 running in the correct team order. We like that.
Yeah, very good. Very good indeed. .831 Hyundai is the TCR front-wheel drive TCR. Plenty of power these cars. over 300 horsepower, well over 300 horsepower now. And the 831 was started by Antti Berry, and it's now Maurice Österreich who is driving that car. And they got well up yesterday, I seem to remember. Let's see how far up the field they've got today. I remember looking for them yesterday to see if they'd changed drivers. Yeah, they're in the top 30. They're at 36 at the moment, second in class to their teammate car, I think. Yeah, Mark Bassek's climbed aboard the 830, which was started by Thomas Lauch. 161 Crossbow coming through. It's the dark green car. Amazing how quickly you get used to seeing these cars over a couple of weekends. Code 60 at the post 79 is for, which is the Kiddebacher Hohe, is for crash barrier repairs, Pete. That one.
Yeah.
And that was following the accident of that 251. I think
hardly surprising by the look of damage we saw on the track. Amounts of debris. But it was going to do something to the barriers, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that's going to be like that for a little while, so that would slow the lap times around. Give you an idea, the teams at the front of the field, their fastest laps, although we are seeing some fast laps coming in, round about 25-30 seconds slower, depending on who you are. Best for the leading Christodoulou car, 8:14, 8:34, so that's 20 seconds, isn't it? Spot on. Of course, it'll all depend when you got to them and when they first come out, whether the car that you were chasing got past and you didn't before the code 60 came out. So over half distance, by the way, about 8 minutes ago. So let's do another rundown for you of the class leaders before we start pit stops again. Adam Christodoulou leads. We've got at least one more lap from him, I'd say, the next time around, possibly two. Mercedes AMG team Get Speed, the number 3, leads overall. SPX in 19th place is True Racing's Crossbow, the 116 car. Cup 2, K Kramer Racing, Porsche 911 Carrera Cup car, that's the 127 in 24th. In 27, SP8T is the Door Motorsport number 69 Aston. In 28th, Cup X is the 161 that's just gone across the line, Laura Kreiheimer for Teichmann Racing in the Crossbow GTX. Mark Bessing, I think we mentioned, leads in the Elantra TCR for Hyundai in the TCR class. That's the 830 and 32nd. 2 places further back in 34th, it is SP10's leader, Pro Sports Aston Martin Vantage. 35th leader is the Subaru, that's the SP3T leader, 114. Another couple of places further back, 253 is the Cup 3 leader, that's the Cayman GT4 Club Sport. That's a G-Tech competition, first time I remember calling their name in the lead of a class. 46th is where we find the BMW M240i class, that's the Snitchelam Racing GmbH, the number 244. 52 is the 633, that's the alternative fuel leader, that's another Porsche Cayman from 4 Motors. Rear drive VT2 is in, their leader is in the position number 52, that's the 330 Adrenaline Motorsport. And Adrenaline Motorsport also lead V6 in 56th with the 396 Cayman. The 444 Cayman, also from Adrenaline, is V5's leader in 60th. And the Cup 5 BMW CS racing car, the 871, is also leading its class for Adrenaline Motorsport in 61st. The Strychex in the Opel Astra OPC class, VT2 front wheel drive, that's what it seems, there's a Golf in there as well. That's the 110 car in 67th, and the V4 leader is still the BMW 325i, number 323 in 68th position. And just going out there was the Rover Racing car out of the pits. So was that the second car of the two out of the pit lane whilst I was doing
we need to be 99,
Yes, it was. Nick Yellowlee's gone back out onto the pit, onto the track.
So it does look like they're collecting one another, doesn't it?
I don't even want to mention that.
No. All right, I'll stop.
You probably don't even.
No.
Standby caller. 99.
Yeah, it's on track.
I wonder if it's gone out and come back in again because it had a first sector of... No, sorry, that's the gap. That's the gap back to the other car. Don't forget that. Just trying to see where its team car is. Make sure that I haven't thrown everybody.
It's on the Hatson. It's on the Hatson. Not quite yet. It's just on the chicane on the end of the Grand Prix lap, about to go onto the Hatson back is 99. So it is out there. It has,
good.
If it has, well, assuming it turns left now and not right, it will complete. Yes, it's gone onto the Hatson back, onto Nordschleife.
Code 60. Still down at Marshall Post 77 for that barrier repair. Get it back here. So moving into the last 80 minutes, TCR second position is now the 8:31 on the Grand Prix track at the moment. Hyundai have had great success, not just on the track, but also in marketing terms here. Moritz Österreich driving that car at the moment. He took it over from Antti Buddy, who started the race. I think it was 3 seasons ago now. And they had the new Elantra there. In what appeared, it looked like from a distance, it looked like somebody had a model car in a see-through box, but it was actually a full-size car. It was really nicely done, and they had that parked up outside one of the campsites. Non-respective code 60. Here's another one. This is again 1 DMSB point this time rather than 2.
Is that for Dan Harper?
No, this is for, I'll get to Dan's in a moment. This is the number 220, Pete. And that, therefore, is the car that I think we said that was being looked at earlier on. Once it gets looked at, you don't normally get away with it. It's the GT Tyre Motorsport BMW M4. So I'm not sure which driver will get the point. 2 minutes and 10-second time penalty. And we still haven't had the Dan Harper investigation result yet.
Well, it did say it was under investigation, so let's hope. And I did say that hopefully in his defence, as you said, they don't usually make mistakes, those guys, but it had just been upgraded, so where did it come about? So maybe just a question mark. I'm erring on the side of caution rather than throwing anybody on the bus here, because it wouldn't be fair.
They'll be talking to the marshals, but they'll have the GPS data as well. My God, those Mercedes are so well balanced down through Stefan Beloff.
Planted, aren't they?
Flansgarden in particular. I mean, Flansgarden and the Stefan Beloff is absolutely flat through there. Now down through the Kleine Carousel and heading to the Gallows Hill corner. Galgenkopf. And now, get your tablet out, read a chapter of your book down the Donegger here. Actually, you can't do that nowadays, can you? Because there's so much going on there, and the speeds 300 kilometres an hour, 180 mile an hour plus.
John, an interesting point of the race to be on there. When we talked about this strategy yesterday, 687 and etc. Yes, leading cars. We said the Mercedes Schiller did 5 laps.
Correct.
Engel in the Mercedes, the other second car, did 5 laps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why I think
Verhagen did 6.
If those two cars, if we go to 21 laps, that means those two cars, to make it on just one more stop, have got to 2 8-lap stints. Here's Christodoulou coming through. He's not coming into the pits this time around.
No, his 6 laps completed. That's his 7th lap completed.
Correct.
Now.
So he is going to do 8 laps on this stint.
Juncadella stays out, and he stays out as well. So
but they've got to do that in the next stint as well, Snowy.
Yeah, I know.
If they're going to get the 21 laps, which is where I think we are, it's roughly speaking. We're talking roughly speaking about 7 laps an hour. It's probably about 7.5.
So, Dan Harper, now if they're going to follow, this is the drive for the BMW, number 72 BMW Junior Team entry. They won yesterday on 6.87. So, and so far they've followed it. Neil Verhagen started in that car exactly as they did yesterday. They followed the same discipline, 6 laps. Dan Harper has completed 7, sorry, my apologies, has completed 6 laps and will complete his 7th lap if he crosses the line now without going into the pits. At this point, he's got to do another lap as well, which is exactly the same as they did yesterday, leaving 7 at the end for Max Hess to do.
And I don't see any reason. It worked for them, for the BMW, with the fuel consumption, etc., etc. Not all cars are the same. Balance of performance comes into it as well, and how you drive it as well. 2 cars in problems at Hedvig's here. It's the 88. I seem to have called that number before, and that is the Young Motorsport car, the Tobias Young car. John-Marc Fino, the man at the head of Stellantis Motorsport, and also the 101. That is one of the leading BMWs. That's Sami Matti-Trogen. That's Sami Matti-Trogen, isn't it, in the Volkenhorst car?
Correct.
So if that's right, they have come together.
Yep.
And in fact, that's gone to code 60. So that sounds like they may be at the side of the road there.
They're at Her Act with the BMW at the back of the 2 of them by the look of it at the moment. The Opel a little bit further on, so you just wonder quite what's happened there.
Well, with
one thing you just need to go back to the strategy, John. I'm talking about the 8 laps. Don't forget yesterday it was a little bit different because it was wet as well.
Yes, we did have a little bit of wet.
But virtually no code 60s.
Yeah.
So probably going to balance out at least on this one, because we've got a lot more code 60s this race than yesterday, but dry running. The point being is fuel consumption, because we're stretching it to 8 laps is pushing it.
Well, clearly the Mercedes feel they're doing it because they're on the 8th now. I can't imagine they'll try to go for 9.
No.
Even with all of the slow zones we've had. Although I suppose if you're going to try it here. Meanwhile, in the pit lane, work continues on the Scherer Sport Team Phoenix that had its problems earlier on. And it looks like they're going to try and get that car back out and running again and get some more laps under its wheels. Car went missing very early on and has dropped down. Has only completed 7 laps, so that's been in the pits for a couple of laps.
Coming back down the Dottinger Hoa, keeping to the left-hand side.
Left front puncture there, Snowy, and that's the older of the young cars, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, but that's the one that's now moved on, is it not? Now, which one is it? Because we had.
It was the 87 that was in trouble earlier on with Tobias Young at the wheel.
That was then.
Then it was the 88.
Well, the 87, John, was put behind one of the barriers to one of the gaps. Had the bonnet up. We had footage of that.
Correct.
Sitting there with it being worked on. So is it that one that's returning? Because 88 has moved on, according to GPS, from where 101 stopped. The Volkenhorst car is still stationary at Her Act where it was, whereas the 88 has moved a little bit further on down towards Wipperman. So I'm just wondering what's happened there, why the Volkenhorst car has gone out. Usually we never want to speculate, but when 2 cars stop at the same time, there's usually a reason for it. I'm not sure the 2 are connected yet.
So it was post 164 where I'm going back through. I'll come back to that in a moment because I've got some news on that Scherer.
Well, 164's Brunchen.
Right, well that's where the number 5 Audi had its problem. Into the pit lane for Conrad and Axel Jeffries, having run very well early on. That car has dropped down through the standings.
It is 87 that's on the Dottingher, not 88.
Okay, thank you. And Axel out of 19th position in that number 7. So that has completed. But it can't be that hard to find, John, because it's a single number. There we are. That's early for that car. That's only 5 laps for Axel. Jordan Pepper did 7, Axel's only done 5, so I think that car's maybe in a bit of strife. They'd have to do an 8 from here to get it home. And that's probably asking a little bit too much, but maybe could be done.
Yeah, I'm not sure right now. It looks like it's a bearing issue.
So, did you say the 101, the BMW hasn't moved?
No, not at all.
Right, okay. The Valkenhorst car.
It is kaput.
Oh dear.
In terms of moving.
Right. The 102 is still going. That's the team car in 13th position. That car with...
It's going to happen now, the time, and hopefully we can get it fixed for the 24.
Good luck for that one in 3 weeks' time. Thank you.
Where's it gone?
Jeffries.
The Schmidt-Stade driver behind it. That's Jorn Schmidt-Stade, who I had in with Henry in the Valkenhorst car, but I think this has been a movable feast, the entries this weekend. They've been swapping between team cars to make sure everybody gets a go. Coming to the line now, the number 79 BMW through and onto another lap. The very pretty red, white and tones of blue BMW.
Getting reports. Sorry, John.
It's all right.
I was getting reports that the Conrad Lamborghini's got a bearing issue.
Right, thank you.
Which is what you highlighted is coming a bit early.
JJ Motorsports with their BMW M4 GT4. That's Hakan and Recep Sari and Ersin Yukosan. And that car is second in SP10 to the Aston Martin, the Pro Sport car. And right at 17 seconds ahead of the Black Falcon Team Techstar. Not mentioned the Black Falcon Porsche Cayman. Number 85. Again. Start to talk about them when they come into contention. Marco Müller behind the wheel at the moment. Karsten Paluth and Tobias Wahl, the other 2 drivers in the car that's chasing down that BMW.
Yeah, and that's just been confirmed on the ticker that the 101 Valkenhorst BMW and the 87 Young Astra did have a coming together at Hedvigshöhe.
It was Sami Matti Trogen who was behind the wheel of the 101.
Yep.
And the 87.
Yeniken?
I think it was Tobias Young.
Tobias Young, okay.
Tobias Young.
That's kept going. That's managed to recover and get itself moving again, I think. I'll just double check that for you.
Well, it's not been a good few minutes for the 101 because they came out of the pits early anyway. They would have had a minute penalty. Then they had the accident. Under investigation for code 60s. Another couple of cars, which is... We did, we said yesterday, this is good practice. 241 Adrenaline Motorsport, that's the 240i Racing Cup car. And also the 253, and that's G-Tech competition in their Porsche Cayman. Into the pit lane for the leaders. And they're in together. Now, does this hurt them? because there's only one fuel hose there that they're using at the moment for the lead car, the Christodoulou car. Adam is out. They put the cars on the dollies. Don't worry about that. They're just turning them to around about 35 degrees so they can pull out easier.
I thought they were putting one in the box to let the other one fuel, as you were saying. Exactly saying the same thing, John. So, as usual, you were ahead of me. I thought they were getting one out the way there. I wouldn't have thought putting the two in side by side or line astern was possibly the best. It's a tight pit lane. We just saw a little bit of footage there of the camera that they turn them, as you say, 35 degrees, and then there's to get the mechanics walking away with tyres having to hold them above the head, because there's just no physical room between the two cars there, so that's not helping an awful lot. The Astra, by the way, that did continue a little bit after being involved with that 101 Volkenhorst BMW, has now stopped on the Dottinger Höhe.
They need to do an 8-lap stint to the end for those cars. They're scored at 7 laps at the moment, but I think that'll change to 8 when they move out. 5 and 7. Maybe they can get away. They have done an 8-lap stint there. They'll have to do a 7 or maybe an 8-lap stint at the end, so they can do. Next lap around, expect to see the leading cars come in. So this is going to be absolutely crucial for the finish of the race. So Dan Harper has assumed the lead for BMW Junior Team by 22 seconds from Christopher Haase from the 22 car collection team. Then Luca Drudi for Lion Speed, the number 24. It's another Audi. Then BMW Schubert Motorsport, Jesse Krohn in 4th position. And I reckon all of those cars will be in. In fact, you can add the Scherer Sport car as well into that, which is in 5th. Then Nick Tandy, where's he on his fuel? No, he can go at least one further lap. So Tandy might actually be scored as a leader here. It just depends how far back he is. And it's Maxi Goetz, by the way, who's got into the number 3 Get Speed car. Jules Gounon into the number 4 as they head out of the pit lane. Brunchen code 60 now as well.
For Ferrari. It's for the octane Ferrari.
No. They were in with a shout here, you know. Certainly a podium.
Well, it stopped on the left-hand side of the track according to the GPS track, which I know isn't a complete visual and 100% reliable, as in I haven't got eyes on the physical car, but it is stopped at the moment. It says just after Marshall Post 169 on the left-hand side, which is just come out of Brunchen, heading down to Flansgarten.
And who was at the wheel of that car then? I think it was Stefan Trümmer. Yes, it was. Adrian Delina takes the dynamic Porsche out. Or will take it out when it goes back into it. Here's Tandy. He's gone through now. Lars Kern. Charlie Eastwood. Huber Motorsport's gone through. So the question now is how quick can Maxi Goetz and Jules Gounon get those AMG Team Get Speed AMGs up to speed on this lap, because pretty much all the cars bar Tandy are going to stop in front of them at the end of this lap. And then when they've done their fueling, how does that reset? Because effectively then we've got a race to the checkered flag. So the Mercedes guys at Get Speed think they've done their last stop now. So they're now saying, right, we're going to the end, and that they've got to get. We are 13 laps away. I reckon they've got to get to the end of lap 21.
Well, they couldn't be more appropriately named team, could they?
Get Speed.
Exactly. It's exactly what they need to do now. Just coming up with 30 seconds to go into the final hour. So there's the Ferrari, which has got heavy front end damage there. So he has gone off at somewhere.
I wonder if he's been off and bounced back on and then got hit by
someone. Collected, yeah. That does look remarkably like that, John.
Maybe not, actually. Maybe he's just hit it, and that was where he ended up, and everything leaked out. He's been pulled back by one of the
yes, that's
Mercedes
where it stops
MLs.
Being pulled off. Yeah.
I mean, the left-hand front chassis member of that car has been ripped off, and there's some concern down in the Octane Racing, Ferrari Racing pit there.
And who do we say was at the wheel of it at the time, John?
Simon Trummer, excuse me. Patrick Simon is down there in the pits, and we'll try and eavesdrop to see if he can get a word with one of the team members to see if they've heard from Simon. I did not see an intervention vehicle there.
No.
So it's either been and gone, or it wasn't required. Now, these GT3 cars, we should say, are very, very well built. Yes, they're based on a road car, but they are purpose-built race cars. They didn't start life as a road car. Let's put it that way.
No.
In fact, some of them didn't even start life as a monocoque, because building street-based cars, like touring cars, rally cars and GT cars, around a roll cage, which normally you would call a tube frame car, is not beyond the bounds of possibility.
No. It depends what you do, isn't it? Do you take a road car and fit a roll cage into it, or do you take a roll cage and fit a car around it?
Yeah.
Performance-wise, you know which we want.
Well, it means your panel replacement's a lot easier, because they're not
long-term economics.
Yeah, they're not stressed members, are they? That's the thing. Chris Haase coming past the scene of the Valkenhorst BMW, facing in the wrong direction, and that car looked damaged to the right-hand side. So not without incident and accident here. Now, does that help or hurt the Mercedes in their quest to go to the end and bother the top end of the field here? If you're watching on timing, watch out the 3 and the 4, Maxi Goetz and Gilles Gounon. They're currently in 10th and 11th, but the cars ahead will be stopping soon. That has been a significant impact.
A decidedly second-hand Ferrari, that, isn't it?
That might be done, that car, with the amount of damage there was to the left front chassis rail. Now, there's nothing much in the front of that Ferrari. Fair dues, but even so, when you see that there's a whole chassis,
golf club.
When you see there's a whole chassis rail missing, you know it's had a decent clout. New penalties coming up for a couple of cars, including the... new penalties. Anything that is coming up now, will be added on at the end of the race, is what I think they're saying now that we're inside the last hour of the race. And it's 126 that's under investigation, car number 126. All of these recent ones have been for issues around the multitude of Code 60s. That's the RPM Racing, that's Tracy Crone and Nick Johnson, who are in trouble as coming back towards, I think, a pit stop. The leader of the race, Dan Harper, this would be an 8-lap stint if he can make it onto the pit lane this time around. Into the pit lane then with 56 minutes to go. Dan Harper for Bmw Junior Team. The number 22 Audi. Chris Haase is due in about another 10 seconds. Harper gets to his pit. There's new Michelin tyres going on that car. The number 397, the 6 Porsche Alan Pierre car in the pit lane as the BMW Junior Team go to work. Here comes the Audi of Chris Haase into the pit lane as well.
And Trudy right behind as well, and the other Audi.
So those are 3 of the cars. Jesse Krohn for Schubert Motorsport next up. He'll be in, and so will Schramm for Scherer Motorsport. And that should cycle round then to Nick Tandy. Maybe he comes in after 7. Maybe they make it 2 7-lap stints for Nick, and then an 8 to the end. Actually, he might be able to do 3 7s, won't he? 3 7 to 21.
Yeah, he's done a because he's done a 7 and a 6 so far.
Yeah, it'll be 7 when he comes in this time. Around Piccarello, it would be the next car through.
Schramm in.
Yeah, makes sense.
And Tandy in.
Did the 44 car come in?
No.
Lars Kern?
No.
Well, I think Kern's gone through the lead, so he's doing his 8th lap now.
You're absolutely right, John. Yeah.
Wow. They might
Kern
be able to do this on a 6-lap stint at the end then. That would be massive for them. That would be massive for them because they need to take less fuel. If they can do that, that's big. If Kern... Well, he's gone on to his 8th lap, definitely, in the 44 car that he took off from Piccarello.
Yeah, he's top 7 are in the pits now. Effectively, I think the Falcons just... Yeah, no, so the Falcons went to... Yeah, 2nd through to 7th are in the pit, so...
Well, that was the top 7,
yes,
as they came in. So what we should see in a moment is the TF Sport Aston Martin come through, the number 90. Charlie Eastwood would be going on to his 8th lap if he goes through, and he has done, I think.
Max Hesse out in the GM Junior Team.
Well, that's important.
Through 2nd, yeah.
Right, so that's important. The BMW Junior Team has got through before Maxi Goetz comes through. Maxi just going down. So this is relatively cold tyres on the 72, and this is a battle to the finish now between the 72, which is just out of the pits, and in behind is the Huber Motorsport Porsche. The Huber Motorsport Porsche is going... And they just come out as well. They must have. So they're just out of the pits. And then watch out for the pink Mercedes number 3.
7 laps each, yeah.
Pink Mercedes number 3 is Maxi Goetz. He cannot be that far behind. And this is a proper battle to the finish from these cars. Lars Kern, yes, leads. And he's got some minute. Yeah, he's got about a minute on Max Hesse. I don't think he can get in and out the pits, even if he short fuels at that point. But he's going to be only having something like 50 minutes to go when he comes out of the pits. And that, right there, well, that isn't 5 seconds anymore. The first of the Get Speed AMGs, Maxi Goetz, he's got 8 seconds on his teammate. All right, everybody, edge of your seat stuff. Kern and TF Sport, Falcon and TF Sport have got the pit next time around, but they can do short pit stops. So the out lap for these guys and the in lap for the 44 Porsche and the 90 Aston Martin, this is going to be massive to see where they come out. Might not challenge for the lead, but maybe, just maybe, they've got half a chance of a podium.
Just very quick update, John, we admitted to say on the detail of the 126 Ferrari entry that Simon Trummett was actually out of the car and fine, standing next to it.
Good.
Heavy front end damage was reported, but driver's absolutely okay for anybody listening. Connected with Simon Trummer.
Hob Suisse, as my much missed mother-in-law would make sure I said at every opportunity, or at least once a race broadcast where there were Swiss competitors or teams involved. So Kern now really needs a super in-lap. The 126 was under investigation for a code 60 anyway. That's interesting. Following numbers. Oh, here's another car. This is the 72 under investigation again for a code 60. Well, I didn't see anything before for the 72.
Nothing came with the Dan Harper one by the look of it.
No, that was, where was that? That was at 13 minutes to the hour. This new one is 8 minutes past the hour. So, wow.
2 minutes ago.
Yeah, exactly. So the battle for third is the battle for the effective lead of the race, because the leading two have to go in. And even though they've got the best part of a minute on this battle, they can't get in and out the pits there. Down through the foxhole. Really, really interested to see how this goes. Hesse for BMW Junior Team, Max in third position in the 72. It is Huber's Porsche, the 25, that pulled off that brilliant overtake earlier on. And I got so excited about, I gave it to Nick Tandy. My apologies for that. Because it was, in fact, the number 25 Porsche, not the KC MG car. And
identical strategy for these front two. The
Nico Menzel, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Picarella did 7 laps, Kearns done 7 laps in the Falcon 44 car, and TF Sport had done 7 with Hasselclot and Charlie Eastwood done 7 laps as well.
Yeah, and the KCMG Porsche doing 7, 7 and 7, I think, as well. Has Tandy done the whole race here?
Yes.
Yeah, that's interesting, because he wasn't here for the early part of the week, so he didn't get any practice or qualifying on Friday, didn't get any racing yesterday.
And he's done 2 stints of 7 as well.
So he'll go 7 to the end. So that's basically, when people say what's the point of this race if it doesn't set the grid for the main race, it's not about setting the grid, but it is about getting people up to speed. There will be people who, by their results here, get the coveted blue light and get into the top qualifying, and we'll give you all the details on that when we're back here for the race, which is the weekend of the 26th, Ascension Day weekend. Now, where are the Code 60s and who's the winners and losers here? I'm waiting to see Lars Kern appear.
We've got one going into Flugplatz.
Well, they've passed that. They're coming up the mud curve now in the bottom of the Caracciolo carousel. So, first two, remember,
next
have
one
to
at
stop.
Act as well, just before Whipperman.
Right, so the chasing group are coming to that now.
Yeah.
The cars that will become the leaders. The number 72, Max Hesse. And who's in the 25? That's Joachim Tyson behind the wheel of that. In the Huber Motorsport car. Klaus Raeder, I think, did the middle. No, it's only Menzel and Tyson who've been in that car. So is Tyson doing a double to the end then? Into the Code 60. Don't think you can steal a little bit here and a little bit there, because that's what the GPS trackers are for. It's like the average cameras. That was for the Falkenhorst 101 car, which is now on the back of the flatbed. So that might be gone the next time around. 46 minutes to go. Lars Kern coming in at the end of this lap for Falcon Porsche. TF Sport Aston Martin, Charlie Eastwood. He'll come in at the end of this lap as well. The acceleration of these cars when you get out of the slow zones. They'll be sitting down in first gear on the pit lane speed limiter and really ready to release it and go.
Probably even in second, actually.
Do you think?
Yeah. Down at 60k, yeah, probably.
Well, this is interesting because that's Eastwood right ahead now of Hesse and of Hesse, and that's where the Ferrari.
That's where the Ferrari
is still. So that's not going to be taken for a while. I think. Has Hesse caught an Aston Martin, and is it the Aston Martin he's racing? Because if that's the case, he's taken 50 seconds out of him since the start line. Can't be, surely. It must be another Aston Martin. But that means that, you know what it is, you know?
It is.
It is. Eastwood's lost a lot of time on that lap. I wonder if going for the 8th lap hasn't worked for them in terms of their fuel. That is Charlie Eastwood in the number 90 car, so they've dropped back into the clutches of BMW Junior Team. Lars Kern is 50 seconds up the road, so he'll be coming in next time. The Aston will peel off at the end of the Dottinger and Tiergarten. Lots of traffic as they're coming down onto that long straight now. Can't call this. Can't call it, Pete.
Not at this stage, no.
It's closer even than yesterday. We've got a bit more news. Charlie Eastwood indicates right. He's not fighting that car. He knows that that is not the battle against the BMW Junior Team. And Hesse is already at the next split, scored in 2nd place. Eastwood will peel off this time. Where's Maxi Goetz? 3 seconds further back. Goetz has got past the Huber Motorsport number 25 car. I think that car is... Now, I'm going to check that to see if they've actually brought that car in. There'll be a slew of pit stops here. I think the Huber car was struggling for fuel as well. Yes, it was. It was on its
Eastwood in.
And Tyson in. They were on their 8th laps, and I don't think that's worked for them in the middle of the race here. They didn't get the fuel mileage that the Mercedes did. So 1st, 2nd and 3rd have gone through. There's 11 seconds between them. We wait for... And 1st being BMW, 2nd and 3rd being the 2 AMG Get Speed. There goes Chris Haase. He's another 11 seconds further back. And these cars are all going to the end from now. All going to the end from now. So this is a proper race now. The top 5, Pete, is separated by 23 seconds. And 4th and 5th, Chris Haase and Chris Mees were half a second between them as they went across the line. 3 seconds between Maxi Goetz in 2nd and Max Hesse, who are in the lead. Thank you very much indeed. I'll just leave the rest to you. I'm just going to sit back and enjoy. Nobody can.
Thank you, Nürburgring.
Oh, marvellous stuff. That last lap for the cars who were on it were 9:31. So that lets you know that's round about a minute and 15 seconds longer than it should be. So with 42 minutes to go, it's going to be 5 or 6 laps, depending on the code 60s. Where is... Where are... Well, the Falcon car... Where's the Falcon car going to come out? The 44. Klaus Bachler. He's a minute back from the leader. But perhaps... I mean, he won't need full fuel in that car. So that would have been a quick stop. Because he really only needs enough fuel for 5 laps. So that'll be a light car, it'll be quick. Keep an eye on Klaus Bachler's time in the number 44. Alessio Piccarello started, Lars Kern in the middle, did the 8-lap stint. This is really building up nicely for the main event on the weekend of the 26th. We'll be back at the Nürburgring for you from early in that race week, and the plan is to present Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday night, 9 o'clock Central European Time, 8 o'clock UK, from the Nürburgring, from our commentary area, our new commentary area, because we're in the TV boxes.
Another code 60, John, for the Landgraf Mercedes again. They had that problem at the absolute beginning of the race.
No, it's all right. The Rover Racing cars with further pain. 32 seconds added at the end of the race for an unsafe release on the 98. Remember, I told you the number 82 car was being looked at for a potential penalty. They've NFA'd that, no further action on that one. That was the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. But we have got the 6 and the 98 under investigation again for Code 60 violations. So that would be the Mercedes Team Bilstein car, which is just going out of the pit lane with Philip Ellis behind the wheel, and the Rover Racing number 98 just rejoining for Phil. Been rather a lot of Code 60 violations or investigations.
Yeah, yes, I mean, which is not normal.
It's not the first race of the season, is it?
No, exactly. It's not normal. It's a very high incidence, I would agree, because equally on that we had virtually no Code 60s yesterday. Pretty clean race. The weather had a bit of an impact on it. Today we've had quite a few of them, but you say violations is a higher average than I've seen in many a race, to be honest, of the violations of those.
The leader is under investigation for Code 60. So we still haven't had a resolution to that. That's twice they've been under investigation.
Is it two different drivers though?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. 8 minutes past the hour for this one, and that's still not being resolved. I was just going back to see if there was anything there. Now at this stage, of course, any penalty, and it will be, if the penalty does come, if it is assessed, it will be as a multiple of how many kilometres per hour they were over the speed and for how long. And that will be assessed at the end of the race. So we need to keep an eye on that, because at the moment, 2.7 seconds between first and second. Well, Chris Haase might not actually have that in the 72. Max Hesse, excuse me, in that car. Might not actually have that. Ian McCarthy, and I totally agree with this, on at RSL_studio, says, more than a racing festival than a qualifying weekend. I really hope this build-up to the N24 won't be a one-off. Very important to teams, drivers and fans. Any racing on the ring is worthwhile. Totally agree. I think this is starting to get its own atmosphere and character, this event.
I think you're right there, John. Yeah,
well, I'm with Ian there. Started on Friday, more running than ever before, as you mentioned, Pete. And, you know, the weather's played a big part, but there's been a good crowd here today. It was a little bit sparse yesterday, but the weather wasn't great and the weather forecast wasn't good, and there was other things for people to do, including an FIA World Endurance race, an hour and a bit up the road at Spa. So I can understand if you were, you know, perhaps you had to do stuff with the family yesterday, so the opportunity to come on Sunday. We don't always have a lot of racing here on Sunday. The VLNs tend to be Saturday, sometimes single day events.
Well, yeah, it's always a Saturday, isn't it? Yeah.
Class leader, the 330 BMW. That's that very fetching colour. The dark grey and bright orange with the orange wheels. Blackpool supporting Johnny Palmer. Would love that. His team play in Tangerine. It is the Adrenaline Motorsport Altner automotive car. And was that, it was Oscar Sandberg, I think, who started that car. Philip Lyson behind the wheel at the moment. Sindre Setsas listed against that car as well, another virtual to reality racing. We've had a few of them, Sammy Matty Trogan amongst them.
Going to see more of it as well.
Yeah, you will. You will. Totally agree. Oh my goodness. This is more. 72 under investigation for a third time now, Peter. At 22 minutes past the hour for another Code 60 violation. That's the lead car.
It almost points to something being slightly wrong.
Yeah, also Adrien Delanier in the... No, not Adrien Delanier, sorry. The Schubert Motorsport 8th place BMW for Code 60. The 241, the 21 as well. which is one of the leading class cars. That's Charles Putman, who's just pitted. They're under investigation. The 28. These are all cars at the sharp end of the field, so it is Dynamic. Dynamic were in there. And the 227 as well. This is extraordinary. Have they got their code 60 buttons set at slightly the wrong speed? That's Team Zorgren Sport again. The other one of their cars. They've already had one for the 228, haven't they?
It just seems a bit odd how many, all of a sudden, you said there's such a amount of transgressions. We don't.
Well, that was a whole group of them at 22 minutes and 3 seconds, 23 seconds, 33 seconds, 43 seconds, and 24:19. So they went through as a group. Problem for the 55 car out on the circuit. Don't get much more detail other than to say that it is a technical defect for Landgraf. They haven't had a clean run today in the Pro-Am section.
That's the one that had the incident at the very beginning, wasn't it? With the front end damage on the warm-up lap.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if they did a radiator there and it's finally caught up with them. So the battle at the front of the field has stretched from 2.7 seconds to 7.3 seconds between Max Hesser and Maxi Goetz, with Jules Gounon just a further 8 seconds behind, 7.5 seconds at the line, and the top three within 12 seconds. Then Hasser and Mies are having a great battle in the two Audis. This is not over yet, is it?
Far from it. Far from it.
Particularly not if there's a penalty on the BMW Junior Team.
I'm just surprised, John, at those penalties you just read out, all being, how many, 4 different
top
teams?
Class cars.
You've got all four teams, all within a matter of seconds one another. There's a pattern there that indicates to me that it's unlikely all drivers were wrong in that situation. It's just almost like it's a timing glitch or something.
Yeah.
It just seems more electronic to me than, one of them I get, but
wow. The Audi Sport Team Car Collection, 4th place, number 22, Christopher Haase, ahead of Chris Mies by 0.6 of a second as they went across the line in the battle for 4th. Just one spot off the podium at the moment, and they're 20 seconds behind the last step on the box. The BWT, the team Get Speed Mechanics, getting animated down in their pit area as they're watching their two drivers, Maxi Goetz and Jules Gounon, on full attack mode. 32 minutes to go. So probably 4 laps. Wickerbill has tweeted at RSL_studio using the hashtag RSLN24Q, said, and this might be a bit Spinal Tap, but did somebody get code 60 kph mixed up with code 60 mph?
See, you're on the right theme.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Just doesn't add up to me, all those at the same time being wrong.
There's a little bit of leeway given. Charles Esplanade down in the pit lane with Patrick at the moment. See if we can eavesdrop on that for a sec. Probably going to be done in English, this one. Charles with a busy couple of weekends, actually. Had their GT, you were talking about how flexible GT3 cars they were up in the Creventic series for the double 6 hours for the 12 hours of Spa. Finished 2nd overall. Leader got a bit of clear track ahead of him at Arenberg as he drops down into the foxhole. It'll be I think 3 laps to go at the end of this one. Actually, that is something I can have a quick look at. Shall we do the class leaders as we're coming into the last half an hour? Let's do that. V4 is the BMW 325i, the number 323. Just coming into the pits from the lead of V2 front-wheel drive, the 223 GT Tyres Motorsport VW Golf. They won yesterday. That's the Golf Mark 7. V5 is the Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman, the 444. 396 is another Adrenaline car. It's another class leader. They're in 55th position, and they lead V6 with their Cayman S. 871 is the Cup 5 leader for BMW M2 Club Sports. That's another Adrenaline Motorsport team. They're in 51st. Inside the top 50 for the VT2 rear drive car, the 330i, the G20 shaped car, is another Adrenaline Motorsport class leader. That's the number 330 in 47th position. Schnitzelarm are leading with the number 244 in the BMW 240i class. They're in 45th. Alternative fuel is the Porsche Cayman, number 633 in 44th position. The SP3T leader is still the WRX Subaru, the number 114. Cup 3 for Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 Club Sports is the G-Tech competition car, the 253, just outside the top 30 and 31. One place ahead of them is the SP10 leader, the Aston Martin Vantage AMR. That's the number 82. Into the 20s now. 27 is the TCR leader, Mark Bessing, for Hyundai Motorsport in the 830. Teichmann Racing has Tim Sandler behind the wheel of the Cup S leader, the 161 KTM Crossbow, just outside the top 20 at 23. And he is just behind another Aston Martin class leader. Peter will be happy about that. SP8T, it's number 69 for Door Motorsport. And into the top 20, class leader of Cup 2 for Porsche 992 Cup cars, basically. The K. Kramer racing car. And Chris Brugge, who did that amazing lap this morning of an 8:31.727, is in the 127, finishing that car's stint off. True Racing has the KTM Crossbow GT2 leading SPX just outside the top 10 at 12. And of course, Max Hesse is leading overall by 6.7 seconds at the front of the field, and there's just under half an hour to go.
If your prediction's right on laps to go, John, that will take us to maybe 20 laps completed, not quite the 21 we thought.
Yeah.
Quick update on the 99 Rover entry BMW. That is back in the pits again, so I think that was the two that we believe had come in together in the pit lane, but we can't believe, we know there was a pit lane incident. We think it was these two cars together. They certainly came in together, went into the boxes together.
And the 99 got an unsafe release penalty as well.
Correct, yeah, so the 98 continued, but the 99 appears to have had a bit more damage to it, so that is back in the box again, sadly. So not a good day for Rover Racing.
Replacement penalties coming in for some of the Code 60 violations that happened at the same time as our leader. So this could be significant, Snowy. Non-respect of Code 60, 40 seconds for the 241. That's one of the Adrenaline cars. The Ferrari, that was from a bit earlier on.
It's kind of irrelevant now as it's out.
Yes, but that was similar time to the first 72, the first one for the 72. So they're catching up at the moment. That's 40 seconds. And 253, also 40 seconds. The 109 speed limit, 30 seconds. Now, when did that get assessed? That might have been a pit lane speed limit, actually, just for a... this might not be over. We could be deciding this in the stewards' room, because the 72 still has two penalties hanging over it that were being investigated, but there was a lot going on, including clearly quite a serious incident with the 126, which may well have put race control just behind a little bit, and they're doing things in order now, and we're seeing them coming through. So let me scroll back through. There were three investigations on the 72. The first one, I have now seen no further action. The second and third, I've not seen anything. Leader in VT2, or one of the front-running cars in VT2 front-wheel drive. It's just Lena and Volker, the strike checks here. And that's Volker getting into the car for the final stint. That's father strike check. Robin possibly joining them for the big race itself. It's the 110 Opel Astra OPC Coupe. Pretty little car. So that car leaves for its final stint, last 25 minutes. Across the line, the 72, 25 minutes on the money. So 3.8 to 24, but last time it was an 8.40. Yeah, 3 more laps, I reckon. I'm just interested to see what pace these cars have got left. The 2 Get Speed cars, Snowy, have closed right up. So it's Jules Gounon who's got the hurry up at the moment. And that means the top 3 that were 12, 13, 15 seconds between each other, now just down to 10 seconds between the top 3. I keep looking back at the screen, waiting to see.
I know. You do it and you're making me nervous doing it.
They're quite clearly working through these in numerical order. The last one I've got is a 40-second penalty for no respect to code 60 for the number 20. That was at 22 minutes and 37 seconds past the hour, the alleged incident. 22 minutes and 43 past the hour is the 72.
What was the 30-second penalty for, John, and who was that to?
40 seconds to the number 20.
You mentioned the 30-second one as well.
30 seconds was the 109. That was a speed limit violation.
Ah, yes, right. I knew there's something else in there.
Still no word about the code 60 investigation on the lead car at 8 minutes and 8 seconds past the hour. It hasn't come up no further.
Half an hour ago.
Yeah. Well, it could affect it.
But all Max Hesse can do is just keep his head down and keep the job done.
Whatever happens, it's been a cracking race. And again, we've seen several different answers to the question of how to get to 3 hours with your fuel and tyres. Because the BMW Junior Team have done the same as they did yesterday, which is 6.8. That's the start of the race. It'll probably only be 6.86, whether it was 6.87 yesterday, because of the amount of code 60 that we've had in particular. It'll be 5.87 for the 2 Get Speed Mercedes, 6.86 for the 22 Audi, and the line speed car will be 6.86 as well. By the way, Earl Bamber has been plugged into the number 18 KCMG Porsche. He's half a minute behind the 2 Audis that are battling for 4th and 5th. And he's actually only a minute away from the leaders. So if anything goes wrong here, and any 40-second penalty, by the way, if Max Hesse got a 40-second penalty 1, it would push him down to 5th place from the lead. If he gets 2, then he's going to be dropping down out of the top 7, possibly even out of the top 8 as it stands at the moment. I have no doubt that there are some discussions going on at the moment. SP10 number 81 in and out of the pits.
There's some hearts racing in the junior team garage as well.
Have we now got a completely clear track, Peter?
Yes.
So I'm starting to see some lap times speeding up a bit. So the two AMGs are heading down towards the bridge at the bottom of the hill at Breitscheid. In fact, off the track for, that was the Jules Gounon. He's hit the wall, I think, into the exit at Breitscheid. Now, has he got away with that? He'll be lucky if he has. He got offline onto the dirt and then slid perilously close to the right-hand armcore there is an entry there, and there are some track vehicles that can come back off. There used to be an entry for tourist laps. Yeah, he's in trouble. He's done a tyre. Jules Gounon out of third. This is third place, disappearing for AMG. Team Get Speed. They have run a brilliant race. He's pulling the car up. It's not even going to finish. There goes Chris Haase. Car Collection up into third. There goes Chris Meese up into fourth. And it won't be long before Bamba comes through as well. That's going to be a right rear puncture or even a suspension damage there.
If it's clattered the wall, more like suspension damage, isn't it? So here we go.
He was catching his teammate. He went wide and ran down the barrier, and he was so close to having an even bigger accident as he went over the bridge there at Brightside. Wow. He just got the right-hand tyres hooked over the curb there. There is just a little bit of block paving, and as you come down through Exmüller to Brightside and the entrance and exit there, and there's not even a car's width between the edge of the track and the barrier, and there's not even half a car's width, as we saw there.
Jules Gounon just found out now.
Well, so one bullet in the gun has disappeared for Team Get Speed. Now the two Audis are just 2 seconds apart and battling for third position. And that means that Earl Bamber's closed in a bit. Earl Bamber's closing up on everybody at the moment.
He has a habit of doing that, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's very good. Very good indeed. In from the lead of TCR, the number 831 I-30, which means Mark Basseng will go back through to the lead in the Elantra. This is exactly what happened yesterday. They were on different pit strategies. So now, Martin Ragginger, Ragginger is catching, Ragginger the Falcon Porsche is catching the Porsche, the KCMG Porsche of Bamba. He was 2 seconds quicker than the Kiwi last lap around. So Earl will be getting the hurry up from the team. This is for 5th and 6th and best Porsche honours. Bergwerk yellow flag. Somebody's off and back on again, I think. Number 80 under investigation for guess what? Yeah, code 60
infringement.
Yeah, that's the Pro Sport Racing Aston, and that is a car that is second in its class at the moment. Simon Balkan behind the wheel. Oh, this is all going to be very tense at the end. It would not be. It will not be unheard of for penalties after the checkered flag, because race control take their time to get it right, and they are not afraid. Some series, once you've gone across the line, they tend to leave it alone.
Yeah.
But that's not the case here.
Certainly not, and we've seen it before, as you said earlier, about the Octane 126 Ferrari that last year won a race on the track. And then, unfortunately, it was decided afterwards that it got a compound tyre wrong.
Yeah. Leader of the race, 40 seconds. That has been assessed. So is the 98 Rover racing car. So Max Hesse, across the line, is now in 6th position. He's behind Martin Ragginger. He's only 4 seconds ahead of the Schubert Motorsport car. There's still one more, I think, to be assessed for that car that we haven't seen yet. They had 3 investigations of Code 60 violation. Yeah. The first one in the middle stint for Dan Harper was NFA'd, no further action. Now, whether this is the second or the third, I can't tell you, but I'm hoping I'm going to see something that says NFA, but it's coming in order, as I said before, Peter, So 40 seconds would put that car just ahead of Earl Bamber as they've gone across the line now. So that's going to drop him down behind the Lion Speed car collection machine. Drama right at the end. Well, the BMWs, which have been so good, have not had it all their own way. This could be, and how is Jules Gounon going to feel now, knowing that they could have had a 1-2 for Team Get Speed?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a code 60 for that car actually at Bergwerk. Yeah.
Which car?
Number 4, the Mercedes.
Yes. Yeah. They haven't. I don't think Jules has moved very far. That was the car that hit the wall and stopped.
Yeah, but I thought it got cleared. There's a now code 60 for it, just ahead of it.
And there's lots of yellow around the circuit at the moment. Flans Garden as well. 114 under investigation. This is bad discipline, guys. Your team managers are not going to be happy. That's the Subaru SP3T leader. And these penalties now, they just go on to your race time. So these are absolute. So Maxi Goetz is the effective leader of the race with just under 14 minutes to go. Mercedes leads Audi in second place. Chris Mies is actually 40 seconds behind Max Hesse. So Chris Mies and Max Hesse are battling for the third step of the podium, but they're 40 seconds apart. Well, 38 seconds apart now, so Mies is ahead. Wow. And there will be, at the end of this lap, 2 laps to go. Actually, depends when he comes across the line. I've just said that there.
Say, would it be 2? One
no,
more?
It might be 1 more.
Just 1 more, I think.
Yeah, because he's only halfway around. Non-respect of code 60. Read it and weep, I'm afraid, for BMW Junior Team. 40 seconds for the number 72. Well, the Nürburgring keeps giving us drama. And this is Chris Mies' chance to put 2 Audis on the podium. They are catching, actually. How far back is Bamber? Another 30 seconds. However, if that second penalty gets assessed, they'll go further back. Could have been a perfect weekend for BMW Junior Team. They were immaculate yesterday, weren't they?
Absolutely. Same strategy today, as you said. Why change it? They didn't. And it just hasn't worked out for them. But if an infringement is an infringement, I'm stunned. 40 seconds is it's a lot. But as you say, it's a multiplier of how much speed you were doing for how long in that time.
It was Hesse at the wheel of the car for the last 2. The first one, which was Dan Harper's, was discounted.
Yeah, NFA, that was fine.
It was investigated, but
so he's off the hook.
Required. Yes. He crawled past the luckless Jules Gounon in a slow zone there. Jules Gounon nailed on for a podium finish, which has turned into what would have been a 1-2.
Yes, exactly. It would have been, wouldn't it?
Get Speed. So they did it a different way. They were putting the pressure on. The gap between first, second and third was only 12 seconds. So Max Hesse has got to be given the hurry up by the team. He cannot afford to take it easy. There's still the chance of a podium here, but he's got to overhaul Chris. He's got to put 40 seconds between himself and Chris Mies, and at the moment it's 38 seconds. There's only 3 seconds, by the way, between the 2 Audis.
Yeah.
So a bad lap by Haase and a good lap by Hesse. it could swing. We're going to be looking at the times here. Get the popcorn out and the abacus. Non-respect of code 60 for the 227. Another 40-second penalty, and the 227 is a significant number because that is the Zorg Rennsport Porsche Cayman S that's been well up in the V6 category. In fact, might even be leading that category. V6. Oh, it's a 396 that's leading that, but that's not doing them any good, is it? Wow. So 9.5 minutes to go. And the Conrad Lamborghini currently coming down the Dottinger. Slightly flat to deceive today, but did well in the first 2 stints. Dropped way down now for that car.
It's 27th now.
Yep.
Di Martino at the wheel now.
It's actually dropped a lap off the leader as well. I think there might be yet another significant penalty to come here.
You can feel it in your water, can't you?
I do.
I can tell the way you're hopping from one foot to the other. You're agitated by it.
I am. I don't like uncertainty, Peter. This has been a great race. I'm already very excited. I always get excited about the Nürburgring 24. All the 24-hour races that I go to have different characters and different personalities, whether it's the Rolex 24 Daytona, the Le Mans 24 hours, the Nürburgring 24 hours. They all have slightly different personalities. Dubai 24 hours, Barcelona 24 hours, Portimao 24 hours this year.
Off Lamborghini, yes.
Off for the Lamborghini. Got, I think, Di Martino there got slightly distracted by the BMW car in front of him when he was coming down into the Dunlop hairpin at the bottom of the hill. Targets, sort of target fixation there, do you think, Peter?
Possibly so, yeah. Something happened very strange there. We saw it unfold in front of us. He just didn't see he's about to catch up with that car now. He's now jinking left and right and getting all the gravel out of the various vents on the front of that Lamborghini and probably elsewhere in it. But he just didn't see the BMW. Well, he did see the BMW, that was the point. But it was in the middle of the track. And rather than dive down the inside and collect it, he went left, but put it into the gravel. So the BMW continues to live another day, but the Lamborghini's just added to its woeful weekend.
Couple of more Code 60 investigations and 1 penalty, and it's a significant one for a team that we know very well. First of all, under investigation, the 125, which is third in Cup 2, the Huber Motorsport Porsche, sitting in 24th position. Non-respect of Code 60 for the number 21. 2 penalties here. The first one for 2 minutes and 10 seconds. The second one for 4 minutes and 10 seconds. And respectively 1 and 2 DMSB license points. And that, the 21, of course, is CP Racing.
6 minutes 20.
Yes. For 2 different penalties there. They're still working through these. And the second one of that, for the Code 60, that was at 21 minutes and 51 seconds past the hour. There's still another 72 penalty after that under investigation, about a minute after that. They're working through these. I see logic in what's going on the race control feed. And by the way, thanks very much to Nürburgring TV for giving us access directly to the race control message board that the teams get. Something that we haven't always easily had before. Got that up in a screen here in the broadcast booth, and that's been a great help here. A great help here. So I can't tell you which drivers have got the points there, whether it's the same driver. 16:21:57 local for that one. And where's their second one? The number 21, further back, I think. So this race, as I said, it could be decided afterwards. The good news for Max Hesse is he's got his foot down The two Audis are really close together, and now he's in with a chance of holding on to second place. Maxi Goetz is going to take the victory as long as he stays on the track with 5 minutes to go. But can Chris Haase and Chris Mies work together and not trip each other up? Haase 39 seconds behind the leader, who has a 40-second penalty. And Chris Mies 14.3 seconds behind the leader. So effectively 0.3 seconds behind the leader at the moment, but can't see him, of course. And the two Audis together as they head up to the Flugplatz on what will be their last lap. So the leaders are on their last lap now. Time will expire on this lap, and we will have done only 20 laps. So that is a measure of, you know, good conditions, yes, but how much full course,
yeah, exactly.
excuse me, code 60 and slow zones we've had. Quite a serious accident for the 126 as well.
All clear now though, John.
Right. Oh, here's another one. This time it's the... I mean, I keep having to scroll back up and down to see these on the race control screen, just to try and keep up to date with what's going on. The Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, the number 28, that's now under investigation. That's the second time they've been under investigation in the last half an hour as well. Oh dear.
I've never known it. I have to say it's unprecedented.
Yeah.
The amount of infringements. It just makes me.
From top teams and drivers as well, Snowy.
Exactly my point, and I'm not doubting the officials and the governing body, etc. I'm just, the amount of them just surprises me.
Get speed car of Maxi Goetz getting caught up behind class leading.
Don't want to go there because that's where your teammate went off.
Yeah,
so be ultra careful through there.
Classic leading Golf.
There's a barrier there with a big magnet on it for pink Mercedes.
Yeah. Class leading Golf in the VT2 front wheel drive. The GT Tyres car has just gone past that. So a helicopter pilot understanding absolutely that the pink car is the leader as he passes his stricken teammate, gets a little wave from Jules Gounon. Oh, he'll be sick as a parrot, won't he? That, I mean, awful losing a podium place. It was looking like second, maybe a challenge for the lead, but it would have been, it looked like third rather, maybe a challenge for second, but now it would have been a challenge for the lead. And what a great picture it would have been to have the two new liveries for this year on Get Speed coming to the line. No further action for the 125. Okay, so we've skipped down a little bit there. Whoa. 2 minutes to go. Max Hesse will come across the line, and
it's 41 seconds now, the gap.
So he's back into second. So Max Hesse for BMW Junior Team with a couple of really good laps.
Third.
No, second. He's ahead of Haase. If it's 40, if the gap between first and third is so he's back into second. Goetz leads. Haas is 41 seconds behind the leader. This is going to be very tight. But the two Audis are separated by half a second. And surely somebody's got to be on the phone to the two Chris's and say, guys, stop fighting, get your foot down, and make some time up in this last half a lap. What they can't have now is any slow zones for them, because, of course, although Max Hesse is very close to them in time, he's much further ahead of them on the track. In fact, Hesse will be coming through any second now, I would have thought. He's 14 seconds ahead of Maxi Goetz. So we might be seeing the lead car. There will be a change at the end after the cars have crossed the line. Oostenrijk for the BMW number 831 that he shares with Antti Burri. That car back in the lead again. Mark Bessing. Oh yes, of course, we swapped them over at the pit stop, didn't they? I said that they did that yesterday. The other way around.
Clock's about to stop, John.
Yeah.
It's literally 20 seconds to go.
On your ticker, on your tracker, where is Hesse? I answered my own question. He's just on the Dottinger Höhe right now. So this is definitely the last lap. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get the man with the checkered flag ready for Max Hesse, who we'll see at first. But what position will he be? First? No. Second? Maybe. Third? Possibly. Fourth? Well, it's in the mix.
Equally possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Third or fourth, equally possible.
I reckon he could be second, third or fourth here. And we won't know for about another 44 seconds. So start counting when he goes across the line. In terms of your stopwatch, to the line. Second win on the road in 2 days for BMW Junior Team. Stops the clock now as he goes across the line. In about 13 seconds' time, Maxi Gortz will be the winner. Oh, in fact, he's even closer than that.
Yeah.
So, did Hesse lift off towards the end? 15 seconds, all right, no, he pushed on. That last lap was an 8.15 to Hesse's 8.20. The two Audis are battling, but are they battling for second and third, or third and fourth? Coming down to the last part of the circuit now. The time is ticking away. This is going to be very, very close indeed. Need to be closer than 40 seconds. Here they come to the line, and it is an 8.17, fastest lap of the race for Chris Mees, but he's not got it. 41 seconds for him. He will drop to third. In fact, he will stay in third, and Chris Haase will stay in fourth position. So by 1.5 seconds, courtesy of a storming last lap by Max Hesse. Yes, made the mistake, but an 8.15 his last lap to an 8.20 for second, and an 8.17 for third place. So Chris Mees gets through on the last lap over Chris Haase, and the change happened. Was that a lift by the leading Audi, or was it a stutter in the fuel? Because that was a change coming up to the kink from the two Chris's. So Mees for Lion Speed is on the podium. That's the two car collection cars. They swap round coming to the line, definitely. But maybe in doing that, they've cost themselves a better position. The result has already been adjusted on the screen and shows Mercedes get speed, winning by 24 seconds from the penalised BMW Junior Team. Oh, I've just seen another penalty come in. No, it's the 2-4-1. That's 40 seconds.
Stop it.
I know, it could still happen.
Oh, my heart rate.
The two Audis separated by half a second at the line. The advantage of the third place on the podium going to Lion Speed then over Audi Sport Team car collection. KCMG 38 seconds further back. Nick Tandy doing 2 stints. Earl Bamber finishing it off. Martin Raginger finishing it off for the 44 Falcon car. A lot of big teams only getting one car home today after incidents. Then it was Scherer Sport and the number 16 Audi. All on the lead lap these. Aston Martin up to 8th position. Hasse Claw bringing it home for TF Sport. 2 minutes away at the end. 9th position for the number 20 Schubert Motorsport BMW, and rounding off the top 10, the Schnitzelarm Racing AMG. 2.5 minutes away. Everybody else was a lap or more down. SPX winner, the True Racing KTM Crossbow. Cup 2 winner in, I reckon, 19th overall. There's Christopher Brook. He put in that stunning time this morning in the K. Kramer Racing UG Cup car. Just ahead of Nicholas Johnson by, well, actually, the vagaries of that. I think Nicholas was a lap down. Cup X was Tim Sandler bringing that Teichmann Racing Crossbow 161 home in the lead from the TCR leader. The two KTMs were just, the two Hyundais actually only about 1.5 seconds between them at the end of the race. Cup 3 for the Caymans, won by G-Tech Competition, the 253 team. Well done to them. Pro Sport Aston Martin number 82 takes SP10 in 29th position. SP3T Subaru wins that one in 33rd. In BMW 240i Cupland, it was the Schnitzelarm Racing Team, so 2 wins for them. 244 in 42nd. Alternative fuel was the 4 Motors Porsche Cayman 633. In 46th position. The VT2 rear drive was a great battle all the way through between Adrenaline number 330 and the 230 privately entered BMWs. The 330 and the 328, it went to Adrenaline. And third actually wasn't that far back either, Team Rogue Vent Sport. 16 seconds between the leading 2 in VT2 in 48th, 49th and 50th position for the third. Cup 5 for BMW Club Sports, the M2s, that was won by Adrenaline Motorsports number 871. V6, Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman. V5, Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman, the 444 car. VT2 front drive, 223 GT tyres, that's a double for them with their Golf Mark 7. The 325i up in the 60s today, that was a good run for them. They had the puncture yesterday. And the other winners, was that the last of the winners there? V4, I think it was. Yeah, so that's the last of the class winners. Well. There's still investigations going on and still decisions coming through on the screen, Snowy. But as we stand at the moment, provisionally, it is the number 3 Mercedes team get speed. I think we can say that that is fine. There's still a little bit of a sort of Damocles hanging over the junior team with one more Code 60 violation to be either penalised or discounted. No further action. Chris Meese in third for the rest of car collection. Third and fourth for car collection. And KCMG coming home in 5th position. Top 6 made up by another Porsche, Falcon Motorsports. Mercedes, BMW, Audi, Porsche, your top 6.
Well, not quite the BMW domination we expected or had seen. Yes, they would have done it had they not had the penalty. They would have gone through to that and taken that win. But equally,
how close might it have been though if Maxi Goetz he was 5 seconds slower than the leader on the last lap, and I don't think he was taking any chances.
No, exactly.
It was going to be sort of sub 10 seconds. Between the top 2, and you could have had Jules Goon on in that as well, of course.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that the junior team have been possibly the most outstanding the whole weekend. They've aced it, they've got the pace, they've won both races on pace. They haven't won it today on a penalty, which is quite right. So no disrespect to Mercedes Get Speed team, they deserve that. What's interesting is then that we've seen at the top, we've said, haven't we, too many times, 1, 2, 3 and 4, 1, 5 and 7, this, that and the other. It isn't. We've got Mercedes at the top, BMW, Audi, Porsches back in there again, more Audis, and Aston in the top 8, always going to say that. The next M4 GT3 is the Schubert car run down in 9th place, and then we've got Mercedes again. So it hasn't quite gone the way of BMW today.
Late penalty coming in for Pro Sport in SP8T, the number 80 car. 2 minutes 10 seconds and a licence point demerit as well for that car. So when I say this is not over, I am by no means exaggerating here. And where was that? That was the penalty before the second 72 penalty. So that's the next one that's going to be assessed, I reckon. But here's how it stands for the moment. It was the Mercedes team get speed with a different strategy. Remember, they went long in the middle. 6-8-6 they went, didn't they?
Yeah.
For their run through, and got them to the line ahead of BMW Junior Team and Lion Speed. The top 3, making the top 4 actually within half a minute with the penalty applied to the BMW Junior Team. I think True Racing in the Cross will be delighted with another just outside the top 10. Were they 12th yesterday? They were 13th today. The Porsche Cup winner, K. Kramer Racing, inside the top 20. In fact, 2 Porsche Cup cars inside the top 20 for the new 992, and 3 within the top 25. So all of the top 7 and 11 of the top 12 are German cars. Tim Gray says, Peter, do you still want to believe that a non-German manufacturer can win the 24 hours? Your boyish enthusiasm said it's possible, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to say, I use the operative word being, it can win it.
Okay.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah. Well, you know.
No, it's a very valid question. It can do. The Ferrari, it was right up there.
That was a big accident. We didn't really get to the bottom.
No, it didn't happen.
It looked like there might have been some other issues at the side of the track there, but we've heard nothing from the organisers. So
the Conrad Lamborghini, you said the phrase yourself, almost flattered to deceive.
Yeah.
It's got the pace. It's certainly got the pace with Jordan Pepper in it. The point is that you did say it's a Pro-Am lineup, so
Correct.
there's always going to be such a variation in that car's pace. But
that's a good point.
It just doesn't seem to get there, does it?
So who was the best of the Pro-Ams? Was it the Twin Bush by the Keek Vitesse? The timing screen doesn't tell me about the Pro-Ams. 11 is a Pro-Am. 28 is a Pro-Am, but they had problems. They dropped back, didn't they? Oh no, 28 was ahead of the Pro-Ams. Okay. 25, is that a Pro-Am? No, that's not a Pro-Am. Oh yes, it is. Huber Motorsport. I think it might have been Huber Motorsport that won Pro-Am. Unless the Schnitzelarm car is a Pro-Am. Yes, it is. All right, so I'm working my way up. So 34, 2090. The TF Sport car, is that a Pro-Am?
No, I don't think so.
No, okay. So I think the Schnitzelarm car might have won that. Let me have a look at the 20 and see if that is in there. It doesn't show up on the timing screen. No, unofficially, the Schnitzelarm number 34 Mercedes AMG GT3 is the best of the Pro-Ams. I've got no further penalties yet, but there are still penalties to be assessed, I think. Don't quite have the same system as we have in other series where it shows them being assessed and served, and then you can go back. Oh, changes. What's happened there?
Nothing at the top 3.
No, it's all right. KCMG's just been put in twice.
Yeah, I think it's just our screen updating.
Yeah.
My heart did flutter when the screen flickered.
Yes.
I will say that.
Yes. I'm going to dare to refresh my timing screen and see what it comes up like. Yeah. So nothing has changed at the moment. Well, we shall reconvene in a couple of weeks' time when our coverage will start with a special midweek motorsport on the Wednesday of race week. Race weekend, the 26th of this month. Rinse and repeat for the coverage. We're not getting the podium right now, which suggests to me that something else is happening. And they won't put the podium out until they've looked at all the penalties here, Peter. So my summation, and it was only that there was still at least one penalty to look at for a podium finish in the overall. I think there's still one penalty for the 72 that needs looking at, and that hasn't been confirmed one way or t'other yet. So we're on our tenterhooks again. I've stood up again. I'm pacing again. Peter has raised an eyebrow. No, okay. There's another refresh. These are a lot of changes going on. Let's head down for the podium at least and take in the formalities. The drivers are gathering. And we'll leave race control. So third position for Audi. And that is the I'm so scared to say anything. It is second position for the BMW team, so third position then onto the podium for Car Collection Audi. Second, the BMW Junior Team. And it will be the first win for the Mercedes-AMG team Get Speed in their new colours and sponsorship, and it's the number 3 car. So congratulations to Fabi Schiller, Maxi Goetz, who brought the car home, and Adam Christodoulou, who did the middle stint. And here is the national anthem for the nationality of the winning team, Team Get Speed. The flashing screen, which was panicking us, penalty for the 114, 40 seconds, and same for the 241. Those were the two flashes of the screen at the end, which has changed everything. The 114 was the leader in SP3T. That hasn't taken them out of it. And the 241, that car being the Adrenaline Motorsport machine. I don't think that's cost them any significant position. Let me have a quick look. 241 before the timing screen disappears as we're getting the presentations. No, 241 was 4th position in the 240 class, and 3rd was well away from them, so not a problem. Trophies to the winners. They got theirs first. Second place for BMW team. Slightly disappointed for them after a very, very good weekend. They do look very junior, that trio as well, don't they? Good job this race didn't go on too late, because they have to be back to school tomorrow.
Timing screen's updated. And it doesn't show Junior BMW in second place anymore.
Oh, does it not?
No, it's saying Line Speed Car Collection is in second place.
No, I've just updated and it's gone back. It's gone back to 72. I think when they're doing some of the updates, they're not necessarily coming through. 20 laps completed. The margin of victory, 24 seconds from Mercedes team Get Speed. They would have been 1-2 if Gounon hadn't gone into the wall. Not sure why Car Collection swapped Chris Meese for Chris Haase. Maybe Meese thought he could make up the 2.5 or so to get him further up the field and drag the other team with them. Well, hope you've enjoyed what we have been presented with this weekend. I do hope, I know this was a bit of a difference because of the 50th anniversary running of this race. I do hope they consider keeping it, because it's been a real festival of motor racing. No champagne sprayed there at the end. The guys saving that for later. My thanks to all of our technical support from Nürburgring TV, particularly from Emily and Patrick down in the pit lane, from Peter and me, John Hindhaugh. Thanks and bye.
Willkommen, liebe Zuschauer, zu dem Motorsportspektakel schlechthin.
Zuschauermagnet, guckt euch die Atmosphäre an.
Sensationelle Stimmung in der Eifel. Die Fans sehen wir hier, das Fahrerlager ist voll.
Also wenn du hier nicht aufgeregt bist, dann hast du irgendwas versäumt.
Und lassen wir uns freuen auf 24 Stunden Motorsport vom Allerfeinsten.
Das Beste, das tollste Rennen hier in der Eifel mit den besten Fans der Welt. Startgruppe 1, die Veranstaltung läuft!
Ich krieg die Pimpernellen und ihr ärgert euch, wenn ihr nicht angereist seid.
Schau dir diese Bilder an, Jörg. Die hell erleuchtete Grand Prix-Strecke, das Fahrerlager.
Rock and roll.
Die Action, die da passiert, sind die wahnsinnig.
Da regnet's! Schau dir das mal an. Also das ist jetzt mit Slicks nicht zu befahren, was wir da sehen.
Es überschlagen sich wieder einmal die Ereignisse. Wieder einmal wird das 24-Stunden-Rennen am Nürburgring zu einer Mischung zwischen Himmel und Hölle.
Berührung! Berührung! Und beide drehen sich!
Was für ein Finale. Die Sieger sind im Ziel. Überbordende Freude an der Box.